Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476, Furnace Explosion. There are many contents in the weapon refining, but the requirements are generally very simple. How simple is it? On the offensive or defensive magic weapon, it only needs to have a Deo pattern. The power of the magic weapon is undoubtedly directly related to the Deo pattern. The lowest level of Deo pattern is usually used by mortals in the foundation building stage or even beyond the foundation building stage. This level of magic weapon can only be regarded as a sharp weapon. When held barehanded, it has the characteristics of sharpness and firmness through the blessing of mana. Of course, if one party is barehanded and the other party is holding a sharp weapon, the latter is naturally stronger. Usually, this kind of weapon is about 1:1 bright silver. It mainly depends on the length of this Deo pattern. If it can flow through the whole body of the weapon or armor, the more it has, the more expensive it is according to the percentage. Then go up from this. 3 patterns or less are collectively called magic tools and cannot be taken into the body. Between 4 and 6 patterns are collectively called magic treasures, which can be integrated into the body and have the property of change. Finally, 7 to 9 patterns are considered magic weapons, which have spirituality, sustainable growth, and can increase the power of mana. Lee Su had obtained several magical weapons, and the best one was the Zhuangxin that he killed. It was made of dragon scales, and it was definitely a magical weapon. Although it was only 7 patterns, it was a combination of 7 patterns. According to the information registered on the life card, the price was amazing, 1 million red gold, and the materials had to be paid by himself. Looking at this rough and wasteful refining method, it could actually charge 1 million red gold, and Lee Su's eyes were a little turbulent. This money, is it too damn cheap? It's almost the kind that can be done with a brain. If he put his own refined real dragon sword on it at this moment, I'm afraid it would be sold for several hundred million. It was refined with the casting method passed down by the sage of the Qing dynasty. As a carrier of the Zhuangxin sword, not to mention, the value of its own earthly evil vein is extremely amazing. When using this sword, the mana will have dragon power, and it has many properties such as breaking evil, breaking the law, and breaking defense. And it also has a great increase in mana destruction, which can almost double the damage. Even if it is above the myth, it can have an increase of about 3 levels. Unfortunately, this sword is not yet completed. The first Deo vein is just a prototype, and there are still more than 60,000 hammers missing. If it is completely formed, the true dragon sword itself can produce a trace of spiritual light and have the ability to absorb extraordinary particles from heaven and earth by itself, just like a fairy weapon. It is not just a simple amplification, but it has powerful power by itself. For a while, Lee Su couldn't help but have the urge to immediately sweep down the tasks and make them. However, he still held back. It was not a problem of foreshadowing, but the points were not in place. Everything in the exchange is related to GGO. A weapon refiner is not something you can do just by saying you can refine and then swearing to the sky. There is a special evaluation list, not only for refining weapons, alchemy, talismans, and formations, but also for any profession related to cultivation. There is an evaluation list, and this list is very difficult to get on. It doesn't mean that you can get on it by taking out a few magic weapons, pearls, and talismans. Instead, you have to go through the relevant workshops step by step and accumulate them step by step, and then the evaluation will go up. For example, now he is not even an apprentice, let alone a weapon refiner. He had to wait until the first batch of metals he refined was recorded, balanced, and counted before he could get the corresponding points based on the refined metals. Apprentices have 3 grades and 10 levels: bronze level, bright silver level, and red gold level. That is, the refining of the above 3 metals. Among them, the bronze level is the easiest. The Deo patterns contained in this metal are not high, and the purification can reach 90%. Even if it is a bronze level refining apprentice, when the purity reaches 100%, it is considered the full level. The same is true for bright silver and red gold. However, they contain more Dao patterns, and it is more difficult to avoid destruction during the refining process. Basically, if you can purify the red gold, or to more than 93%, you will be considered an apprentice. You can officially start refining. That's right, even if you reach this level, you are still not a refiner. At this time, the GGO ranking list will give you the title of refining apprentice. And there is no doubt that this stage is still miserable. Not only are there almost no orders to receive, but you have to pay for the materials and labor yourself, otherwise no one will agree to let you refine the weapon. The probability of loss is too high, almost 98%. In short, if you want to stand out from the GGO refiner evaluation list, be sought after by thousands of people, and line up to make magic weapons for you, you dare not brag. Even if you fail, you can only blame your bad luck instead of the refiner himself. Even if you are really talented, you can't do it without dozens or hundreds of years. Not only that, once there is a high error rate, the evaluation will fall, and no one can be an exception, which guarantees fairness and justice. Therefore, this list of GGO itself is extremely authoritative. Even if it is not GGO, the top refiners of other major sects have left their names on it. That is, they have entered the refinery workshops of Jishin City. Although everything is linked to interests, making GGO very vulgar. But for this reason, GGO has a very good reputation in some fields, and is deeply loved by the public. After all, reputation is also a kind of money. Even if it is a little expensive, it is better than finding a reputation that is created by others' flattery. There was such a situation before. A Dalwo from a certain big sect came to Jishin City to find someone to refine a magic weapon, but did not look for the weapon refiner in his own big sect. By the way, the Dalwo of that big sect was named Chan. Afterwards, because his whereabouts were discovered, it was another Dalwo from another big sect, and he did not look for the weapon refiner of his own sect. After the incident was exposed, it caused a big storm, and it also made the evaluation list of GGO go beyond the faction of GGO itself, and enter the eyes of all the big sects. Let's not talk about other gossips and return to the evaluation list itself. Lee Su pondered his own situation. He had refined nearly 30,000 kilograms of 100% pure bronze before. The results should appear tomorrow at the latest. The bronze level apprentice has made a breakthrough. Tomorrow, bright silver. The day after tomorrow, red gold. At the latest on the third day, I should be able to get the evaluation of a weapon refiner apprentice. By then, I will have to rush through a 3-pattern barrier, then 4 to 6, and finally 7 to 8. 9 is fine, it's a bit eye-catching, let's settle it down. But even 7 and 8 patterns are quite remarkable, worthy of the title of master. One time of refining a weapon, hundreds of thousands of merit points can be said to be easy to get. The cost of being sent here is not only supplemented, but also can earn more. It's not that Lee Su is greedy for money, but mainly he is paving the way for himself to enter the celestial immortal stage. Once he advances, in terms of his heavenly palace, to be honest, Lee Su is a little scared. Without industry, relying on the annual offerings from GGO, it may take hundreds or thousands of years to reach the celestial immortal stage. He doesn't have time to wait that long. The goal is to reach the great perfection of the celestial immortal stage within 10 years, and it would be best if he can directly break through the mysterious immortal realm. Once he achieves the realm of the mysterious immortal, he can temporarily leave this world and go to the entrance of the mythical world, break the blockade of the Zaoshan Xingdao formation of the demon race, beat Huo Shaoji to death, and lay the foundation for the victory of the human race. After that, when he returned to the myth world, he went all out to break through, such as Daluo, creating the holy realm, and finally figured out what happened in the great destruction 1,000 years ago. Who was the enemy of the prehistoric world? Where did he come from? Well, I was thinking a little too far and a little drifting. Lee Su quickly pulled back his thoughts and decided to go back to rest. The breakthrough of this inner long river was a little restless. Deep in the body, it was always trembling, and the long river was constantly vibrating with the rapids. Of course, after each vibration, the long river would stabilize a little. Compared with the beginning, the fluctuation situation has been much less. Although it is not a big hindrance and does not affect one's own strength, it is still a little uncomfortable after all, and there is no way to control the fluctuation of one's own ki. Not only that, he recently found that the throughput of the mountain and river seal was a little bad and could not be improved. As his strength became stronger and stronger, the effect of infection was rapidly deteriorating. A large wave of vomiting was ground and crushed into dust by his Seven Saints chapter in a moment. After asking about the mountain and river seal, it was very hard and had no time to talk. It was vomiting all day long. This is the maximum amount it can spit out. Although there is a lot inside, this thing is not so easy to force out. So, Shanyan took the initiative to say, "Master, why don't you get a few more immortal tools? If this goes on, I feel I can't hold on." Facing Shanyan's words, he was so open-minded and generous, not caring about sharing with other immortal tools. Li Su expressed his praise. Can he be asked to find more immortal tools? Isn't this a stupid immortal tool saying stupid things? Nowadays, although immortal tools have problems, they can't stand their amazing power. Basically, 99% of them are in the hands of major forces and sects. Where can he get them? Steal. Good idea, but there are people in front. Because of the relationship with Taoist Kangkong, all the major sects are undoubtedly on guard. Even the GGO side has put up a wanted notice. Even if it is just to provide information, as long as it is true, 1,000,000 merits will be rewarded. If the person is caught, it will be directly 10 million. Now the disciples of the GGO, all of them have pupils in their eyes, and they are howling in the fate card chat group all day long, wishing to find the person immediately, tie him up, and carry him in front of the person who offered the reward. Shaking his head, Li Su leisurely returned to his accommodation area, rested directly, and waited for the ranking list to be updated the next day. Here, he slept very soundly. On the other side, a shocking event happened in the weapon refining workshop. The furnace exploded. It was an order from a family in the upper domain, or 1,000 single pattern magic swords. As soon as the bronze melted, 3 tons of bright silver were poured into it, and 100 kilograms of red gold were added. With a special technique, they were evenly mixed to ensure that you have me, and I have you. As it took shape, the weapon refiner smiled and prepared to open the furnace and add water, and complete the order by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. As a result, the next second, with a loud bang, the huge furnace exploded in diameter. 100,000 tons of bronze, 3 tons of bright silver, and 100 kilograms of red gold were sprayed out on the spot. The entire furnace cracked, not to mention the metal solution that sprayed the weapon refiner's face on the spot, and a lot of the splashed original liquid dripped into other furnaces. Boom. 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 The so-called bloody case caused by a furnace happened. 10 furnaces exploded in succession. Some had single Dao patterns, some had double Dao patterns, and some had triple Dao patterns. Instantly, a celestial being let out a terrifying wail, "You grandma's bear, my red gold furnace." Many people were drenched in the face, and the weapon refiners who were also very angry could not help but be stunned when they heard the words, "Red gold furnace." They turned their heads in shock, but saw that one of the furnaces that exploded had a red gold color coming out of it, with a brilliant glow on it. As the furnace exploded, it began to dim and lose color, turning into golden gold. Gone. At least one furnace of materials worth 100,000 red gold coins were wasted. Dao pattern metal is different from real metal. Once the tank is smashed, the Dao pattern inside will be destroyed due to instability, and it will transform from red gold to gold. Although the color is just a little different, the former is a treasure, and the latter is not even as good as a stone. This is red yellow powder. Suddenly, the pupils of an experienced weapon refiner shrank violently, and he instantly noticed the abnormality of the raw materials in the furnace that exploded first. There was a foreign substance in the ancient bronze, which could not be seen at ordinary times. It would only appear after being subjected to high temperature and mana. It was a thing that was completely banned by the weapon refinery workshop for refining ancient bronze. Damn it. On the spot, many weapon refiners' faces became extremely ugly, especially the one in the celestial fairy stage, whose eyes were red enough to kill people. A furnace of red gold was completely wasted. He had worked hard for several years to earn his income, not to mention that the most important thing was that the order he had finally begged for was gone, and his evaluation would inevitably drop. He was obviously about to get out of non-European and European markets, but it was really a plague that the heavenly calamity had entered his heart. Check. A cold voice sounded. After the explosion, the personnel in charge of safety management in the weapon refinery workshop arrived immediately and quickly determined that the reason for the explosion was that the ancient bronze was mixed with red-yellow powder. Report. This furnace of ancient bronze comes from the 5 room 7375 to 7379 during the day today. After inspection, there are no problems with room 75, 77, 78, and 79. Only the ancient bronze in room 75 contains a large amount of red-yellow powder, which is a huge amount. The ancient bronze should be refined entirely through the red-yellow powder. Who is the user? Yang Jian, a newcomer, first time to the weapon refining workshop. Where is he? According to the registered information, he should be living in room 13 of the 10th ring Yazi. Law enforcement team, listen to the order. Issue a wanted order. Arrest directly, put on dragonwood shackles, and kill on the spot if you dare to resist. The immortal with bloodshot eyes jumped up, and a light flashed on his body. He changed into a set of clothes on the spot. It was the law enforcement disciple uniform of the weapon refining workshop. I will go in person. The immortal was inexplicably sad, and his heart was bleeding. Can he afford to pay for a waste material in the Jiandan period? He couldn't afford it. If he couldn't afford it, how could he be willing not to kill this thief? The person who gave the order frowned slightly, but said nothing. After all, the other party was unlucky. He died in the affected area, and had no time to protect himself. Finally, why would a waste material in the Jiandan period do such a thing? It is not an isolated case. It happened many times a long time ago. The ancient copper collected in the workshop will not be used for refining tools. Some will be sent to refine ancient copper coins for sale. The other party's purpose is probably the same. If it is sent to refine coins, the temperature will not be so high. It will be enough to reach the melting point. There will be no other metals mixed in, and there is basically no possibility of explosion. If luck is good, the score on the evaluation list will undoubtedly be greatly improved. Thinking of this, the man's eyes could not help but reveal a trace of murderous intent. This kind of trickery is extremely bad and unforgivable. If the immortal does not go, the other party will not live long. He will be hung up and shown to the public, killing chickens and monkeys. After determining the direction, the immortal jumped up, with murderous aura rushing to the sky, and rushed directly to the outside of the 10 rings, where room 13 of the character Yi is located. It was hard to say polite words. He felt that there was someone in room 13, a Jiandan, and the immortal was furious. Although he had to pay for breaking the house, he would pay for it. Why did he care about that? Mother slave, die. Chapter 477 Unparalleled Combat Power. The killing intent exploded, alarming many people. It is no small matter to take action directly in Jishan City. First of all, Jishan City itself has restrictions. Once a situation occurs, the formation will react immediately and suppress the person who takes action. Then the law enforcement team of Jishan City will rush over at the first time. If there is no legitimate reason, the party who takes action first will be very miserable. This is not something that can be solved by compensation. According to the situation, if there is no death, you will be killed. If there is a death, your 3 generations will be traced back and all of them will be used as a warning. Are you kidding? Jishan City is a major source of income for GGO. The biggest reason why it can attract so many people to live here is that it is absolutely safe here. Even the lives of mortals are equivalent to those of cultivators. Even if it is a Zhuangsun, if a mortal is killed, it is not a matter of money, but a life. Therefore, unless there is a deep hatred, no one will do anything for revenge. After all, the other party doesn't want his life. What can you do? Otherwise, no one will take action. If you really want to take action, go to the challenge platform. Many people flew out at the first time, intending to take a look at the situation. When they saw that it was the law enforcement disciples who took action, many people's pupils shrank, and they stopped walking directly, not wanting to cause trouble. Of course, they did not leave, but instead were curious, and guessed that it was that guy who actually provoked the law enforcement team to take action. Is he stubborn? In Jishin City, the law enforcement team rarely takes action. Once they take action, there is basically only one result. Sensing the huge movement, senior brother Huang, who was waiting in the workshop, also came out. He had been waiting, and finally got the scene he wanted. No, it should be said that it was better than he imagined. That guy's dead. There is not even a 1 in 10,000 chance. Not to mention that the one who took action was a celestial being, and the one who was framed was only a golden elixir. Even if he had the ability to save his life, he would not survive, and there was no room for explanation. As for why, the reason is very simple. Under normal circumstances in Jishin City, the only ones who can take action and will not be suppressed by the formation are the law enforcement team. The celestial being who took action happened to be that. Once a guy named Yang Jian resisted, the formation would react immediately and suppress him directly. There is no reason at all, no reason to talk about. Senior brother Huang exhaled a breath. It was done. The matter was over. I thought that with this lesson, the bastard should become more careful and learn a lesson. However, in the short term, he still locked his refining capacity and suppressed it to 1,000 pounds. He didn't think about becoming his disciple for the time being. He had to temper his temper. In the villa of more than 1,000 square meters, Lee Su's pupils suddenly shrank as soon as he lay down, and he looked up. Attack. Moreover, this level is still the realm of the immortal? What's going on? Feeling the murderous intent in the attack, Lee Su didn't have time to think about it. His eyes were fixed, and there was a sword in his eyes. Clang. With the sound of the sword, the hard sword burst out and turned into a sword wheel, which contained a trace of the sword intent of the immortal, directly cutting through the roof and rushing up to the sky. With a sound, the palm of the immortal's hand was cut in half on the spot. The sword wheel did not stop, but went up and slashed directly at the immortal. The immortal, who was originally full of anger and murderous intent, was startled and his face suddenly changed. Terrible. The murderous intent inside was extremely shocking. Before the sword wheel arrived, the sword intent had already made his scalp numb and his heart cold. This blow was fatal. Turtle spirit protects the body. With a loud shout, the immortal sacrificed his own defensive life definition magic weapon without hesitation. In an instant, a green light emerged, and a huge turtle shell rushed out from between his eyebrows, bursting with a bright green light, directly covering him. Ang. The moment the green turtle appeared, it looked up to the sky and let out a huge roar, and 7 Taoist patterns on its body shone. The head was in the sky, and the 4 corners stepped on the ground. The rolling earth energy was absorbed by it, and integrated into itself. The 5 element of earth energy turned into veins, and intertwined on it, forming an indestructible armor. The process seemed to take a long time, but it was actually formed in an instant. And almost at the moment when the immortal sacrificed the defense, Lee Su's sword wheel also arrived. Clang. With a loud bang, the hard sword slashed heavily on the body of the green turtle. The terrible impact exploded instantly, forming a huge shockwave, which directly shook the entire 700-story mountain and river. Blocked. But the immortal's face did not look relaxed, but became more and more terrifying. Cold sweat fell, and his face was pale. Because the defense, that should have been unshakable by the 10 fire immortals, was cut into a huge crack by the terrible sword wheel. Not only that, the sword wheel did not stop, but continued to advance. The sound of cracking continued to ring. The life-saving divine weapon that was sacrificed and refined was cracking a little bit. How is it possible? His pupils could not help shrinking, and the anger inside was completely gone, and the rest was all unbelievable shock. This is the 7-pattern divine weapon. He spent more than 10 years to successfully refine the top-level life-saving artifact. Someone once offered 1 million red gold, but he didn't sell it. Now, a sword light from a giant and period is actually going to cut his divine weapon into pieces. Stop it. His heart was bleeding, but he was even more afraid. The sword put too much pressure on him. Although he was hiding in the protection, he could still feel the piercing cold. The sword light seemed to hang on his flesh and bones. Once he broke through, he would really die, killed by a sword wheel. The shadow of the heavenly palace exploded. At this moment, the immortal tried his best and directly called out the palace in the sea of consciousness. It was a 9-story palace, which was his foundation and the symbol of his realm. 9 fire celestial immortal. Immortal power. Huge immortal power burst out, madly injected into the tortoise shell, desperate to explode and resist. Boom. 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 Impact. Continuous explosion. The falling sword wheel burst out with an extremely astonishing power. It was obviously only mana, but the strength was not much weaker than the immortal power, and the huge vibration and roar more than 10 times per second was even more terrifying, filling people's hearts and shocking their souls. 10 fires. No, more than 10 fires. For a moment, everyone who was originally planning to watch the fun could not help but gasp, shocked by the sword light. Above the myth. The gods on the other side? Which great sect's disciples? Why are they in Jishan City? On the battlefield, the celestial being who took action was even more shocked. He was pressed by the terrible sword wheel and retreated madly. The law enforcement disciples of the weapon refining workshop who dared to come a step later were also extremely shocked. The leader, the one who officially ordered the arrest of Lee Su, had his pupils twitching wildly. He thought it was a little bug who stole chickens and dogs, but it turned out to be a terrifying big-tailed wolf. However, if you dare to come to Jishan City to make trouble, what about the myth? Here, you have to lie down, and the tiger has to lie down. Everyone listen to the order. Form a formation. There was an angry shout, without any hesitation, which was related to the face of Jishan City. No matter who the other party was, they had to be suppressed. Let's not talk about whether to kill or not. At least give him an extremely profound lesson. Above the myth, it belongs to the other shore. Even the Zhuangzi has no right to decide the life and death of the other party. Only the Daluo has the qualification. In an instant, the team of 10 people shook their magic power at the same time and sacrificed the golden elixir. 10 fires, 10 fires, all of them are 10 fires. Unlike the immortals who refine weapons, they are the real law enforcement disciples of Jishan City, and they are among the ranks of the Cheyenne Duo. And the leader is even more so. As the leader of the law enforcement team, he is not only 10 fires, but also the heavenly fairy realm of 10 fires. His eyebrows lit up, and the heavenly palace rose into the sky. In an instant, a huge palace appeared directly above his head. Unlike the 9 fire immortals, terrible fluctuations were erupting. The immortal powered tsunami of 10 times per second far exceeded the power of the mana tsunami. For a time, the breath of the golden elixir pressing the immortal on the other side was submerged. The entire 730th floor was covered by the immortal power of the captain of the law enforcement team, forming an absolute domain unique to immortals. Immortal power pressure. The effect type is the same as dragon power, which belongs to the unique pressure of the immortal realm. In this realm, all Daoyun will not be able to move freely, unless they are also in the realm of heavenly immortals. Otherwise it is almost equivalent to absolute suppression, and they can no longer borrow any power from the heaven and earth. Little 10 absolute array, rise. He raised his hand, and invited 10 Jinden to suppress the 10 directions above, below, left and right. With him as the center, a large array was manifested to suppress everything. Boom. As his words fell, a terrible killing array was directly formed on the sky, pressing directly towards room 13. In the room, he chopped off the sneak attacking heavenly immortal with a sword. He wanted to go out to see what was going on, but he didn't expect that the next second, the grand pressure fell, getting more and more intense, with terrible murderous intent filling his body. Still coming? He frowned slightly. What's going on? He didn't even give me a chance to speak. Do you think I'm made of mud? He was a little angry. Lee Su's pupils began to flow with the stars in the sky, and the diameter of the 108 stars shone. Yuking Daoguo waved his hand and invited, and Pangu Bana vibrated gently, integrating into the power of the universe. He jumped up and rushed out directly. He really wanted to see who dared to kill him in Jishan City. Although the status and privileges of Jigyo Daozi were discounted, it was not that anyone could touch him. Those who could touch him were related to Jigyo's face. Flying out of the room, looking at the big formation falling head on in the void, Lee Su did not hesitate to attack. He punched directly at the terrible formation. One punch was an extremely huge star. In 2 breaths, he punched a full 10 times. The terrible star rushed up and hit the terrible formation head on. Boom. 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 The space was cracking. The formation was vibrating. The formation, which was filled with strangling power like the power of heaven, was deeply stopped by Lee Su's punches. It was squeezed and collided by the huge stars, unable to sink, and vibrated continuously. Heart soared. Lee Su took a breath, and the attack was ignored. His pupils spit out terrifying sword light, and the shanking Daoguo in his brow held the sword, slashing wildly with sword after sword. Dozens of sword wheels were directly slashed from the brow, forming sword lights that could break the sky. Round after round of flying, slashing at the small 10 absolute formation. Clang, clang, clang. The sword wheel that easily slashed the 9 fire celestial immortals exploded, and dozens of sword wheels directly cut into the formation from all directions. With a harsh sound, they actually cut into it, exploding amazing sparks. There is no doubt that both sides are pregnant with destructive power. However, it is obvious that the stars and sword wheels are too terrifying, and the power bred in them is completely unimaginable. 110 fire celestial immortal, 10 fire golden cores formed a small 10 absolute formation, and they couldn't suppress it. They were pushed up by them, and cut open little by little. His face changed, and changed again. The captain of the law enforcement team was a little shocked at this moment. The corners of his mouth were bleeding. The opponent's terrible power kept passing through the formation. He actually broke through the defense of the small 10 absolute formation. What's wrong with his magic power? Why is it so strong? The nature is even more terrible, with the burning of fire, the continuous flow of water, the richness of wood, the sharpness of gold, and the thickness of earth. His own immortal power cannot be suppressed, and he needs to use all his strength to wear it out. In terms of consumption, he is even greater. The combat power is too strong, beyond imagination. Although I have always known that it will be terrible above the myth, there is a record of beheading the immortal, and it is the 10 fire immortal, but I have only heard about it, and have never seen it with my own eyes. Usually, such a genius is undoubtedly the treasure of the big sect, holding it in the hands, and in the mouth. Except for the 10,000-year war, it is almost impossible to see them go down and fight. There was no such thing before the GGO, but there were many people in other big sects. Which genius is this, running to the GGO to kick the scene? Instantly, his own Daozi, who also possessed the fighting power of the other shore, emerged in his mind. Unfortunately, he was not here, but in the central region. Otherwise, how could he allow you to be so rampant? He did not know what Lee Su looked like. The fee was too expensive. He planned to wait for the recording to be broadcast later. It would take about a month, and there were still a few days left. Asterisk can't hold it back. Feeling the violent vibration of the small 10 absolute formation, the specifications of the myth were too high, and too beyond imagination. He alone, plus 10 fire golden pills, could not hold it back. Not only was he shocked, but at this moment, everyone on the 730th floor was extremely shocked. Especially Brother Huang, who personally created this scene, was really pale at this moment, and his soul was about to fly away in fear. Above the myth. It turned out to be above the myth. What a joke. What a joke. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. But, it was obviously just. He was extremely terrified, sweating all over, his heart and gallbladder were broken, and his soul was out of his body. It's just looking for something. What are you going to look for? At this moment, an extremely cold voice sounded. There was someone besides senior brother Huang who looked at him with extremely cold eyes. Senior brother Huang was stunned, and couldn't help turning his head. When he saw the person in front of him, his eyes were directly scattered, and his gallbladder exploded on the spot. He sat down on the ground with his mouth opening, and closing up and down, making a sound of breathing. Long, zang, Leo. It's a good thing that you are a Taoist disciple of GGO, otherwise the reputation of GGO for thousands of years would be ruined. The middle-aged man's eyes were very cold and full of murderous intent. He was just distracted for a while, but he actually got into such a big mess. A mere workshop manager actually created such a thing. If the person who was robbed and killed was a disciple of another sect, today's incident, not to mention the person who did it, he would probably have to bear the consequences. No, in fact, he couldn't bear it now. Just now, Adalo sent a voice message and ordered him. Zhang Mingzhuo, what the hell are you doing? Why was the disciple of GGO attacked in Jishan City? And he is also wanted. Do you still want to do it? If you want to die, tell me in advance. How about I personally send you off? He was in retreat and almost went crazy. Zhang Mingzhuo came out immediately, and he couldn't sit still. The one who yelled at him was not someone else, but his father. It was definitely the first time that he was so angry. When he arrived at the scene, he was really furious. A bastard framed him, and the law enforcement team also violated the rules and took action without waiting for the wanted order to be confirmed. However, above the myth, looking at Li Su, who was like the bright moon shining on the world in the night sky, Zhang Mingzhuo couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his scalp was numb. That was the mythical disciple of GGO! Exclamation mark. Although there was a shock through the video before, when he arrived at the scene, he realized how big the gap between the scene and the video was, and the shock was too strong. Jinden, fighting an immortal, is like fighting his son. With this fighting power, he will most likely be killed by the opponent, even if he suppresses his realm. When he becomes an immortal, when he ascends to the heavenly immortal, what kind of glory will burst out on the battlefield of 10,000 years? Suppressing the culprit directly, Zhang Mingzhuo jumped up and flew directly to the battlefield. Asterisk 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 at this moment, on the battlefield, the captain of the law enforcement team, who relied on the small 10 absolute formation to barely resist, was already spitting blood. The 10 fire golden elixirs were even more tragic. The terrible vibrations penetrated layer by layer, piercing their flesh, shaking their golden elixirs, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and their foundations were torn apart. On the other hand, the opponent not far away was obviously just a golden elixir, surrounded by stars guarding, with endless sword wheels, terrible golden elixir bursting out supreme flames, and that tsunami of mana intensified. It seemed like a godlike figure, suppressing the soul. Looking up, the extreme 10 fire heavenly immortal spoke. Although it was embarrassing, very, very embarrassing, but there was no way. Just relying on a few of them was not enough. Far from enough. This is no longer a normal situation. Entering the inhuman realm, it is already incomprehensible. The magic power is stronger than the immortal power. Who is at a higher level? Disciple Beihua, follow the laws and regulations of Jishan City to suppress the cholera. Please open the Dharma Protector array to suppress them. Li Su, who was about to break the array, was stunned. The other party, from GGO? Why? Is he a lunatic? However, before he could make any move, a voice sounded directly, responding in an extremely cold manner. No. Beihua was stunned. No? Why no? Moreover, the voice seemed to come from behind him. He couldn't help but look back immediately. Not only him, but everyone couldn't help but look at the place where the voice came from. Why not? The next second, most people were stunned. Recognize the person. Zhang Mingzhuo, a Zhuangxin of GGO, and not an ordinary 10 fire Zhuangxin, but an extreme 10 fire Zhuangxin, is the managing elder of Jishan City. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhang Mingzhuo waved his hand to break the small 10 absolutes formation, flew directly in front of Li Su, raised his hands, and clasped his fists. His pupils stained with respect, bowed deeply to Li Su, and slowly said under the incredulous eyes of the crowd, Elder Jishan City, Zhang Mingzhuo, meet the Taoist. The few words, like thunder, hit everyone. Hiss. A breath of cold air was sucked back, and the 730 floors of air were almost sucked dry. The 9 fire celestials, the 10 fire celestials, a group of golden elixirs, and countless spectators all widened their eyes at the same time, revealing an expression of disbelief. This, the Taoist of my GGO? This, the Taoist of GGO? Chapter 478 being targeted. A manager of a weapon refining workshop swapped the names of Li Su and his brother's house bullets. Hearing this ridiculous reason, no one could laugh at this moment. The law enforcement team was collectively punished, including the law enforcement elders. They deducted 100 years of salary and worked for nothing without pay. This punishment sounds nothing, but the law enforcement hall was filled with wailing all night. The elders. As a healthy GGO disciple, what's the difference between deducting his money and killing him? The elders were like this, not to mention the law enforcement disciples who took direct action this time. They were deprived of their law enforcement disciple status and demoted to formal disciples, entry, formal, inner door, and true teaching. The time and cost required for each stage of promotion can be imagined. Not only that, they were also burdened with hard labor. All people, ranging from 3 to 10 years, are among the punishments. The entire law enforcement hall was not only educated, but also ordered to rectify. Half of the income for the next 5 years was deducted. Almost every day, there would be new wailing, which would ring for several hours. Everyone who attacked Lee Soo was like this, so the culprit of everything was naturally tragic. He and his brother were beheaded and put on display. The owner of the weapon refinery was questioned. When the Dallo came out, his face was dark. He directly rectified the entire weapon refinery. Although it was a human error, it was undoubtedly a management loophole that was exploited. As for Lee Soo, the party involved, he received compensation, and all the fines were transferred to him. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking to see more than 7 million merit points. It can be said that he got rich overnight. Facing this result, Lee Soo was undoubtedly very happy. This time, it was definitely the easiest one. In that kind of battle, he didn't sweat a drop. At most, he stretched his muscles. Just like that, he transferred 7 million merit points and a full dimensional pocket. The Huang family's things were all in it, including the things of the Huang senior brother who was beheaded and put on display. For a moment, Lee Soo couldn't help but feel that such a frame-up could actually happen several times. Unfortunately, GGO obviously couldn't let such a thing happen a second time. The punishment of the law enforcement team and the weapon refining workshop quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys. Before dawn, everyone on the first floor of Jishin City knew about it. All the organizations showed a trace of surprise on their faces. This kind of management flaws all exist. Usually no one feels so bold, but what if? Rectification must be rectified. In addition, Lee Soo's photo was also spread in Jishin City. Remember, this is a disciple of GGO, be careful. All the families and sects, especially the ancestors of the families who are not disciples of GGO, but live in Jishin City, personally warned, and their own dandy eyes lit up. You can't afford to offend this person. If you provoke, cut off your own head. One person, holding down a 10 fire celestial immortal and a 9 fire celestial immortal, was beaten by a 10 fire golden pill, and in turn beat them so hard that they vomited red from their mouths, and their foundations of Taoism were shaken. Looking at the law enforcement disciples who were dragged to the square for public display with blood flowing from their 7 orifices, the ancestors of each family couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and their faces changed again and again. Some of them were Zhuangsun, and they were also very frightened and terrified. Indeed, Jinden could not threaten Zhuangsun, the gap was too big. But the other party might break through at any time and achieve the realm of immortals, and once they break through, the gap between Zhuangsun and Jinden will be infinitely narrowed. Don't think that the one being beaten is Xiangsun now, maybe they will be beaten tomorrow. The ancestors are like this, let alone the people below. After a while of chaos, Jishin City finally returned to peace. His room was also changed from room 13 of the 10 rings Yuzi to room 15 of the 10 rings Yuzi. Originally, Zhuangsun was going to change his room and go directly to the 1000th floor. After all, he was a disciple of GGO, and he really shouldn't live here. Although he felt a little sorry for the money, he still gritted his teeth and paid as compensation. Lee Soo directly refused. After all, for his personal behavior, he also received unimaginable compensation. Let a Zhuangsun pay for it, and it was a Zhuangsun of GGO, so forget it. If the other party couldn't figure it out one day and came to shoot from behind, it would be really hard to guard against. The next day, he got up early. Lee Soo went out and prepared to start the next stage, the refining of bright silver. Walking along the way, it was almost the same as yesterday, but Lee Soo could feel the gazes, which were shocking, admiring, longing, and moist. Feeling the last emotion, Lee Soo couldn't help but pause and almost turned back. However, he gritted his teeth and took his steps firmly. With unimaginable perseverance, he entered the weapon refining workshop. The person leading the way was still the same person as yesterday. At this moment, his rigid face was no longer indifferent, and there was a trace of horror in his pupils. The people in the weapon refining workshop were undoubtedly the most deeply touched. The two heads with eyes wide open were still hanging outside the door. Their wide open mouths and frozen expressions undoubtedly told the horror of this incident. They were exterminated. That's right, it wasn't just the two of them who died, but all the people in the clan were killed. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey. In order to let everyone understand what the price of doing such a thing would be, GGO showed no mercy. Except for those in swaddling clothes, or those who have formed their own thoughts were killed without turning over. Cutting the grass must be rooted out. Think of the ancient GGO boss who captured the 12 golden immortals with his own hands. The heavenly palace was cut down, but he didn't kill them. When he looked back, 3 of the bosses were suppressed, 1 had his skull opened, and 1 turned into blood. It was really a bloody lesson. Even if there were babies left in swaddling clothes, they would be sent to a safer place, reduced to mortals, grow up normally, give birth to offspring, and not be allowed to practice for 9 generations, and use time to eliminate all causes and effects. For a while, the workshop disciples were both frightened and shocked. Master Yang Jian, the ancient bronze you refined yesterday has been specially verified. The purity exceeds 99%. The ancient bronze level has reached the maximum limit, and we have begun to refine the bright silver. Because this aspect is directly related to the evaluation list, we can only move forward step by step, and no one can violate it. Lee Soo-deo was not surprised. There is no way to compromise on things that are linked to interests in GGO. Don't you see that all the privileges of his status as a Taoist son have been replaced by a beating? Nodding, Lee Soo walked in directly. In the refinery, there is indeed one more kind of mine, the bright silver mine. Compared with the ancient copper mine, the bright silver content is lower and the impurities are more. 100 kilograms of bright silver mine contains less than 5 teals. Not only is it more troublesome to refine, but the efficiency will also be slower. Lee Soo got started directly and quickly began to extract the bright silver mine. After about half a day, he left. Tomorrow, he should be able to touch the red gold, and then start refining tools and build a reputation bit by bit. As for refining medicine, he thought about it, and chose to give up. Although he mastered the best medicine for refining medicine, the power of yin and yang, the effect of the pills he refined, would undoubtedly be very explosive, but an obvious problem was that he had no pill formula. After all, Lee Soo did not get the Taking Dao Tang from the Taking chapter, but only comprehended it through the Taking Thunder method, and comprehended the Yin and Yang chapter in the Taking chapter. Just like that, 2 whole days passed. With the handing in of 97 red gold, Lee Soo's results came out. Not good enough. 100 bronze, 99 bright silver, plus 97 red gold. Lee Soo has graduated from the art of refining. He was awarded the title of Weapon Apprentice. He directly bought a lot of bronze. After adding black iron and bright silver, he returned to his house and began to think about making his first weapon. Using his own thoughts as a hammer and his magic power as fire, he did not use the shanking casting method. The materials are not suitable and cannot withstand it unless it is like his own true dragon sword, which uses red gold, plus the ultimate celestial fairy, or even precious materials above the Zuan level. Even if it is the true dragon sword, the materials are very poor. So far, it can be considered to have barely withstood it. The earthly evil Dao pattern should basically be its limit, and it is not perfect. Asterisk 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 how is the situation? No response. Probably he didn't go to see it. The Huang family has a lot of property, and those things should be relatively secret, unless they are slowly found one by one. At this point, the other party did not continue, but a trace of it was undoubtedly very simple. Not to mention the valuables of the great sects, they probably wouldn't even think of taking a second look at the entire property of the Huang family. What should we do next? If we keep going like this, something will go wrong sooner or later. Lee Su is a disciple of Jijiro, with extraordinary skills and unparalleled fighting power. They also watched that battle, and felt a lot of palpitations and chills. Secret surveillance is not a big deal in the short term, but now there are more eyes on him, and after a long time, they will definitely feel something wrong. Damn it. Why did they choose such a bastard? How could such a thing happen, when they just gave the things to him? Someone said angrily, his eyes cold and uncertain. If they changed someone, they would have plenty of ways to change it, but the person who got the things was a disciple of Jijiro, that other sure god. How could they get it back? For a while, the atmosphere became more and more solemn. Someone said directly, how about sending someone to find him directly? He can't use the Huang family's things, and approaching him in the name of helping him deal with things. This kind of thing is not uncommon in Jijiro. Several people were startled, and couldn't help but stop. Try it first. What if it doesn't work? No, then do it. That thing must not be exposed. It may be extraordinary above the myth. In a head-on battle, we may not be able to kill him if we all go up. But it is easy to dodge an open knife, but it is hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. There are many cases where the top geniuses in the myth world are suddenly killed, right? Several people couldn't help but be shocked, and they didn't speak for a while, thinking, if possible, they don't want to fight against the Taoist of Jijiro, but if the thing falls into the hands of the other party, they must get it back. If they can't get it back, it's not just as simple as they will die, it will also affect the original plan, which is the most terrifying. Compared with death, they are more afraid of living a life worse than death. Prepare for both hands. One person will contact it. If he can get it back successfully, that would be the best, and the mission can continue. The other two will go to get the black mud of the fallen immortal and the soul-destroying sand. If the negotiation fails, just do it directly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, Selling Swords. After almost a week, Lee Su hammered away and made 10 3-lined longswords. With black iron as the shell, he forged bright silver into it to form a unique spiritual vein. The transmission of spiritual energy is extremely high, almost the same as the longsword forged with bronze. However, in terms of the sharpness of the longsword itself, basically one sword can cut a gap in the bronze one. If the same position collides, at most 3 swords can cut the other side. Although it is a magic weapon, it is undoubtedly the top one. After finishing, Lee Su went out and went directly to the exchange. He threw the 10 long swords he made on it, wrote down the function, marked the price, and left directly. It shouldn't be sold quickly. He marked the price very expensively, 10 red gold per sword. With black iron plus a little bright silver, the cost is undoubtedly incredibly low, and the material value is about 10,000 to 1. Lee Su didn't feel much about this price, because the 10 long swords were tiered prices. The first one only cost 10 red gold, and the rest were all 100, and it was not a selling price, but a bidding price. After all, what he sells is technology. Although it is only a 3-patterned long sword, what is bred in it far exceeds 3 patterns, and is almost comparable to 4 patterns. The long sword itself was forged by Lee Su, and a pattern was made. It is not a Dao pattern, but a sword pattern. This kind of pattern, described in terms of game skills, is probably equivalent to swordsmanship +1. As long as the swordsmanship does not surpass him, whether it is Chinden or foundation building, there will be a bonus when practicing swordsmanship while holding the sword. There is a trace of sword intent from him, Lee Su. Very little. But for this, 100 red golds, not much, not expensive at all. Lee Su is not bragging. In the field of single round sword intent, even in the Dalo realm, there are not many people who can beat him. His swordsmanship can be said to be taught by the saint of Jijiro, step by step, with the highest sword intent Zukes and sword. Now it's just waiting for fermentation. As long as the first one is sold, the rest will naturally come naturally. Next, he had to settle down. The stability of the inner river was faster than he had imagined. Less than a week after coming here, the frequency of vibrations was getting lower and lower, and the river became more and more stable. In about a week, it should be completely stable. When the situation is good, the next step can be directly started, and the Dao fruit can be achieved. When Li Su chose to retreat, the long sword he put up caused a lot of commotion. The main reason was that the price was very expensive, so expensive that it was earth-shattering. 10 red golds, you can imagine how much shock it caused when it appeared on the exchange. Or 3 patterned magic weapon, even the most expensive work of master of refining, is only 1 red gold, and the expensive thing is not the technology, but the addition of about 1 gram of red gold, which increases the speed of mana transmission by about 0.5 seconds. Of course, don't look at this mere 0.5. For a magic weapon, it can basically be said to be a transformation. Weapons are an extension of the human body. The faster the mana is transmitted, the faster the magic weapon can burst out with its maximum power. Needless to say, under normal circumstances, if you are in a hurry to fight, this 0.5 second improvement is almost equivalent to being able to burst out all the power in less than 1 second. The difference is so big that you can imagine it. Bronze itself is not hard, and it is easy to be damaged without the protection of mana. Especially under the same texture, one has it, and the other does not. There is a high probability that the latter will be cut off by the former with a sword. Being attacked by surprise, and having the magic weapon in your hand, cut off by a sword, is a fatal result for those who are still building their foundation, or have just built their foundation. Therefore, the price of a red gold was just collected. What about Li Su's longsword? Not to mention the direct 10 times price, the material is also clearly written, black iron, bright silver. Not to mention the disadvantage of black iron not transmitting the spiritual energy itself. These two things, the material alone may not be enough for a bright silver. The ratio of bronze to bright silver is 10,000 to 1, and the ratio of bright silver to red gold is 100 to 1. It is equivalent to 1 red gold and 1 million bronze. Throwing out the value of raw materials of less than 10,000 bronzes, the other party sold it for a shocking value of 9.99 million. What is that concept? In an instant, it became the topic of the entire exchange and attracted countless people to talk about it. Are you crazy about money? Someone couldn't help but whispered. Shh, shh, you want to die. Someone hurriedly stopped him. There was no ridicule, sneer, or scolding. The works of the weapon refiners are all marked, and the name will appear directly in the introduction of the refined magic weapon. I raised my head and glanced at the introduction above. Author's name, Yang Jian. Author's identity, Gigio Daozi. Author's realm, mythical golden pill. Refining evaluation, refining apprentice. Even if there are 100,000 slots in my heart that I want to spit, no one dared to say a word at this moment. That is a genius, a super genius, and he will definitely reach the top of Tai and Daluo in the future. No matter what purpose he has in marking such a price, few people dare to ridicule him at this moment. How much it sells is his business, and cursing is your own business. Cultivation is causally related. People can't hear or see it now, but when they reach the Daluo and Saint realms, the concept is completely different. Maybe they met outside, and the other party would sense it after a glance. There is an example. There was such a situation before. A Daluo suddenly slapped a celestial being not far away to death, and his entire family was killed. As for the reason, hundreds of years ago, he scolded him, not only him, but also his entire family, especially his softest and most missed mother, who was insulted by the other party with his mouth no less than 10 times. The Daluo who practiced cause and effect felt it the moment he saw it. The 4 words misfortune comes from the mouth were best explained because of this incident. This tells everyone that in the world of cultivating immortals, you must not be mean, or you will get into trouble and affect your entire family and clan. In an instant, the entire exchange was silent. Can't afford to provoke. Can't afford to provoke. I won't mention the identity of the Gigio Daozi, because that realm is too scary. Although he didn't say it, what he thought in his heart was another matter. Seeing the price that Li Su had marked, countless people cursed in their hearts. Jishan City is not the territory of other major sects. Daozi's foot binding cloth which he has worn for 100 years, can be said to be fragrant, and the fragrance is so strange that people can't stop. Want money? Crazy, right? Old gayo, you shouldn't agree, you shouldn't agree. The other party is so deliberately provocative, it's obvious that he has something to rely on. I heard that the other party's surname Lu has been getting closer recently. It's obvious that he is deliberately provoking you, wanting you to go to the challenge stage and take the opportunity to kill you. Now that you have agreed, you have completely fallen into the trap that the surname Lu prepared for you. It is clear that the Talisman Apprentice assessment will be held soon. You originally had high expectations for your performance and occupied one of the 3 places. The Foundation Building exchange is divided into mortals, Foundation Building, and Golden Elixir levels according to the realm. People in a lower realm can go to a higher realm, but people in a higher realm cannot take the initiative to go to a lower realm to avoid unexpected situations. Just like Tang Seng and his 3 disciples going to the west, it is easy to have a car accident. If a sneeze hits, a large number of mortals will be wiped out on the other side. In Journey to the West, you can use your connections to go to the underworld to get people back, but there is no such saying in the mythology world. The man called Leo Gao heard this and smiled bitterly. He was less than 30 years old, but he looked as vicissitudes as a 50-year-old loser, and was extremely depressed. Yes, I shouldn't agree. He himself is not in the combat sequence, but a backward auxiliary. He is not good at fighting at all. Although he is already in the Foundation Building realm, his combat power is not as strong as a dog. The challenging party is different. He is a serious combat monk with rich combat experience. But sometimes, some things can't be passed by others just by saying, be patient, be patient. Monks practice and cultivate their minds. If the thoughts are not clear, something will happen. Shaking his head, Leo Gao said nothing and looked at the things on the exchange directly. He had already agreed and signed. Now he was in a dilemma and had to go. He took out his savings and prepared to buy some things. Although he was not good at fighting, it was not to say that he did not understand fighting at all. Although he was not a rune apprentice, he had actually tried to refine it and succeeded. The only troublesome thing now was the protective treasure. He did not want to fight the opponent directly. He prepared to buy some treasures to give him time to cast the talisman. However, it was obvious that the price of defensive magic weapons was very high, more than double that of offensive magic weapons of the same level. Not to mention the large amount of materials used, it was also more difficult and needed to add some rare quality things. After looking around, even the cheapest 3-patterned magic weapon cost several red gold. Although he could afford it, the problem was that the 3-patterned magic weapon was not very meaningful and could not provide full body defense. At most, it could only protect the power off button, which was useless to him. Damn, or 3-patterned sword made of black iron and bright silver is actually sold for 10 red gold? Even if you are a disciple of GGO, you can't do this. You are crazy about money, right? The other person who helped to find the defensive magic weapon couldn't help but say, knowing that it was too late to comfort him. On the side, Leo Gao was stunned for a moment. 10 red gold, 3 patterns? Is it a sword? Not a weapon. Not a protective gear? Leo Gao couldn't help but look at the 3-patterned magic weapon category, the long sword at the top, which is more expensive than the weapon made of red gold. Why is it so expensive? Let's not talk about the identity for the time being. This is the territory of GGO. The identity of a disciple will not be sought after. The core values are completely different. Leo Gao couldn't help but look at the introduction. Such a price, placed here, is undoubtedly equivalent to gossiping and making people uncomfortable. Name, 3-patterned sword. Features, excellent mana conductivity, higher sharpness than bronze, and has the effect of improving the holder's swordsmanship. Improve the effect of swordsmanship. On the side, another person said in a low voice, but the voice was full of sarcasm. The word was used very classically. Can weapons improve the holder's swordsmanship ability? He was also an old man in the exchange. It was the first time he saw such an attribute in more than 20 years. Leo Gao didn't say anything, but his eyes were very clear. If he didn't believe it, he wouldn't listen. His eyes suddenly paused, and the whole person stopped in place. So beautiful. Looking at the picture of the 3-pattern sword, the Taoist patterns flowing on the sword body did not look like they were forged after birth. Instead, they looked like innate patterns. One by one, they were extremely reasonable and natural. In a trance, Leo Gao seemed to see someone dancing with a sword, and the supreme truth was born in the swordsmanship. Soon, Leo Gao woke up, and there was a touch of horror in the depths of his pupils. Is this Tao? Although as a rune apprentice, his level is very low, but his talent is really good. Otherwise it would be impossible for the surname Lu to feel pressure and want to get rid of him. Leo Gao is the kind of person who has poor practice but good understanding. In fact, his family was not rich, and they barely survived in Jishan City. Because his father's generation had a disciple of Jijiro, who had died, he also received some treatment and barely survived in this extremely expensive city. Therefore, although he did not build his foundation until he was 30 years old and his cultivation foundation was not good, he walked step by step to build his foundation, which showed his comprehension. Now that he has come into contact with runes, he has made very fast progress. Before he became a rune apprentice, he has successfully refined runes. In some storybooks, he is definitely a late bloomer. Therefore, he was born with an extremely sensitive sense of Dao patterns, and immediately discovered the extraordinariness of this sword and the magic in it. Looking down, Leo Gao's body couldn't help but tremble. This sword really has the ability to improve people's swordsmanship. Moreover, he couldn't help but look at the author's name and introduction. Jijio Daozi, mythical golden elixir. In his mind, a figure couldn't help but emerge, the godlike figure of Yaran who suppressed the Jijio law enforcement team's Zhao Shiju formation and almost killed Jiu Ho Xiangxin with a sword. The huge stars surrounding him, and the huge sword wheel that seemed to be able to cut everything. Is it attached to the sword of Daozi? If so, this sword, let alone red gold, is not expensive, even if it is 100, 1000, 10,000, no, 100,000, 1 million. The sword intent above the myth is priceless. Thinking of this, Leo Gao couldn't help but take a breath. There is still 1 week before he goes on the challenge. Without hesitation, Leo Gao directly reached out, clicked to select, and then bought it. With a slight ding sound, the savings accumulated in 5 years were deducted all at once. The next second, a flash of light appeared in front of him, and a 3-pattern sword with smooth lines, like the texture of the avenue, appeared in front of Leo Gao. As Leo Gao moved, the person next to him couldn't help but say, "Leo Gao, you." Grabbing the sword, as his own magic power was integrated, the strange light in Leo Gao's pupils kept flowing. This sword, this sword, this sword. Maybe it is a magic weapon, but in fact, except that it cannot be stored in the body, it is a magic weapon, a real magic weapon. He couldn't help but look up and look at the 3-pattern sword. If possible, let his friends buy one. However, when he looked at it again, he found that its nature had changed. 100 red gold, the starting price. The auction duration is 1 month. Sure enough, Lord Daozi himself knew the value of this sword. The first person to buy the sword was lucky and appreciated. If you can understand my sword, then I will give you the opportunity and help you open the way. Leo Gao smiled, held up the long sword very solemnly, and then put it into his storage bag and said, "Let's go, Leo Zhao, go back." "Ah, it's okay. With the sword given by Daozi, it's enough." Daozi's sword. The other party was stunned again. Is this sword called this name? Leo Gao didn't speak, and the gloom on his face was swept away, replaced by an incomparable light. That's right, this is not buying a sword, but giving a sword. Master Daozi, in a week, your sword will undoubtedly cause a sensation again, and this time, it will be completely different. Everyone will be extremely proud of getting your sword, and those who can't buy it will be extremely envious. Asterisk 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 at the same time, on the 730th floor, Li Su frowned slightly and looked at the guy who came to the door very suddenly. The other party was very respectful and expressed his intention directly. In order to compensate Li Su for the things of the Huang family, he was willing to help Li Su take care of and sell them, and charge 1,000th of the fee. Occupation, similar to the scalper in the previous life. Unexpectedly, there is such a profession in Jishan City. Li Su has no opinion on this. He scanned the things of the Huang family with his spiritual sense, and there were no valuables in it. If it is really valuable, it is probably only the culprit. His dimensional pocket. No, it is called a storage bag in the myth world, and there is a very strange thing in it. If it weren't for his strong spiritual perception and the 5 senses of spiritual sense, he might have missed it. Of course, I don't know if it is expensive or not, but it is really evil. A statue, not quite human, obviously without any spiritual energy, but it made the people who looked at it feel uncomfortable. The material was also very strange, and it was impossible to tell what it was made of. Not only that, there were also supporting offerings inside. Such a statue and such a set of offerings surprised Lee Su. Was this a belief in evil gods? Without thinking too much, he asked the other party how to help deal with it, and directly signed a contract. After handing the storage bag containing the Huang family's things to the other party, Lee Su turned back to the house. He ignored the strange statue for the time being, and everything would be dealt with after the completion of the Enlightenment. Of course, even if there was a problem, he did not intend to get involved himself, and directly handed it over to the GGO to let them deal with it themselves. Asterisk 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 how is it? Did you get it? I got it. The Huang family's things are all in it. Good morning. Fortunately, it was not discovered. Soon, several people quickly searched. Not long after, a smile appeared on their faces, and the faces of several people with a relaxed color changed, becoming extremely ugly. No, the things are not in it. Damn it, where is the thing? Where is the thing? Could it be that the law enforcement team found it? Impossible. If they found it, Jishan City would have been under martial law long ago, and Aluo, or even the saints of GGO, would have directly taken action and locked it with cause and effect. But why is it not there? In an instant, several people thought of a possibility. The law enforcement team couldn't find it because the thing was introverted and difficult to detect. It could only be found if it was activated or searched one by one. It cannot be measured by common sense above mythology. The other party should not know what it is, otherwise it would not be so calm. But, there is no doubt that the thing they least wanted to happen happened. There is really not much time left for them. Although this thing is not activated, nothing can be seen, and it is covered by cause and effect, so it cannot be detected. But once the other party takes this thing to explore and find the answer, it will not be long before it is discovered. Damn it, what should I do? What else can I do? Wait for them to come back and do it directly. It's just right. We can hand it over. It's our chance. Several people looked at each other with a heavy face and said nothing. However, it was obvious that deep in his pupils, there was murderous intent. Extremely cold murderous intent. Chapter 480 Daoz's Sword. A week passed quickly. Lee Su's inner river was completely calm. As the river became stable, his body began to vibrate. In fact, the inner river had the same ability as the golden elixir. It was a core that transformed extraordinary particles into mana. With this widening, it was not very obvious when it was not stable, but as the inner river became completely stable, it became completely different. A large number of extraordinary particles were absorbed by it, and they were extracted madly. The speed at which extraordinary particles were transformed into their own mana was increasing, madly increasing. Danshan, Kidangshan, a large amount of mana was extracted by the inner river and rushed in. Vortex. The air was trembling, and the inner river was swallowing everything, wanting to swallow up all the extraordinary particles around Lee Su. The whole person seemed to have turned into an extremely huge black hole, and the influence instantly spread out of the room where he was, and was about to rush out. Not good. Lee Su's face slightly changed, and the underworld floated directly. A large amount of extraordinary particles burst out from under his feet and actively rushed towards his inner river. Boom. 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 Like thunder, the inner long river was erupting madly. It was like an endless huge river, absorbing all the extraordinary particles, flowing along the long river, changing, and finally turning into mana. Support. So supportive. Unprecedented sense of overflow. His Danshan and 7 caves were not only filled with energy, but also expanded directly, compacted, and pressed in continuously. Half an hour, 2 hours. There is no doubt that, unexpectedly, after the inner Long River stabilized, such an amazing transformation would occur. Pressing in, constantly pressing in, Lee Su couldn't help but groan, feeling that his Danshan caves were about to split and were about to be crushed by the terrifying amount of mana. Buzz, 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 trembling and oscillating. Again and again, Danshan caves were expanding, being forcibly pressed by the huge mana, widening themselves. The widening of the Long River still had the effect of improving Danshan caves. This was undoubtedly something Lee Su had not expected, and he was quite caught off guard. I had planned to achieve enlightenment after settling down, but now it seems that the benefits of entering the world fragment for the first time in the realm of supernatural powers have not yet been reflected. The power of the mana is increasing and increasing. Lee Su, who already has a huge amount of mana, at this moment, with the continuous expansion of Danshan and Angsu, his own mana power has ushered in an astonishing improvement. It had already reached an astonishing 20,000 years, and as the inner Long River continued to squeeze, it began to break through 30,000 and went straight to 40,000. Finally, after a whole morning, the intake and discharge of the Long River slowed down. To be precise, it is not slow, but the inner Long River itself can also accommodate mana, because Danshan and Angsu can no longer bear it, and all the extra mana is left in the Long River. Finally, until the entire inner Long River was filled, Lee Su's head began to vibrate visibly, and terrible waves extended out, affecting reality and rewriting the scenery. A huge Long River was presented, transformed into an external realm, surrounding Lee Su. It rumbled, and terrible mana poured down, merging into a lake, and forming a sea. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cave is ringing, the Dao fruit is ringing. In the huge ocean around Lee Su, rounds of vast stars began to rise, 7 in total, beautiful and deadly. It was a vision, a wonder, and the power generated by Lee Su's practice of the highest saints so far. His Dao magic power, because the Long River overflowed, along with the fluctuations of magic power, reflected in reality and was manifested. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 7 stars are shining, each of them is constantly vibrating. There is light falling. Red, the light of life fire. Gray, the light of the soul. Black and white, the light of taking. Nothingness, the light of yuking. Red, the light of shanking. Gold, the light of Zunti. Glazed, the light of Jian. In an instant, layer, and layer. Lee Su's aura is rising. Each layer of light is extremely extraordinary, with sacredness attached to it, which can enhance his power. Just like the 15 fire golden pills, it is a leap, a transformation, and a transcendence. But the golden pill seemed to feel it as well. It began to vibrate, began to glow, and rang unwillingly in the Tanzhang acupoint, forming a terrible thunder. That tsunami of mana exploded. The wonders of the golden pill appeared in reality. The 15 fire colors were like torches, lighting up the night and illuminating the sky. One was fire, the other was light. At this moment, they shone on each other, rendering each other, and turned into a magnificent wonder, like the vast starry sky outside the sky, colorful, dazzling, magical, and even more terrifying. The dual foundations, in resonance, seemed to be deduced to the extreme, and the depths of the sea of consciousness vibrated again. The huge palace deep in the sea was vibrating, wanting to emerge from the deep sea, walk out of Lee Su's heart, reach the other side of reality, completely transcend, and enter the next realm, the realm of immortals. The Zhuanghuang Tower also shook at almost the same time. Stars appeared one after another on the huge tower, forming an extremely large sea of stars. They flowed along the height of the Zhuanghuang Tower, slowly falling down, pressing on the entire sea of consciousness, preventing the palace below from rising and appearing. It's not enough. It's not finished yet. There is still one step away from becoming a Taoist. The Taoist fruit needs to go through its own inner Long River, go up along the river, and at the same time, go to the tributary of the world Long River to the main road, and finally jump in, reach the other side, and transcend and achieve there. It was not until the afternoon, when the sun was setting. The breakthrough brought by the stability of the Long River finally stabilized, and all the breath was condensed into the body by Lee Su as much as possible. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su's pupils couldn't help showing a shocked look. His magic power has increased by more than doubled, reaching nearly 50,000. No, the simple number has lost its meaning at this moment. If you have to say it, it should be said that his magic power at this moment is comparable to that of an immortal, and the number is equivalent to 3, no, about 5, 10 fire immortals. The power of immortals, in the mythological world, is measured in wheels. 10 fire celestial immortals, almost 100 rounds. Lee Su has nearly 500 rounds. It is undoubtedly the number that only Zhuangzi can have. Even in the same myth, it is absolutely impossible to reach this level. However, even so, he still has not broken through, and is still staying where he is, preparing for the next task. At this moment, it is impossible to imagine what Lee Su will reach after he completes the Tao. Taoism is not just about going up. With continuous breakthroughs, every 3 feet will have another qualitative change, the qualitative change of mana, and the transformation to immortal power. When reaching the end, the more powerful the transformation of mana is, the more terrifying his immortal power will become. After becoming an immortal, feeling his own situation, Lee Su couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Once he becomes an immortal, he doesn't need to do any precipitation. He can go directly to the entrance, kill the group of monsters, kill Dang Liang, dare to break the bell, and rewrite the result of the war between humans and monsters in the Black Domain. Not long. When Lee Su broke through here, on the other side. Dual field. Life and death arena. Because of its own special rules, Jishan City can only come here if you want to decide the winner by life and death. There are many matches today, a total of 15, and 12 have been played, from mortals to foundation building. There is also a foundation building warm-up, and then the biggest highlight of this duel is the battle between the Golden Elixir and the Celestial Immortal. Although the foundation building warm-up is not interesting, the duel between 2 weak chickens naturally cannot arouse any atmosphere. However, there are still many people. The main problem is the charging mechanism of the life and death arena. Whether you start from the first game or the last game, the ticket price is the same. It will not be free, because you missed the previous ones. This week, there are 2 good fights, between the Golden Elixir and the Golden Elixir, and between the Celestial Immortals. Naturally, there are many people who buy tickets. As of now, hundreds of thousands of tickets have been sold. Fighting, even if it is a fight between chickens, once it involves life and death, there is always something to watch. It is not worth watching, whether the fighting process is classic or bloody. Not only that, every life and death fight has an opening. Even if the battle is boring, you can still place a bet, based on the odds, given by the duel field. If there is an upset, the ticket money for 100 or 80 years can be recovered. Therefore, even if it is a battle between foundation builders, there are still many people on the scene, and people are constantly coming. After all, the 2 most exciting battles are about to begin. Golden Elixir is already rare, and Celestial Immortals are even more so. The atmosphere on the scene is very lively, mainly betting. As the host introduces, a handicap is opened, and most people begin to analyze. There is nothing to talk about the result of the battle. The guy surnamed Gaya will definitely die. This guy is just a logistics staff. He also relies on resources to cultivate. He has not fought many times. As for the other person, it is different. He has been on the life and death arena 3 times. There are also many records in the challenge field. The winning rate is about 50. In the foundation building realm, he is considered a little red. The challenge field is very fair. The higher the winning rate, the stronger the opponent. Being able to maintain a 50% winning rate and a high number of matches is quite amazing in the foundation building. Unless you can break the mirror at that level, the fight is basically a 50-50 chance. Many times, victory does not rely on strength, but on the collision of wisdom and the competition of combat consciousness. So far, there are very few people who are always victorious in the challenge arena. Even the 10 fire golden core at the golden core level has a high number of failures, unless you reach the limit of the realm, such as the extreme foundation building, the extreme 10 fires, and your understanding of the Tao and the understanding of combat skills have reached a new height, far exceeding the same level. It is possible. Well, I've gone a little far. Back to the life and death arena. The 2 participants walked out. One was a big man with a very strong breath and a hint of irritability. Obviously, he broke through not long ago, without breaking the mirror, but went to a higher level, from the foundation building to the great perfection, that is, the limit. A smile appeared on his face, a grin. Looking at the guy on the opposite side who agreed to fight to the death, because of his provocation. Half of the reward has been received. As long as he kills the person in front of him, the remaining half will be in his hands. He will also break through the foundation building realm that has been stuck for several years, enter the surface layer of the golden elixir, and escape from the sequence of ants. Unlucky guy. Who can he offend? He offended the young master of the Lu family. He personally gave him a great opportunity and was his benefactor. Unfortunately, the young master of the Lu family was very angry and didn't want the other party to go too fast and die peacefully. This time, the young master of the Lu family is expected to make a lot of money. After all, the strength of the two sides in a life and death fight is usually not too different, otherwise only a fool would agree. This time was completely unexpected. I didn't expect the other party to be so uncalm and couldn't hold back his anger. Otherwise, this disproportionate battle would basically not happen. Reaching out, he gently pressed the long knife in his hand, his eyes flashing with cold light. Although he was ready to kill, he didn't dare to be careless. This kind of life and death battle is most likely to have accidents. For his own life, it's not strange to prepare anything. If you are careless, you may also lose your life. Cut off the limbs first, then break the golden elixir, and wait until the opponent completely loses the power to resist, then slowly kill him. Leo Gao. On the ring, the person who was with Leo Gao who bought Li Su's long sword in the trading field not long ago, clenched his fists tightly at this moment, with worry and confusion in his eyes. In the past few days, the opponent stayed at home every day, and did not show up. Today he finally came out, but his expression was very strange. Not only did his aura become more majestic, but more importantly, his eyes were full of confidence. Leo Zhao, if you trust me, I will win, and crush the opponent, and make a surprise. Ming Ming spent all his wealth to buy only the sword made by Daozi, and he didn't know what Leo Gao was thinking. Since the first sword was bought, Jishan City has undoubtedly exploded. The price is 100 red gold, which is still the starting price. Even if he didn't say anything, you can imagine what he thinks in his heart. Daozi of GGO is crazy about money. Where does he get the confidence to bid such a terrible price? And it's still in the form of bidding? Wait for it to fail. There is absolutely no fool who will buy it. The first person who bought it was undoubtedly a super fool. Of course, there were also rumors that the person who bought it was actually Daozi himself. He was marketing it, seducing people's interest, and being curious about the weapon, so they couldn't help but take a picture. Such routines are not uncommon in Jishan City, not at all. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, looking at the odds that appeared in the token. Leo Zhao was silent for a moment, and then directly chose to buy it. Leo Gao won, a big win. 3 red golds. This is undoubtedly his entire fortune. If he loses, he will basically eat dirt for the next 1 or 2 years. But he didn't hesitate. If Leo Gao really lost and died, these 3 red golds would be used as a funeral, a tomb sacrifice for his playmate since childhood. After waiting for a while, as the odds stopped buying, the host flew up, and in the eyes of everyone, he waved lightly and said lightly, "Start." The moment the words fell, the people sent by the young master of the Lu family moved on the duel field. In an instant, he turned into wind. Although he was only at the foundation building stage, he was quite extraordinary and lived up to his own record. He instantly appeared in front of Leo Gao, swaying in the breeze and splitting into 3. Then the long sword came out, one after another. In an instant, 9 swords were chopped out. 3 figures, a total of 27 swords. The sword light was like rain, and in just a moment, Leo Gao was covered in it. He was undoubtedly a good player. With just one move, he showed his extraordinary experience. In the realm of foundation building, there are not many people who can block this move. Real sword and fake sword, real people and fake people. In a sense, the alternation can already be regarded as a sure killing technique. Even if it is said that Leo Gao is not good at fighting, the other party is not careless, because those who are careless will die. Facing the knife of the newcomer, Leo Gao was unusually calm, very calm. He gently pinched the 3-pattern sword made by Lee Su, which he spent all his wealth to buy. No, the sword given by Daozi. In an instant, a figure floated in his pupils, and the sword intent sprouted. Clang. With a slight sound, Leo Gao drew his sword. The shocking sound of the sword exploded in the void, and the terrifying sword intent gathered. The sword light flashed, and the knife light extinguished. The man with the sword flew in blood, and the long sword made of 3 patterns of ancient bronze in his hand was shattered by the sword. His body was even more affected by the sword intent, and dozens or hundreds of gaps appeared all over his body, turning him into a bloody man. Ah! The man let out a huge wail. Obviously this was a scene that was not in his picture book. How could this be impossible? Falling to the ground, the man's pupils widened, his face full of disbelief and unbelievable. He was not dead, he was still alive, barely alive. A talisman floated out and cracked, and a piece of wooden armor fell down and cracked. That was his magic weapon, a defensive magic weapon. With just one sword, the opponent not only split his long sword mixed with a trace of red gold, but also cut off his 2 protective magic weapons, and severely injured him. Not only was he shocked, but also tens of thousands of people on the duel stage who didn't want to come to the duel stage and bought tickets to watch the live broadcast at home could not help but open their eyes wide. This sword is amazing. Not to mention the same realm, the giant on stage felt a hint of threat. If they didn't defend in advance, they would be seriously injured by that sword. How is it possible? How can this guy have such an amazing sword move? Question mark? In the duel arena, even if the foundation is built to the limit and invincible, in the eyes of the giant on stage cultivators, it is just so-so. Breaking through the realm and killing the enemy is not something that everyone can do. That sword. There was a celestial being shaking and couldn't help but clenching his fist. It was not the sword holder who was powerful, but the sword. Leo Gao did not pursue. At this moment, he held the long sword in his hand and said lightly, "Strange, why did you lose? Will you die in the hands of someone like me who is not good at fighting?" The voice was so loud that it almost spread throughout the entire venue. In fact, countless people were puzzled at this moment, and they were all curious. Why did Leo Gao win? Especially the sword intent that transcended the realm, which was completely incomprehensible. The magic power was injected into the long sword little by little, and Leo Gao released the 3-pattern sword in his hand. In the eyes of the people who were extremely shocked, the 3-pattern sword stood in the void and flew. Impossible. Countless people couldn't help but shout. Flying is a function that only 4-pattern magic weapons have. I believe that everyone is familiar with this sword, including you. That's right, it was made by the Taoist of Jijio, the unparalleled genius, the mythical Jiandan, and it was the first sword sold at the exchange for 10 red golds. Leo Gao's pupils were intertwined with burning excitement and excitement. He said like a dream, "A week ago, I was desperate, extremely desperate, and I couldn't see a way out. At that time, I saw this extremely expensive 3-pattern sword. Lord Daozi named it this way, but I personally prefer to call it the sword given by Daozi. This sword not only has the ability to cut off any bronze weapon within 3 patterns, but also has the ability to cut off any bronze weapon within 3 patterns. The sword has the ability to control weapons and armor, and also has the effect of controlling the sword on the surface of magic weapons, as well as the ability to self-absorb extraordinary particles to enhance the holder's attack. The most important thing is that the sword carries a trace of the unparalleled sword intention of Daozi. Just as the introduction on the exchange, it can bless the holder's swordsmanship. No, it's not right to say blessing. A week ago, I had never practiced swordsmanship, but a week later, because I kept using mana in my mind to gain insights, I got into swordsmanship. After the words fell, Leo Gao's pupils flashed with cold light. Although it was very little, there was no doubt that it contained the same sword intention. Boom. The words were like thunder, directly shaking the entire duel field. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking at Leo Gao standing on the life and death arena in disbelief, their mouths wide open, and their souls were shaking. Can it bless the holder's swordsmanship? Can it teach the holder to get started with swordsmanship? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Feeling the shock of the people around him, Leogao raised his head and said loudly, "I guarantee it with my own head. There is not a trace of lie in the above words. I say it out of gratitude. I'm grateful to Lord Daozi for buying this sword for only 10 red golds. Under normal circumstances, what if it costs thousands or tens of thousands of golds? Can it be bought? No. Therefore, I named this sword Daozi's sword. It is not me who bought it, but Lord Daozi gave it to me." After that, Leogao looked at his opponent whose pupils began to lose color, and whose breathing gradually became lighter. "Rest in peace. If it were not for the short time and I could not fight against you, you would not be qualified to die under the weapon forged by Lord Daozi." The opponent was stunned for a moment, and the terrible sword could not help but emerge in his mind. Then he showed a tragic smile on his face, with incomparable jealousy and unwillingness. "Haha, ha ha ha, your luck is really damn good. I'm unwilling. Why is it not me who bought the sword?" Boom. The life and death arena shook, and shook thoroughly. Almost immediately, countless people took out their life cards. Immediately, bid. Master Daozi's sword, buy it immediately, quickly, at any price. Array of sword intent, got, array of sword intent above the myth. Damn it, I'm so stupid as a pig. What did I miss? Countless people screamed and wailed. Not to mention the 3-pattern sword. No, the sword given by Daozi itself. Just that ray of sword intent is a priceless treasure. A treasure that cannot be exchanged for 1,000 gold. It has been hanging for a whole week, but I didn't take any action. A huge pie. A pie with no future troubles. But I didn't eat it. Damn it. After no one cared about it, and complained about it for a whole week, the 3-pattern sword that Li Su hung on the exchange changed. The bidding price, 5,000, 8,000, 10,000, 50,000. Crazy. While wailing, everyone kept raising the price crazily. Bidding, must bid. It's worth it, even if it means losing everything. This is not only a magic weapon for attacking and killing, but also a divine artifact for inheritance. As long as the sword will is not extinguished, it can be passed down from generation to generation, and the family will continue to have sword cultivators. That is a sword cultivator. The first killing profession in the world. Chapter 481. Amazing selling price. Li Su didn't know what happened in the duel field. He finally finished his promotion, and started on his way. Ugh, no, it was Daogo who entered the inner Long River, and started to set off to the new world. Of course, it was not smooth. Li Su widened the Heshu River to a great extent, which was very amazing. So that the flow of the river water inside was beyond imagination. To describe it, hundreds of millions of cubic meters of water rushed down every second. As soon as he entered the Jiachi River, the Daogos were almost overturned by the oncoming river water, and sank into the river. The water pressure was very high. If his Daogo was not strong enough and the stability of the inner Long River gave the cave heaven greater power to expand, he might have really overturned. He stabilized his steps, and began to move forward naturally. Obviously, his foundation was extremely strong, but when he started on the road, he found that the water in the world's Long River was really terrible. The water that poured down was extremely amazing. It was not just a large amount. There were mysterious substances in it that could penetrate the avenue. The 7 Dao fruits that were on the road together were pierced by the substance almost instantly, and there were huge problems with their structures, as if they were about to be destroyed. Faced with this result, every time he advanced an inch or so, he had to stop and take a breath, allowing the Dao fruits to resist continuously on the spot and adapt to this attack. Fortunately, his foundation was too solid and too strong. The Dao fruits themselves were formed by the Supreme, and each avenue was connected to the Supreme, and led to the Holy Land. Compared with the difficulties that others could not overcome, the difficulties leading to the World River were almost baptisms for Li Su. Sublimation, further excavation, and increased strength. Mana was changing, and it was a very amazing change. The flowing golden light became more and more obvious, and Dao patterns began to flow inside, and there were scenes floating in it. I could feel it. I really could feel it. I was walking on a vast and boundless avenue. Flesh, soul, and sea of consciousness were all affected, and suffered a huge impact. The mysterious substance in the world river was passing through Li Su's Dao fruit and flying out of his 7 caves. This is an incredible benefit, which contains supreme benefits. Every bit of the overflow of mysterious substances is absorbed by the 3, raising their own upper limit and laying the foundation for becoming an immortal. Along with the situation in the cave, his golden elixir foundation is also ringing. The horror of the double Dao base was completely presented at this moment. The 15 fires were ignited and burning. Special substances also appeared from the flames, and together with the substances that escaped from the cave, they merged into Li Su's body, soul, and sea of consciousness. Most of these substances were absorbed by the sea of consciousness and precipitated into the deep sea bed. Thinking of the symbol of the immortal realm, the heavenly palace. They are like knives, constantly falling, carving, and writing. It has become more real and more majestic for the heavenly palace, which already needs the treasure Zhuanghuang Tower to suppress it. Its mass is increasing, and its volume is also increasing. After a long breath, Li Su couldn't help but move his body. With a crackling sound, there was light in his pupils and the avenue was flowing. Becoming a road is very unusual, not just as simple as improvement. It is still digging deeper, constantly excavating, improving Li Su's understanding and feeling of Tao. Feeling in his heart, Li Su couldn't help but stretch out his hand. Above, the stars are shining, and the starlight is flowing. That is the galaxy body refining art. Originally, 180 stars should be its limit in the Golden Core realm, but at this moment, Li Su actually saw a new path, and it can be expanded, continue to go down, and can reach and accept more stars. The added stars are not many. There is only one. But at this moment, it is so different and beyond imagination. It is right under Li Su's feet. Heavy, huge, and magnificent. It is the mythical world, the part that was once broken in the prehistoric land, which was sensed and captured by him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A star is taking shape, vibrating, and appearing in Li Su's body. In an instant, 180 stars are pulled, and huge changes have occurred. Their own laws have undergone unprecedented changes, forming a system. A huge galaxy swirling around the mythical star core. The scene of the sea of stars, the image of the galaxy. It was not just the Xing body refining art, but also the heaven severing hand. Under Li Su's gaze, the core of the golden core intercepting method was captured by him, and its principles and its Dao were obtained and mastered by Li Su. The 108 cyclones and stars were all external. Li Su saw the Dao hidden deep inside, grasped it, and understood it. His eyes could not help but tremble, and his pupils were full of strange colors. At this moment, he understood the true power and essence of the so-called heaven-severing hand. The cyclones and strange phenomena on the palm disappeared and were replaced by a deeper and more terrifying surface. Dao Fa Shen Tong. He raised his hand and grasped the void. In an instant, in the distance ahead, a large area of Dao Rime disappeared, and the root of the law was cut off and destroyed. This is the essence, truth, and core of the heaven-severing hand. The golden core intercepting method, the heavenly immortal intercepting things, the mysterious immortal intercepting souls, and the Dalwo intercepting Dao. Their roots all serve one word, allowing practitioners to master the invisible Dao through tangible Dao. Intercept Dao. As long as the understanding of the great Dao is deep enough, the golden elixir should be able to intercept all the laws. The immortals can intercept all things, the mysterious immortals can intercept all chaos, and the Dalwo can intercept all the Dao. The law is not the key, interception is a core. Li Su let out a big breath, a little tired. A simple hand consumes a lot of energy. With his understanding at this moment, the heaven-cutting hand entered a new field and underwent a huge transformation, becoming a killer. Once used, even if the immortals are not proficient in the great Dao, they may be intercepted by him. It is the ultimate power, involving the origin of the great Dao. Unfortunately, the hard sword is a bit lame. Unlike the difficult to practice galaxy refining body art, it is only a top grade immortal method, the highest reaching Dalwo. Although it was created by a genius, it was not able to involve the supreme and enter the saint realm. Although there are some regrets, Li Su is not dissatisfied. The great Dao is hard to find. With the 7 Saint Dao fruits, the galaxy refining body art and the heaven cutting hand can be so improved. For him, it is undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Moreover, no matter how other Deo methods were improved, Lee Su's foundation was still his Deo fruit, which was the 7 Saints Supreme that he practiced. It was already enough. The power of the 7 Saints was also transforming, and a terrible killer mace was evolving. 1 foot of heaven. Breakthrough. Very fast, but also very slow. Very fast, because it usually takes 10 years to achieve Deo, and it is not surprising that the time doubles for each foot. He did not even take an hour, which was already very fast, beyond imagination, showing a superworldly foundation. Very slow, because Lee Su felt that his foundation was supreme, reaching an unprecedented level and height, but he was still stranded. The strength of the world river was unexpected and beyond imagination, forcing him to stay, stop, adapt, absorb, strengthen, and get on the road. Judging from the current situation, maybe when the gambling war begins, he may not be able to walk all the 9 feet of heaven. However, it doesn't matter, as long as he can still make progress, it's fine. This difficulty, for him, is not a level that he cannot move forward, but can only be regarded as a scene on the road. It is not bad to stay and watch it. In essence, it is still consolidating the foundation and improving the road. This kind of scenery, in this world, only Lee Su can see and enjoy it. Double foundation, double pillars, a supreme road that has never been seen before, and there is a high probability that there will be no successors. I don't know if the 3-pattern sword I refined has been sold. The practice has come to an end. Next, I just need to calm down and wait, and then go on the road again, until I reach the top. Lee Su blinked his eyes and couldn't help but shift his attention to thinking about the weapons he refined. As long as the first one is sold, the rest should not be a problem. He undoubtedly has considerable confidence in the weapons he forged. The magic weapon that breeds a ray of his sword intent is undoubtedly a treasure for mortals who build their foundations. It can help people understand the sword, and it can be sold for thousands or tens of thousands. Of course, the premise is that the first one is sold, and the benefits are exposed. There should be someone who knows the goods, right? After a while, Lee Su was a little uncertain. He took out his life card and prepared to take a look. Although the price would definitely not drop, he still had some expectations, hoping that someone would recognize the goods. Deo's sword, the remaining number 9, in the auction. Lee Su couldn't help but be stunned. The first sword seemed to be sold. But what the hell is Deo's sword? After all, it is just the lowest level of magic weapon. He named it casually, directly named it the 3-line sword. It's not that he doesn't want to show off, but it's really too low. He didn't have the nerve to give it a middle school name like Laku, crazy and cool. However, when he saw the auction price, Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his eyes. The second sword, the final transaction price, 500 red gold. The third sword, the final transaction price, 2,500 red gold. The seventh sword, the final transaction price, 1,562,500 red gold. WTF. Are these guys crazy? 1,700,000 red gold? Who is this? Does this person have a mine at home? Although the sword being auctioned was made by Lee Su himself, he couldn't help but complain. The forger himself complained. Obviously he was confident in his sword, but he still overlooked some things. The most terrifying thing. That is, his identity. He is a mythical golden elixir, a mythical god who can kill 10 fire immortals. What does his sword intention mean? Priceless treasure. For a big family, if it contains a trace of the sword of the GGO Daozi, let alone millions, even if it is tens of millions, if it can lay a terrible foundation for their descendants, it doesn't matter how much, because it will be earned back in the end, and the more it earns, the more it earns. Therefore, the transaction price of the 8th 3-pattern sword, no, the sword given by Daozi, is still terrible, starting at 1.5625 million red gold, and the transaction price directly reached an astonishing 7.8125 million red gold. When it comes to the 9th sword, the starting price is even more amazing and terrifying, starting at more than 7.8 million, and the final transaction price is a terrifying 39.0625 million. That is to say, until now, all his swords were directly auctioned off after reaching the maximum limit and the maximum number of bids. The auctions in the exchange have special rules in order to prevent malicious bidding, such as buyers lowering the price or sellers maliciously raising the price. There will be a cap on the number of bids and an upper limit on the price increase. For example, if the starting price is 100 red gold, the highest transaction price will not exceed 500% of the starting price. Of course, the exchange will evaluate the value of the item itself and set a base price, which means that, as long as it can be auctioned, it will basically not lose money. Lee Su's sword is undoubtedly too different and beyond imagination. The value itself is too low, but it was sold at an unimaginable height. Therefore, the exchange rules were triggered, and the base price was increased exponentially, constantly re-evaluating the value of the sword given by Daozi. That is to say, when a super amazing height appears, and the bidding stops, that is the maximum value of the sword he made. What is going on? It is not clear what happened. Lee Su couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Although he was happy that it was sold at a high price, it was too inexplicable. Suddenly, Lee Su's eyes moved, and he couldn't help but look outside the house. Someone is coming. It was the scalper who came to see him before, and he was approaching. Have you finished processing the things? Lee Su stood up, not knowing how many he had sold, but it didn't matter how many. His 3-pattern sword had already been sold, so he didn't need to look at it. His points should be very high, and he would have a good reputation, and would not be short of money. He came to the door in an instant, and opened it directly. Lee Su opened his mouth, and was about to say something. At this moment, the scalper raised his head, and looked at him with dark pupils. In an instant, a sense of foreboding pressed directly into Lee Su's heart. This person is not right. There is a problem. Chapter 482, One Sword and One Punch. Lee Su frowned, and his eyes were full of brilliance, forming terrible lines, as if they could see through everything and capture the truth. Huang Yu's face changed color. Although he was ready to attack the myth, he also knew that the myth was terrible, but there were some things that you would never know how terrible the scene was until you really got close to them and stood in front of them. Just being stared at by Lee Su's eyes, his soul seemed to be frozen and pierced by the other's pupils. The oppression was simply unimaginable. What kind of golden elixir was there? It reminded him of the time when Zhuangxin looked directly at him. However, everything had already been involved. There was no turning back. That thing must be taken back and must not be exposed, otherwise it would cause great problems. Once the saint's eyes fell, many people would die, and several of them would also fall into a situation worse than death because of their poor performance. The existence above only cares about the results when issuing tasks, not the process. His pupils lit up, and his body began to flow with evil aura. Something was taking shape, and it wrapped the two of them in an instant. This is a special method that can pull people into another world and escape from Jishan City. It worked. With the success of the method, Huang Yu's evil face showed a smile, and then there was only Wei. His face suddenly froze because he found that his vision was shaking. While falling and rolling uncontrollably, he saw a body torn into pieces, which was split by a sharp sword and cut into hundreds of pieces, with black blood flowing inside. His thoughts were a little solidified because the broken body was too familiar, and the torn clothes were exactly the same as what he wore. Could it be that I'm dead? How is it possible? He is a celestial being, and his body and soul are immortal. Not only that, there is a terrible evil force entangled in his body, and his vitality is countless times stronger than that of ordinary celestial beings. Although he expected to be attacked and killed, he should not die so easily. His breath was annihilated, and his soul and the avenue quickly collapsed. When he found something wrong, Lee Su would not wait and took action at the first time. He took out the true dragon sword in an instant, and the immortal sword intent was attached to it. In less than a second, when the opponent's evil light was emitted, he instantly slashed the opponent's more than 1,700 swords, and each sword was pregnant with the 4 swords. From cells to souls, and then to the avenue, he destroyed the opponent in all directions. From the molecular, no, atomic level, the structural element were completely collapsed. Another progress brought him a great improvement, not in height, but in depth. The expansion of the avenue opened up his vision, allowing his power to reach deep, reaching the level that should have been only a few immortals after the immortal realm. In an instant, he killed the opponent. Lee Su frowned, and there was a hint of surprise in his pupils. His movements were undoubtedly very fast. Under the fundamental destruction, according to the opponent's method, the power should have collapsed immediately. As a result, the strange space form did not stop, and still covered him, pulling him into the other world. This is a very special space, outside the real world, the level that can only be touched by the immortal realm. It is related to the heavenly palace, and can pull people into another world to fight over there. This is not the other world of the guy who was killed by me. His heavenly palace is already together with the avenue. Not to mention that it was shattered by Lee Su just now. It is impossible for his heavenly palace to form such a place of other world. Why would the other party go to such lengths to target him in this way? There is also its evil atmosphere, which is also very wrong. The heavenly palace that was just chopped apart is also abnormal. There is no bright starlight surrounded by the avenue, but there is a sense of desolation, death, and withering. The heavenly palace is filled with a rotten smell, and the golden elixir that should have been as bright as the sun is also in tatters, like a broken old scene, a corrupted ancient painting. There are eyes. Look over here. There was a hint of coldness in Lee Su's eyes. There are people inside, more than one. This time it is a sneak attack, an ambush, and even a siege. In an instant, a picture flashed through his mind, and the strange statue without any Taoist charm appeared in his heart. Is it that thing? It was the property of the disciple surnamed Huan who framed him. Because he found something wrong, Lee Su took it out specially and planned to deal with it after a while, but did not give it to Huang Niu. In an instant, most of the truth was connected by Lee Su. Sure enough, the statue had a huge problem. Not only that, it also involved secrets and terrible truths. Otherwise, a group of celestial beings would not have risked the wrath of the top sects in the myth world to attack him. The same thing. It took less than half a second. Lee Su's eyes flashed, and he took the initiative. There is something wrong with this other side. There is grey dust in the sky, the world itself is pale, and the extraordinary particles in the air are accompanied by a smell of decay. There is a power to suppress and pollute practitioners here. For ordinary people to enter here, let alone fight, the environment itself is extremely deadly and will kill outsiders. Seeing Lee Su, the ambushers were also extremely shocked and unbelievable. Huang Niu is dead. It was completely destroyed from the root. All consciousness returned to nothingness, and the soul became useless dung. This kind of killing is terrible. Even if this space filled with the power of the gods could not be revived, it was truly completely destroyed, except for the true spirit taken away by the gods. Perhaps he would still be resurrected, but at that time everything of his previous life would have vanished. His original self would have been annihilated, and it was no longer necessary to mention who was alive. They felt cold in their hearts, and fear appeared in their pupils. It was just a golden elixir, but it actually had the power to really kill them. This was too unbelievable. They dared to take action. In addition to their confidence in success, the more important reason was that they believed that the GGODOZ could not kill them. The mythical golden elixir, their strength was not without fighting. There had been collisions and fierce fighting. The other party could not completely destroy them, and they would also be revived in the arms of the gods. Do it. Although they were afraid in their hearts, they understood at this moment that the more this was the case, the more they had to take action. The way back was cut off. Since the thing fell on the other party, he would definitely make some guesses and link the statue with this sneak attack. Great God, please shine a little residual light here and stop the flow of time. The moment Lee Su took action, those people performed an action similar to praying. Huge filth appeared on their flesh and souls, and a terrible stench flowed out. As they prayed, the breath flowing from their bodies seemed to be cast over by a ray of eyes from the dark. There was a voice in the sight, mixed with malice and evil thoughts, which directly filled the entire space. The void expanded, and extremely disgusting tentacles grew inside, as if something was about to come out of it, and spread across the world. The flow of time actually began to slow down, and the flow rate of the void kept decreasing, as if it was really going to stop. Lee Su was shocked and frightened by this scene. With a little residual light, he could actually make the space stagnate. What kind of existence is this? However, fortunately, the power that came down was not much. Although he felt a huge obstacle, he did not completely lock Lee Su. He could still move, although it was very strenuous. After all, his avenue was too fast, involved too deep, and broke too far. Even the immortals could not match him. Only the immortals could suppress him. Obviously, once the power of the immortal appeared, the jade crown on Lee Su's head would also wake up. In fact, it had begun to show streams of light, as if it had sensed something. Sure enough, there was protection. Several people were not surprised. The disciples of the great sects were all like this. They had the protection of saints. Although there were agreements between the great sects, it would be too stupid to believe in such things completely. Therefore, from the beginning, they had never thought of relying on the gods to directly ban the disciples of the G sect. This time lock was just to buy time and prepare time. Do it. With a shout, several people acted at the same time and took out something from their arms. 3 jars and 2 bottles. One was pitch black and the other was dark gray. There was an extremely ominous aura floating on them, and there were strange substances in them. Even Lee Su felt a strong threat. His eyes were deep red, and his murderous intent was ringing. In the body, the 15 fire golden pills first bloomed, and the terrifying mana tsunami exploded in diameter. There were wonders inside, including flowers, trees, mountains, and water. That was the great way of heaven and earth, and the principle of all things. This kind of scenery was very unusual. It was not a real scenery, but a Deo rhyme that had already matched his body, and was written in the manner. Boom. With a loud noise, Lee Su's solidified body moved. The stagnant time could no longer be still, because his terrifying mana ocean overflowed, and because the void could not bear it, it was cracking and forming turbulence. His pupils emitted a shocking sword intent, and the true dragon sword in his hand began to ring. Clang. With a sound, a sword light broke through the air, and flew out from his brow. Not a few, dozens, but hundreds, thousands. In each round of sword light, there was a long sword forged with red gold, which carried a trace of the sword intent of the 4 swords of Zuxan. There were 4,000 swords, with the true dragon as the core. Lee Su pointed at the sky and shouted, "Zhu Zion, come." As soon as the words fell, the sword intent was like the sea. The 4,000 auxiliary swords vibrated, and they were divided into 4 with the true dragon sword as the core, and they kept ringing. As the sword intent fluctuated, 4 projections appeared in the void. One was sharp and unparalleled. One slaughtered everything. One was red and boundless. One was infinitely variable. The supreme killing of the saint of Jijiao, although only a trace, was projected by Lee Su at this moment, and appeared in this corrupt world. Clang. The peerless sword kills the sky, kills the earth, and kills all living beings. The moment it appeared, the sword intent split the sky. With a loud bang, this corrupt other world itself let out an extremely shrill wail, which was broken by the domineering and unparalleled Zhu's iron sword intent. The sword intent fell directly, forming a grand sword formation. The phantoms of the 4 Zhu's iron swords directly spread around and completely overwhelmed the restrictions on Lee Su. In an instant, the faces of the few people who took out the things that made them not want to rest changed drastically, and their eyeballs almost jumped out. Even if it was the realm of the immortals, it undoubtedly involved the power of the gods. How did he get out of a mere golden elixir? However, there was no time to think about it. But seeing Lee Su move, he punched in the void, and a huge star appeared on his fist, turning into a sea of stars, forming a world, directly covering the few people, and tied in. Boom. With a thunderous sound, several people immediately experienced the taste of the 9 fire golden elixir that Lee Su almost killed with a sword. One punch. It hasn't exploded completely. It's just covered and affected by the power. The 6 people vomited vermilion directly, and their bodies and souls showed signs of cracks. Once compacted, the 6 of them would die, and they would be annihilated and shattered by the power of the other party, like a yellow cattle, and be completely wiped out. Thinking too simple, too simple. Above the myth, it is not something they can touch at all. Regret, fear. Several people could not help but scream, damn it, damn it, ah. With a roar of fear, the heavenly palace appeared above the heads of the 6 people, descending into reality, and resisting Lee Su's terrible attack together. Boom. As soon as they came into contact, the heavenly palace that appeared roared, and the palace shattered inch by inch. The 6 people's heads and hearts seemed to be pressed by a huge star, and the road was cracking. There were terrible particles penetrating from the cracks of the heavenly palace, and falling around them. Matter was annihilated, just like the yellow cattle that were cut into thousands by Lee Su's sword. This was a terrible force that grinded people from the atomic surface. Several people were stunned. At this moment, all the assumptions became extremely ridiculous, and all the preparations seemed so insignificant. Ants may shake trees, but how can they shake the sky? With one punch, 6 people, the highest 8 fire celestial beings, were directly crushed and chopped by the terrible star that Lee Su hit, and their souls and bodies disappeared. Not only that, this otherworldly land was vibrating. Under the impact of the stars, it could not hold on. It cracked, shattered, and disappeared. There were wailing sounds, and a figure could be seen twisting and bleeding. There was a huge palace above his head, and cracks appeared. They spread from the palace down and directly tore his body apart. A lot of black blood flowed down. The scene changed in an instant, and Lee Su returned to Jishan City. In front of him, 3 black jars and 3 grey bottles were covered by his power, and suspended in the void. They were not affected, and were kept intact. Exhaling a breath, Lee Su relaxed a lot. Looking at the things within ominous aura, what should he do next? Chapter 483 Fishing. After thinking for a few seconds, Lee Su took out his life card. The other party came to kill him directly. Although he was a little weak, his means were still quite powerful. Especially the few things in front of him. He didn't want to touch them at all. There was a familiar smell in them, and it was probably related to the evil outside the domain. Lee Su didn't think many people would be willing to join the organization composed of that kind of stuff. The guys he killed had big problems with their true spirits, and there were some missing parts. This kind of incompleteness was very fatal, which almost meant that they could never escape the control of the other party, and their souls would be enslaved by them forever. Moreover, the Huang family's things were given to him by GGO. If GGO itself had problems, this thing should be taken away directly, instead of falling into his hands and being taken away by someone. So Lee Su asked directly through the public channel. He didn't want to carry this kind of power alone, and he couldn't bear it. The best way is undoubtedly to expose it, make it completely clear to the world, hand over the statue, and let GGO deal with it. A statue with corresponding sacrificial utensils. I got it not long ago. Just now, a few people with black blood attacked me and brought me into the other world. They got 3 jars and 3 bottles to deal with me. The things in them gave people a very ominous atmosphere. The people were killed. The remaining things are a bit troublesome, and I don't want to keep them. I want to ask how to deal with them. If anyone knows, please contact me. The price is negotiable. The public channel of GGO has always been very lively, with many people chatting. As for the reason, it is naturally because it is free. It is one of the few places in GGO that does not require money. As Lee Su's words fell, the entire public channel was silent in an instant, and everyone's words disappeared. There was a calm. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. No doubt he did not expect this scene. Statue? Does it look like a human or a non-human? If you stare at it for a long time, you will have hallucinations, as if the soul has been summoned away. A voice sounded, very heavy and cold. Well, I don't know. It just feels weird. Who would stare at it? I was planning to find someone to find out the situation after a while, but I was attacked. Because the atmosphere felt very similar, I thought of it, and planned to ask about the situation. Where are you? Ji Shai and Cheng. Wait. The voice disappeared quickly. Looking at the public channel, that was still silent, Lee Su was a little stunned. However, he didn't stay stunned for long. In just a few breaths, a figure appeared in front of him. The other party's breath was terrible, very terrible. Although he was suppressing it, it still gave Lee Su a 12-point heavy feeling. The atmosphere changed because of him, and the nature changed greatly. The Tao Rhyme itself was affected. He was like a star, born with a terrible influence, which could rewrite and distort reality. This person was dressed in black, and had a hood. His face could not be seen clearly. The only thing you could see under the hood was his eyes, a pair of dark and cold eyes that made people feel cold from the bottom of their hearts. He appeared silently, and there was a huge passage behind him, with a tyrannical breath. There is no doubt that he came through space, and he broke through violently. After landing, the other party took a look at the jar and bottle in front of Lee Su and said, "Fallen immortal black mud, soul destroying sand, are there common methods? Where is the statue?" Lee Su also directly raised his hand and waved, and the statue and sacrificial utensils in the storage bag all appeared. The visitor's eyes sank, and he put all the things away without saying a word. After finishing, the other party turned around and prepared to leave. Lee Su exhaled, turned around, and prepared to go back to the house. "Aren't you curious?" The other party suddenly spoke. "Not curious." Lee Su was very direct. It's not like he hasn't seen the evil outside the domain before. He also knew that the other party was most likely his ultimate enemy, and when he achieves the Saint Realm in the future, he will face the enemy with a 99.99% chance. The remaining 0.01% is that if the other party thinks it through and does not intend to invade, or if the master and his men explode and kill the other party before Lee Su can get out of the game. Don't doubt it, the latter is very likely. Lee Su has confidence in his own saint. Therefore, at this stage, he does not want to have anything to do with this thing at all. "You are very cautious." "Yes, I'm preparing to send the video you sent to spread the things." Lee Su nodded while sending the video he just recorded to the life card. The things are not on him, and the other party should not come to attack him again. After all, he is a disciple of GGO. If it is not because of an accident that the statue fell into his hands, the other party should not appear in front of him. However, the public channel has been silent for too long. Until now, there is still no new information in it. The other party said lightly, "I'm sorry, whether it's now or just now, after you sent that message, your life card has been locked. Only I can see all the information, and no one can see the information you sent." Lee Su paused, his face condensed, and he turned back instantly. There was a terrible anger in his pupils, and the 15 fire golden pills were echoing, forming an extremely amazing mannered tsunami. In an instant, with Lee Su as the center, the reality affected by the visitor was shaken, and a full 10 meters in diameter was repelled. He said coldly, "You want to use me to fish." Reporting is to pass the blame, not to go deeper. The other party was obviously stunned for a moment, a little strange. He is not an ordinary person, or an ordinary cultivator. He is Daluo, a golden immortal, a supreme existence below the saint. Not to mention a noble status. Just talking about the realm, as the heart of the evil killing center, he is a rare existence in the realm of Daluo. Under normal circumstances, even the Zhuangzi can't remain calm in front of him, and his Tao heart will be shaken. Although he did not deliberately burst out his own momentum, as one of the few action departments in GGO, the killing mechanism, some things are undoubtedly uncontrollable, and some will always escape. However, not to mention that Lee Su was not affected by his momentum from beginning to end. This second of burst even pushed his momentum away. 10 meters, just 10 meters. But it is also amazing enough to show its uniqueness and show its strength beyond the myth. He had heard before that GGO had a new disciple who practiced the three realms technique and achieved the goal of reaching the underworld, and his good luck stepped into the myth. He did not care too much. First of all, the work is different. Secondly, this kind of good luck is not worth mentioning in his eyes. The strong can only be trained in the sea of blood in the mountain of corpses. Luck may be good occasionally, but it will never be good all the time. When the bad day comes, it is almost the day when the other party is finished. However, at this moment, it was only a short contact of more than 10 seconds, but he couldn't help laughing. Reaching the underworld, I can feel it. But it's just luck? People who have achieved luck will not have such a will. This kid, there is something wrong. However, the most interesting thing is that this boy has a big cause and effect on his head and is naturally entangled with the fate of GGO. In the words of the old bull donkey in the Buddhist sect, he should be my GGO disciple. Interesting, interesting. No wonder the master would let this boy take over the identity of GGO Daozi. This boy is quite interesting. Does he have the ancient GGO inheritance? So, he nodded and said without hiding, yes. Lee Su's eyes became colder and colder, and the sword intent and the stars kept flowing. After looking at the other party deeply, he turned around and left. He didn't say anything harsh, because no matter what he said, it was nonsense. He couldn't beat the guy in front of him, so he had to be timid for the time being. When he broke through and strengthened, "We will slowly settle the account. Daozi, don't worry." Lee Su stopped. "What else does the Lord want?" GGO Doctrine, Chapter 10. Take a look. The other party said. Lee Su was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, "The GGO Doctrine has only 9 chapters in total. Where does the 10th chapter come from?" Since he wanted to join the GGO, he naturally had to read the doctrine carefully. If he wanted to get along well in any system, he had to understand the rules. The other party said, "If it is not involved, you can't see it. If it is involved, you can see it naturally." Lee Su looked at the other party in surprise, closed his eyes, and felt the GGO Doctrine and the Fate card. GGO Doctrine, the 10th chapter. Don't say it, it really exists? Not only did it just appear, but there was also a special mark on it. Hidden chapter. Under normal circumstances, it cannot be seen, unless it is involved. There is not much content, but all the chapters are related to a sect, and that sect is called HUO. For this sect, the GGO Doctrine has only one word. Kill. GGO disciples can talk about money for anything, but they can't talk about one thing. People of HUO will be killed when they see them. There is no condition to talk about. This is the holy enemy. After reading the content quickly, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. In the mythological world, at least the GGO regards the evil outside the domain as a mortal enemy. You are a disciple of GGO, you have the right to know. Not only that, even if you are used for fishing, your safety will be guaranteed. After saying that, the other party took out the statues that had been put away and brought them to Lee Su together with the jars. These things have been sealed and will not affect you. The time for fishing is until the gambling war begins. If there is no movement from the HUO side, I will take these things away and spread the news. How about it? Listening to the other party's words, Lee Su looked at the other party unexpectedly. The other party's strength was amazing, and there was a high probability that he was a Daluo. The GGO even opened up the 10th chapter of the GGO Doctrine for his department. I didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. Obviously, nothing needs to be said. Suddenly, the coldness in Lee Su's eyes subsided a lot, and his face looked much better. Then, for the next month or so, Daozi, live a normal life. After saying that, the other party's figure flashed and disappeared. Watching the other party leave, Lee Su looked at the hot potato that was once again placed in front of him, took a deep breath, went into the house, and closed the door. Fuck. I thought that my thighs were thick enough to push the problem out, but in the end, not only did I not push the problem out, I got stuck in it. I became a worm hanging on a fish hook, attracting big fish to eat. Undoubtedly, this is very uncomfortable. Now I can only hope that the so-called disaster will not be too stupid and continue to send people to deliver it. Although the other party gave a guarantee, it is obvious that most of the witnesses who usually get such a guarantee in the movie died on the way to the court. Asterisk 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 this sword. At this moment, on the other side, in the weapon refining workshop, one of the 10 3-pattern swords made by Lee Su was here. In front of the 3-pattern sword, there stood a man. His pupils showed an incomparable brilliance, like a dream, constantly touching it with his palm, and those who didn't know would think that he was not holding a sword, but his lover. This is the skill of forging. This is the real ingenuity. Although it was just a 3-pattern sword, it was completely insignificant in front of a real strong man. For example, in his room, there are countless magic weapons. The lowest is 7 patterns, the highest reaches 9 patterns. He is undoubtedly a master of weapon refining. He must get it. This forging technique, method. He grasped the sword blade with both hands, and didn't care that his fingers were bleeding. He widened his eyes, and an extremely greedy look flowed in them. This technology should belong to him, and must belong to him. The only troublesome thing is that the owner of this technology has a very troublesome identity. He is a Taoist of GGO. How can I get it? I got it. That group of guys have been contacting him, so let's take it as a price. As for whether it will offend GGO and affect his own path, what does GGO have to do? At worst, he can change places. As a top weapon refining master, he has no shortage of places to stay. Chapter 484. The gambling war is coming. For a whole month, Lee Soo, the 9-foot sky, was almost at the 3rd foot, but nothing happened. Seeing that the 3-month period was about to end, the Millennium War was already on the agenda. This time, the war would be held on a huge island. The participants were mainly celestial beings, and all the celestial beings in the upper, middle and lower domains had to participate. This would undoubtedly be a very tragic war, with a large number of celestial beings falling in it every time, with corpses scattered all over the ground and blood flowing like a river. The elders of a sect in the lower domain, who could also be included in the core class in the middle domain, would be like mortal ants once they entered the Millennium War, and their lives were not worth mentioning, and they would be easily killed like grass. Even Jishan City could feel it. There was a solemn smell in the air. In the Millennium War, the celestial beings of almost all forces would end up, and the celestial beings of the great sects would also enter the field in the later stages. To be honest, Lee Soo was a little confused at first. Why was such a war organized? Was it just a matter of interest distribution? It shouldn't be. The interests that can really make Saints and Aluo excited in the myth world are either in the upper domain, or directly in the deeper part, close to the heaven and the underworld. On the contrary, the resources of the middle domain and the lower domain are nothing even in the eyes of the upper domain. This gap can be felt from the currency. Even though the currency in the middle domain is still mainly bronze, the main currency in the upper domain is basically red gold. For example, in Jishan City, the main currency above the 300th floor is bright silver, and when it comes to the 600th floor, it is basically red gold. In fact, the reason why bronze and bright silver still have market is mainly because there are still mortals below the 300th floor, and there are still foundation building cultivators below the 600th floor. Above the 700th floor, unless it is a family disciple, the minimum is the golden elixir stage. From this, it can be seen how terrible the resources of the upper domain are. There is really no need for the middle and lower domains to participate. In addition, Lee Soo discovered a very strange phenomenon these days. The celestial beings in Jishan City, who are not celestial beings of GGO, behave very strangely. Some of them are very flustered, and appear to be restless. But some of them are very strange. Their pupils are glowing, and their eyes are full of fire. They seem to be looking forward to the start of the Millennium War. Without exception, the difference between the above two types is that the former is weaker and the latter is generally stronger. Not only that, because of his identity as a Taoist, Lee Soo got a lot of information about the Millennium War. Although this war ultimately determines the resource allocation problem in the central region, the way of competition is very strange. It is not based on the faction, but on the number of Zhuangzi among the remaining people. Maybe someone will ask, is there anything strange about such a competition? Yes, and it is very. How strange? To put it simply, if you become a Zhuangzi through the Millennium War, no matter what you belonged to before, you have two choices. One is to join a certain faction and get the winning reward. The other is that you decide to establish a sect, then the above will allocate a territory for you until the start of the 10,000 years war, except for the hard indicator of cultivating at least two celestial beings to participate in each Millennium War. You can do whatever you want. Let's not talk about the former. Please pay attention to the latter's territory. Even if there is no sect in the central region, the higher-ups will send people down to make one for you, and you can use it at will. When seeing this, Lee Soo was a little bit surprised. In this case, how many sects are there in the central region? After all, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Under such favorable conditions, there is no reason to be someone else's subordinate, and look at the situation. At least he, Lee Soo, would do so. Then open the number chart of the number of sects in the central region. Lee Soo can tell you a number that is enough to shock you. At least his own jaw was undoubtedly shocked. 3,753. This is Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi. At the time of Journey to the West, the Monkey King was also in this realm. What an amazing and terrifying number. What kind of terrifying lineup would it be if all of them were gathered together? It can be said that the Central Region forces that Lee Su encountered along the way are not even the tip of the iceberg. Of course, most of the sects in it have very few people, and some even have only maintained 3 or 5 people for tens of thousands of years. Why 2 people? Naturally, this is to meet the hard target of the Millennium Exhibition, because at least 2 celestial immortals must be cultivated every 1,000 years, the fresh kind. At the same time, there are only 2 ways to end the Millennium War. 1. You can leave the battlefield directly if you become a Zhuangzi. The other is that the number of Zhuangzi reaches more than 10, and the war lasts for more than a year. Therefore, this war is not so much a competition between forces as it is an elimination, establishing an extremely cruel fighting environment. Just like refining goo, the fittest survive, and the losers perish. The only thing that puzzled Lee Su was how to guarantee that there would be so many Zhuangzi, and from the current number of recorded central domain Zhuangzi, at least hundreds of Zhuangzi will be born in almost every Millennium War. This number is too huge. Zhuangzi, it is not easy to break through. Unlike the Celestial Immortal, the Celestial Immortal can achieve anything with more than 3 fires. Zhuangzi is different. Even if it is said that the 6 or 7 fires of the Golden Elixir is difficult to become a Zhuangzi, the 8 fire Golden Elixir may not be 1 in 10,000, the 9 fire may not be 1 in 1,000, and even the 10 fires dare not guarantee that 1 in 100 will be born. In the Tai realm, understanding, luck, and opportunity are all indispensable. In one battle, hundreds of them were produced, as if in mass production, which was somewhat unbelievable. You have to know that by the end of the war, the immortals of the upper domain and the great sects will all be eliminated. So in fact, the number of Zhuangzi produced is far more than 3,753. In fact, more. Lee Su's eyes flickered slightly. This war was probably very unusual. There must be something in it, otherwise it would be impossible for so many Tai realms to be born in one battle. In addition to the 1,000-year war, Lee Su couldn't help but care about the problem of gambling on himself. The name of the opponent was finally known. It was called Wei Wujiang. This person was very amazing and made a big name in the upper domain. Ranked on the myth list, the 19th place in the Jiandan realm. This list is the list of the GGO. It is arranged according to the battle records of the Jiandan myths. To be honest, the first time I saw this ranking list, Lee Su broke out in a cold sweat and had a new understanding of the real top Jiandan in the myth world. The myth list is divided into 3 layers: Jiandan myth, Celestial myth, and Tai myth. There is no doubt that the combat power of the people on the list is very terrible, especially the Tai myth, which is very shocking. The strongest record among them is a bloody battle with Daluo. Not only did he not lose, but he also chased and killed the opponent in return. He exceeded tens of millions of territories and countless stars. In the end, he destroyed nearly 100 stars in the place outside the sky, beheaded the nearly immortal Daluo, and the avenue was cut off. The sky was shed with blood for 3 days, and the earth rumbled for a month, laying the foundation for his own immortal myth of the Zhuangzi realm. After that, it was the Xiangxin surface layer, beheading Tai, and some people resisted Daluo. There is no doubt that they have written unprecedented records. Invincible at the same level, killing enemies across levels, in front of the mythological genealogy, is just basic operation. Lee Su, he is naturally on the list, and is currently ranked 35th. Facing the Zhuangzi who can only play the Xiangxin realm, he fought 1 against 3, and killed 1 person and seriously injured 2 people. There is no doubt that he has written a mythological chapter. However, even so, his ranking is only in the 35th place, and he has not entered the top 20. As for the reason, of course, everyone in front has a more terrible record than him. He is only the 20th, but he has killed the ultimate 10 fire celestial immortal. Doesn't it sound like he is as powerful as Lee Su? In fact, it is not. 10 fire celestial immortal and ultimate 10 fire celestial immortal are 2 different concepts. The ultimate means the end of the road. Usually, this state only appears in the Jiandan stage, who are pursuing a breakthrough and wanting to be buried above the myth. They may not have been able to break through, but in fact they are on the road. After the advancement, the combat power will be very terrible, and the height of the immortal power is far higher than that of ordinary 10 fires, and they are invincible at the same level. Not only that, Lee Su is fighting against the suppressed Zhuangzi. They are severely restricted, and have shackles on their bodies. Although they have burst out the strength of the celestial immortal, they cannot fully exert the power of the celestial immortal. This kind of Zhuangzi has a big problem. If Lee Su hadn't fought 1 against 3, he would not have been able to shoot the 35th place, and he would have to be even lower. Of course, the ranking is just a ranking. Especially the giant and myth list, which is more based on which of their records is more dazzling, rather than the struggle between myths. The specific situation will have to wait until the 10,000 years war begins, the mythical giant's end, and the bloody battle. That is when the real winner is decided, and a new chapter of mythology is written. Who is the real myth? Only the one who kills the myth. This Wei Wujiang. His record is undoubtedly a bit outrageous. He follows the way of the sword, the road of attack and conquest that is parallel to the way of the sword. Since he was born, he has been brilliant. He understood the sword at the age of 3, cut out the sword intent at the age of 5, built the foundation at the age of 9, cut the golden elixir with the sword at the age of 12, and then he has been advancing all the way, creating one amazing record after another. He achieved the golden elixir at the age of 23, broke through the limit at the age of 30, and achieved the myth at the age of 60. Up to now, he has practiced for 765 years, and has accumulated 700 years on the road of mythology. The last record of his attack was 100 years ago, when he cut the 10 fire limit celestial beings with the sword from a few miles away, laying the foundation for the great cause of mythology, writing a new chapter, and directly ranking 19th on the golden elixir myth list. Looking at the information that GGO gave him for free, because of the gambling war, Lee Su had a headache. This is just a gambling war, there is no life and death crisis. But this opponent is too fucking pit, right? This is just a force from the upper domain. Can Dayan Palace cultivate it? You must be kidding. If the upper domain can cultivate such a mythical golden elixir, Lee Su can cut off his head and serve wine to the other party. The upper domain may occasionally have myths, but at most they can only enter the top 100 of the golden elixir mythology list. There is no upper domain in the top 50. They are all big sects. At this moment, a force from the upper domain appears in the top 20. Isn't that a joke? Of course, it's not just Lee Su who complained. The GGO also looked very ugly. They almost rolled up their sleeves and went to war with the other party. Do you think I'm a fool? But, Wei Wujiang, this guy, has no faction. Since his debut, he has not belonged to any faction. He has been working alone. Although he suspected the other party's identity and had a direction, the other party did not belong to anyone on the surface. The reason why Lee Su received the information just when the gambling war was about to start was because this guy suddenly announced that he was a disciple of Dayan Palace a few days ago. Daluo, who was responsible for delivering the message, had a crooked face and was very angry. Of course, because of this, the saint also lowered his requirements for Lee Su. Just do your best. After all, Lee Su's advancement to the myth level was very short, and it can be felt in his aura. His magic power has just transformed, and there is no aura of long-term precipitation. Although this precipitation will not increase the power of magic power, it is undoubtedly another matter in terms of control, use, and understanding. Seeing that time is getting closer, Lee Su also shifted his attention from fishing. I think that, even if that disaster is very powerful, he should not dare to attack Lee Su at this juncture. After all, the saint's eyes have been cast over, and part of his consciousness has fallen on Jishan City, paying attention to Lee Su's situation to avoid accidents. Every day, Lee Su either practices in his room, or forges 1 or 2 magic weapons, and asks Leo Gao to help him sell them at the exchange. By the way, Leo Gao, the abnormal price of his 3-pattern sword naturally attracted his attention. After asking around, he found out that the first foundation building monk who bought his 3-pattern sword advertised for him in the life and death duel, revealing the most terrifying secret of the sword bestowed by Daozi, and nurturing a trace of his sword intention. This completely allowed Lee Su to gain a foothold in the stage of refining apprentices, and became a symbol of the field of magic weapons. He did not refine magic weapons, and Li Su still only forged magic weapons. Although someone had already offered a bid and would give an astonishing reward if he could forge a magic weapon, Li Su still refused. Because the time period would be very long and forging would be quite troublesome, the technology he mastered was too advanced. It would be difficult to control if he wanted to forge an ordinary weapon and make it mediocre. Moreover, there are requirements for magic weapons above magic weapons, which need to be formulated. Li Su does not have the time to meet with the other party, find out the other party's skills, and then design a magic weapon according to his specific situation. Besides, the income from the 3-patent magic weapon he made was not low. In a month, he sold more than 200 pieces. Although it was not as amazing as the sword given by Daozi, the last one was sold for more than 10 million red gold, but the price was almost maintained at tens of thousands to 100,000. Excluding the almost negligible cost, it was basically like picking up money for free. As soon as the idea came, the money came. It was almost the same as buying luxury goods. Unless the market was saturated, he would not plan to improve the quality of the magic weapon. Your Highness, the new batch of magic weapons have all been sold, but the price has dropped again, to levels lower. Leo Gao arrived, accompanied by his good friend, Leo Zhao, who grew up with him. Although his 3-patent sword was extremely valuable, good wine would not be appreciated if it was not well known, right? To become famous overnight, the other party's publicity was undoubtedly the key. And Li Su found that this person had a high level of comprehension and was worth cultivating. Although his 3-patent sword contained a trace of sword meaning, it did not mean that anyone who took it would understand the way of sword. Are you kidding me? If the way of swordsmanship is so easy to comprehend, wouldn't there be sword cultivators everywhere? Li Su's 3-patent sword is more of an auxiliary. Whether it can be comprehended depends on the holder. So many people found Leo Gao. Although his physical cultivation talent is not very good, his comprehension is amazing, and the higher the cultivation level, the higher the comprehension required. Li Su thought about it and asked someone to contact the other party and asked him if he was willing to help him. He also needs some people to help him deal with things. Although the myth world has been backed by the big sect, his identity is problematic after all. It is not suitable for him to have too much contact with the above and be too close. The best way is undoubtedly to build a force by himself, which can also serve as a foothold in the human world in the future. Unexpectedly, Leo Gao refused the invitation of other families without saying anything and ran over directly without asking for anything. Leo Zhao came later. Since the other party has talent, Li Su doesn't want to waste it. Let him find someone he can trust to help deal with it, and hurry up to practice. After determining that he had a higher understanding of the way of talismans than the way of sword, Li Su also specially taught him a set of talismans, the Thunder Talisman method of Langhu Mountain. In less than a month, he made remarkable progress. Not only could he make all the foundation building runes, but he also dabbled in the golden elixir. Therefore, Li Su assigned him a task and asked him to go to the training ground, practice well, and concentrate on breakthrough. Listening to Leo Gao's words, Li Su was not too surprised. Instead, he nodded. It was not surprising to reduce the price. After all, the magic tools he made later, although they were also very good, comparable to magic weapons, with a high cost effectiveness, and durable, did not have the inheritance effect of the 3-patent sword. Leo Gao, stop the business first, let Leo Zhao handle the chores, and then you can concentrate on breakthrough. I also have to prepare for the gambling battle that is about to begin. Li Su thought about it and did not refine new weapons. As time approaches, the sound of gambling wars is undoubtedly getting louder and louder, and the scope is getting wider and wider. In order to witness the rare battle between myths in 1,000 years, people have been coming to Jishan City these days. As of now, the 900th floor is full. If this battle does not overlap with the 1,000-year war, there will probably be more people. Yes, Your Highness. I wish you a successful start. Leo Gao couldn't help but clench his fists. Although it was not a life and death battle, he couldn't help but get nervous for a while and said slowly. Li Su smiled. A successful start? Regarding the gambling war, Jishan City naturally has a handicap. Yang Jian wins, 10 to 1. Wei Wujiang wins, 1-1. This handicap was not made by outsiders, but by GGO itself. It is said that GGO was very hesitant to open this handicap. As for the reason, it is naturally because they think that Lee Su's odds are too low, which can't attract people, and will cause huge losses. Later, Daluo gritted his teeth and decided to do it, even if he lost money. After all, he still had to support his own Daozi, and couldn't go too far. Well, how much money have I made these days? Including the sword given by Daozi, it is almost 50 million red gold. Without the sword given by Daozi, it is only more than 27 million. Really? Bring the money. You do this. Leo Gao was stunned and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Then he couldn't help but get a little excited and nodded and said, "Okay, your highness." Leo Gao understands. Looking at Leo Gao, who was excited, Lee Su couldn't help but move his body. Wei Wujiang, number 19 on the mythology list. Let me try to see how good the geniuses in the mythology world are. Chapter 485. The war is about to begin. There are a lot of people. As the time is getting closer, Jushan City has begun to be renovated. One after another, high-rise buildings are directly erected from the ground, and dozens or hundreds of them are temporarily built. Because there are too many people coming. One of the reasons is naturally the gambling battle between Lee Su and Wei Wujiang, and the other is the Millennium War. This time, GGO directly contracted the live broadcast of this war, and will provide all the wonderful battles on the battlefield for 24 hours without stopping. In addition, there will be special commentators for all battles. Depending on the ticket price purchased, the realm of the person responsible for the commentary will also be different. The highest standard will be Daluo personally coming down to directly use the magic method to reconstruct the scene and watch the war in person. The Millennium War will last for a year on the island, but the time outside is only about 10 days. In other words, the time ratio is different. During the 3 days, GGO will screen every day to ensure that you can not only see exciting battles, but also learn from various battle situations and other people's responses, and help you summarize how to achieve the same effect through different or simpler methods. Of course, GGO will also respect the privacy of the participating immortals, and everything is voluntary. Not only that, any secret method or core trick involving the opponent will be blurred to a certain extent, and the true face of its tricks will not be analyzed. At the same time, whether it is Zhuangxin or Xiangxin who survives on the battlefield, they will get a generous share. Even if the immortals who died, as long as they are willing to sign the appearance contract, there will be a share. If you can't get it, your family will definitely get it, and if you are willing to pay a certain fee, this share can also be used for your descendants one by one through monthly distribution, and you can also buy life services, mortal life, practice life and other packages. This sharing method is 50% of the total income of the entire Millennium War, which will be taken out. The Millennium War is undoubtedly very cruel, and many people will die, and Zhuangxin can't be calm. But as the news became public, the atmosphere became lively. Some immortals who saw no hope came to the door and signed a contract with GGO, which allowed them to live, broadcast everything about themselves, and if they died, they would leave their inheritance to their descendants. To be honest, if it were another major sect, everyone would not dare to do that. But GGO, in terms of reputation, there is no doubt that it is an ironclad evidence of hundreds of thousands of years, and there has never been a breach of contract. For the weak immortals, after they no longer have any worries, they let go, and there was a desire to die in their pupils. The uneasiness in their hearts disappeared inexplicably. In an instant, their state of mind was perfect, and at the critical moment, they made a breakthrough. With GGO's personal door-to-door service, after continuous registration, it was found that the overall level of the immortals in this Millennium War had actually improved by a full level and a half. The other major sects that originally disagreed with the live broadcast were shocked. Of course, in addition to the Millennium War, another resource gambling war between Day and Palace and Shangming sect was also being sold. Although the battle between mythical golden elixirs is not as grand as the 1000-year war, it is a mythical golden elixir after all, and it is the desire of countless tens of fire golden elixirs. Most people have only heard that the mythical golden elixir is very strong, but no one knows how strong it is. Even if you accidentally see a corner, it is just a long distance observation, or a myth kills a myth. The battle between myths is not common. No, it should be said that it is very rare. Basically, it only happens once in 10,000 years. Faced with this result, the Zhuangzi can't sit still, and they all come out of the mountains and come to Jishan City to watch. Because the 10,000 year war is not far away. There are less than 19 years before it starts, just in time to fully understand the strength of the myths, the reason why they are called the gods of the other shore. When the 10,000 year war begins, it is also good to be mentally prepared. The 10,000 year war is mainly based on the Zhuangzi, but the time of ending is different. The mythical golden elixir will go first to seek a breakthrough, then the celestial immortals, and then the Zhuangzi. After all, no matter how strong the mythical golden elixir is, it is impossible to fight against the mysterious immortals. The Tai realm is too different and surpasses too much. It is necessary to give the mythical golden elixir time to break through and achieve the realm of immortals. With the arrival of the mysterious immortals, Jishan City is completely full of people, and they have to start building temporary houses to maintain it. The immortals are dispatched to build high-rise buildings on the flat ground. Up to now, the population of Jishan City has reached an astonishing figure, which has exceeded 1 billion. At first glance, do you think this number is not large? Then, with a population of 1 billion, the lowest realm is also foundation building, and the foundation building only accounts for 2/10 of the total population. Is it terrible? And this is just the western region. The eastern region has not come yet. That's right, Jishan City has been expanding, and the high-rise buildings have not stopped being built, but are still being enlarged. The saints of GGO have come out and personally built a teleportation array to move the people from the eastern region together. A grand stage naturally requires a large number of people to watch the battle. At the same time, the disciples of GGO were not idle either. They were sent out one after another to the big cities in the east and west to set up transfer stations and broadcast live. There is no doubt that GGO directly turned this super war across the east and west into a sports event similar to the World Cup in the previous life. Of course, although there are also local broadcasts, the effect will undoubtedly be much worse than going to Jishan City. After all, it is free there. 2 days before the 1,000-year war, a large sect arrived. In the sky, a huge cloud palace slowly flew over, covered with auspicious clouds, continuous Sanskrit sounds, spiritual rain in the sky, and golden lotus on the ground. The cloud palace was like the Buddha in the world, with vast Buddhist power. For a time, the upper domain, which should have been in the sea of fire, cooled down and was peaceful. Not long after the Buddhist sect arrived, thousands of ghosts came to the west. The ghost gate arrived, and the entire extreme west was filled and covered with endless ghosts. Billions of dead souls were chained and shackled, howling and coming. They were pulling an extremely huge palace with supreme solemnity. The terrifying ghost energy froze the sea of fire outside, turning it into cold flames and emitting a dead blue light. An extremely huge mountain came over, and with every step, the earth shook. It was the Black Mountain sect. This sect was a little strange, mainly because the technique they practiced was the art of transforming mountains. Once they succeeded in practicing, their physical bodies would disappear and turn into a mountain. The higher the realm, the bigger the mountain. Now they were rushing to a mountain that was nearly 10,000 feet high. It was the Dalo realm of the Black Mountain sect. Their bodies were like a huge and boundless mountain range with thousands of peaks and thousands of miles of stretches. While walking, they were accompanied by thunder, and with every step they took, they could see the burning ground fire inside. Perhaps someone would ask, what is the meaning of such a spell? Isn't such a huge body a target? That's really overthinking. It can be changed as you wish, big or small, and the most terrifying thing is that, even if there is a stone left on this mountain, you can't kill the opponent. And although this method will decline in power due to the loss of the mountain, the realm will not drop. Among the great sects in the mythical world, the Black Mountain lineage is the most difficult to kill. The Dalo of the Shangming sect also practiced this technique, so the saint of the GGO directly took action and used the holy nail to pierce the opponent's soul road and nailed it directly to the ground. If Dalo went, the opponent would definitely escape. The real dragon is the rider. Biffin opens the way, and Bixie carries the mountain. Ancient mythical beasts, real ancient mythical beasts. With the appearance of the fourth great sect, in an instant, the Buddha's light, the ghost shadow, or the terrible black mountain, were all taken away from all their glory. Countless people in Jishin City, including Lisu himself, could not help but look at the fourth great sect that came. The Chan sect. No words are needed. The real dragon, Bifeng, and Bixi are just the appearance of these three great beasts, and they have silently suppressed everything. Zhuangzi, they are all in the Zhuangzi realm, with monstrous ferocity and terrifying aura. The Dao patterns on their bodies are shocking. Even if they are only in the Zhuangzi realm, countless Zhuangzins in Jishin City are terrified. The human, not yet finished, just a pet, is already trembling. Chanjiao. A fierce roar sounded, and a terrible dragon head fell from the sky. The dragon head was huge, with ferocious eyes, and with unparalleled dragon power. It directly suppressed it. You are bullying too much. That is a real dragon in the Dalo realm. The Eastern region great sect has come. That is the Demon Court, the only top level great sect in the entire mythology world, that is mainly established by the demon race. Looking at the young real dragons, Bifeng and Bixi, who were treated as horses, the real dragons in the Dalo realm were furious, with divine light shining in their eyes, and they fell directly on the chains on the necks of the real dragons. Dapping, if you don't care, I don't mind raising one more real dragon in the Dalo realm. The palace suddenly burst into a terrible light, and there was light inside, divided into three colors, like water. That was the three lights divine water, the golden sunlight divine water, the silver moonlight divine water, and the purple starlight divine water, which could wear away blood, essence, bones, flesh, corrode the soul, and swallow the true spirit. As soon as the three lights divine water appeared, it instantly illuminated the entire sky. The terrifying real dragon was melted in an instant when it cast its gaze. Not only that, the three lights divine water flowed back up and rushed straight to the real dragon itself. The real dragon's pupils shrank, and a trace of fear appeared on the dragon's face. This divine water was very terrible. Once it came into contact with it, even the avenue would be eroded. In a moment, it would melt into ash and die. This was not a broken move, this was directly to kill it. Friend Guangdao's hand was too heavy, but I couldn't help it. A voice sounded, and the saint of the demon court moved. The huge sky was covered by a terrifying phantom. It was a pengbird, a terrifying pengbird that was so huge that it blocked out the sun. It flapped its wings and directly shook the 3,000 miles of void, forming a terrifying wind. The wind was very strange. It did not blow the heaven and earth, the sun and the moon, or the mountains and rivers. Instead, it directly came to the front of the three lights divine water and formed an endless storm space, accommodating the three lights divine water. Feeling that the other party did not confront him head on, but was just playing hide and seek with him through the great way of wind, so endlessly, the saint of the Chan sect raised his hand and waved, and the terrifying three lights divine water immediately rolled back, retracted his own gaze. Dapping's eyes also flashed, and after taking a deep look at the young true dragons below, he also retracted the storm and disappeared into the clouds. Dragon King, don't mess around. The true dragon who escaped a disaster took a breath, a little scared in his heart, but his eyes were still a little unwilling, and he wanted to say something. Hey, aren't you going to fight anymore? Not far from the demon court, there stood a child with one eye tightly closed on his head. He held a long pole magic weapon that could not be seen through and stepped on two fire wheels full of terrible power. His little face was a little disappointed. This child was very strange. He had dragon scales on his body and dragon horns on his head. He was undoubtedly related to the True Dragon clan, but the eyes looking at the True Dragon in the demon court were full of murderous intent. Although he was small, there was no doubt that he was Tai, a myth, and extremely terrifying. The child smiled and said, Southern Dragon King, don't be timid, fight with Grandpa Guang, the Crown Prince of the East Sea, the Taoist of Dongchen, and the little god of justice in the heavenly court. The Dragon King's face kept changing, and his face was extremely ugly. Mythical Zhuangzi, Yang Zhuangkang. As the words fell, a huge dragon head fell from the sky, and the whole was green. It was different from the Southern Dragon King and the enslaved True Dragon child. Although it also had a huge dragon power, it carried an extremely auspicious aura. If we have to say the difference, the former is a dragon, and can be called a demon beast, while the latter is also a dragon, but it is a divine beast. Coming directly to the child, the dragon head looked at the child kindly, turned his head and said, "Hey, Aokin, you are not dead yet? Aoguang, we are both dragons, don't. I'm a dragon from the heavenly court, and you are a dragon from the demon court. From that day on, we are two families, two factions, and two tribes." The Eastern Dragon King turned his head directly, and his huge body disappeared, turning into a middle-aged man with a crown on his head and incomparable majesty. He stretched out his hand and said, "Let's go, grandson. Aren't you curious about what Jishan City looks like? Go and take a look." "Oh." The child nodded, put away the weapon in his hand, handed his little hand to the Dragon King, and said with a smile on his face, "Let's go, Grandpa." The Prince of the East Sea, the Taoist of Dongchen, and the little god of justice in the heavenly court. The first person on the Eastern domain Zhuangzi mythology list, Yang Zhuangkang, the legendary first god of war in the ancient heavenly court, the son of the god of justice, Yang Zhuangkang. Why is he here too? Is there anything worth his attention in such a battle? Seeing Yang Zhuangkang heading straight for Jishan City, countless people in Jishan City gasped and showed a look of horror. Only Li Su's expression was twitching and twitching wildly at this moment. What the hell is going on? Yang Zhuangkang, the son of the god of justice? Or ancient? So young? Nephew, how old are you this year? Also, the two fire wheels under your feet, the red silk wrapped around your waist, and the circles on your little hands. Don't tell me that they are wind and fire wheels, mixed heaven silk, and Kyankan circles, right? Did you steal your Uncle Nessa's house? And that battle armor, the scales on it, are all inverted scales, which should be the reverse scales of the Dragon Clan. The reverse scales of the Dragon Clan may be the key point, the weakness, and therefore, it is extremely strong and beyond imagination. Even if the scales on the whole body are broken, the reverse scales will be intact. Where did this rich second generation come from? He was so handsome that it made people's eyes glow green. Could he really be the son of the god of justice? Seeing that there was also a closed eye on his head, Li Su felt a little disappointed. After all, he was using the other party's father's name at this moment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486, The Land of Fortune, Mythical Provocation. What Li Su was worried about did not happen. In fact, the arrival of the people from the Great Sect also meant the beginning of the Millennium War. Not long after, more than 100 people appeared outside Li Su's room. "Your Highness Daozi." The leading Zhuangzi clasped his fists and saluted, and slowly said, "The time for the Millennium War has come. Please move to the 1000-layer GGO Daozi Hall." In the room, Li Su couldn't help but look back slightly. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Okay. Although it is GGO, it is impossible to do whatever you want in such a scene. Some necessary rules must still be followed." Therefore, as early as a few days ago, someone contacted Li Su and arranged the opening of the Millennium War until the end of the Gambling War. As a GGO Daozi, he naturally couldn't stay in such a place and wait until the Gambling War started before going on the field. That would be too shameless. Although no one dared to say anything, it was needless to say what they thought in their hearts. What's more, there are many strong people coming this time. I won't talk about anything else. The most important thing is that there are quite a few golden core myths, as many as 5 people. Someone is needed to suppress the situation. Although the golden core myth is not the absolute combat power of the sect, it belongs to the foundation, which means the foundation, and represents the future. It's not easy to see one. How can GGO not show off? At least, it has to compete with other major sects, right? Moreover, Li Su achieved the golden core myth in a short time, and the time for the gestation of magic power is not long. Even if he can't suppress the current situation, at least he can fight against it, so that outsiders will not look down on GGO. After walking out of the room, Lee Su looked at the lineup arranged for him by GGO. 10 Fire Extreme Zhuangsun, 10 Fire Extreme Xiangsun, and 110 Fire Extreme Golden Core. Although none of them are above the myth, the 10 Fire Extremes are definitely the elite of the major sects, the undoubted core, and the future pillars. At this moment, including the Zhuangsun, they all looked at Lee Su with great respect, with excitement and expectation in their eyes. To be honest, it is not easy to be above the myth of GGO. GGO, there are many GGO with 10 fire limits, which can be said to be the most among all the major sects. However, the situation is the opposite for those above mythology. There is not a single one in 10,000 years. Above mythology, talent, luck and opportunity are all indispensable, and it is not something that can be cultivated. But as a major sect, it must be said that GGO has really bad luck. All the good seedlings have gone to Changjiao, Gimen, and even Black Mountain. Of course, this has a lot to do with the teachings of GGO. Even if you are a GGO Daozi, you don't have any privileges in the sect. At most, you can only enjoy certain discounts in terms of money. Compared with other major sects, the attractiveness is undoubtedly much lower. Therefore, now that one has finally appeared, even if he is wild, the people of GGO are still looking forward to it. No matter how bad it is better to have it than not. Daozi, please follow me. Zhuangsun did not have a trace of superiority in his higher realm, but instead raised his hand to lead the way. Lee Su nodded and followed. He passed through the teleportation array directly. Under the guidance of Zhuangsun, Lee Su was taken to the top floor of Jishan City, Qianseng Peak. There is nothing above the head, only the boundless sky and the bright stars. 6 huge stars can be seen in the sky, lined up in a row, and there is an endless waterfall rumbling down. It is said that the waterfall falls 3,000 feet straight down, and it is suspected that the Milky Way falls from the sky. The huge waterfall comes from the sky, crossing thousands of miles, and falling into Jishan City. There is a huge rainbow in the sky, which stretches across thousands of miles under the sunlight, forming an extremely huge rainbow bridge. The first 1000th floor of Jishan City is different from the houses and buildings located on the ground below. The buildings here are built on the void, and located in the huge rainbow bridge. It is better to say that it is a huge palace complex than a pile of houses. It is magnificent and shining. The whole city is made entirely of red gold, mixed with Dalo mother gold. The whole holy city is full of Taoist texts, which are filled with immortal and eternal breath. Those are the words of saints, and even more, so the chapters of the holy way. It is extremely grand and magnificent. At the same time, there were immortals on the huge rainbow bridge under the palace. GGO immortals. They were hanging high in the void, gathering ki and practicing magic. One by one, mysterious, dazzling avenues floated from their bodies, turning into supreme scriptures, hanging high in the void, and turning into an extremely huge avenue flower, covering the huge palace. Under the influence of the avenue, the rime of the Tao continued to gather in the sky above the big city, forming a bunch of spiritual golden clouds. There, it was raining, golden spiritual rain, and there was avenue in the spiritual rain, which kept falling. The huge palace was immersed in the ocean covered by spiritual energy. There were golden lotuses blooming and flowering, and various spiritual birds and beasts were running back and forth, and playing in it. It was like a place outside the world, like the holy land of the fairy palace. Even Lee Su couldn't help but gasp in the face of such a scene, and was shocked by the scene. Because its beauty is just an external embellishment, just decoration. The really scary thing about this big city is that even if a mortal lives in it, within a month, he will probably evolve on the spot. Prolonging life is just the foundation. Building a foundation and asking for the way to the golden elixir are the fundamentals. This place is a place of good fortune. Entering here, even if you don't practice, your Taoism will be improved, and it will become extremely easy to ascend to the immortal world. Are people from outside allowed to live in such a place? Recalling the charges here, 1000 merit points a month. Lee Su felt it was so cheap, super cheap, right? If I had known earlier, I would have lived here directly, instead of on the 730th floor. Sensing Lee Su's thoughts, Zhuangsun smiled and said, "This is the first time for Daozi to come up. This place is usually hidden in the clouds, and it cannot be observed or sensed from the outside. The only open place is the lower palace under the Rainbow Bridge. Only the true core of GGO is qualified above the Rainbow Bridge. They need to join the sect for 1,000 years and hold more than 300 million GGO merit points to be qualified. Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn, I thought that 1,000 points of merit could live in the city, but it turns out that it is under the Rainbow Bridge. Undoubtedly, although it is only a difference between upper and lower, the gap is very large. The spiritual rain on the Rainbow Bridge does not fall apart. The main reason is that the saints wrote a grand chapter on the holy city. There is eternal power and immortal breath on it, which makes the whole holy city like in the sea of spiritual energy. Below, it is not possible. At most, you can get some scraps, which is completely incomparable. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but feel fortunate. If there was no gambling battle, he wanted to enter the Rainbow Bridge and step into the holy realm of the Fairy Palace. I don't know when it will take. Daozi, please come this way. He took Lee Su directly to the Rainbow Bridge and entered the holy city. After entering, Lee Su's body could not help but vibrate. The spiritual energy around him was so dense that his Dao fruit and his golden elixir could not help but show a sense of hunger and thirst. In these spiritual energies, there is not only energy, but also other things that are very important to cultivators. Originally, there was still a certain distance from the 3-foot sky, but now he began to stir and wanted to break through. Hold it in, hold it in. He had to hold it in. In his current situation, if he swallowed and spit it out, it would make a lot of noise. Feeling Lee Su's restraint, Zhuangxin couldn't help but smile. Daozi. Before he finished speaking, someone came over. To be precise, they didn't come over, but came from the gate and were led into this holy city. There were 4 waves of people. Each of them was led by a GGO Zhuangxin. Zhuangxin's eyes fixed, and he didn't say anything, but he kept smiling. Because this was not a coincidence, and there was no need to be surprised by the people who came. As for the purpose of the other disciples of the big sects, this is mythical material. A wild voice sounded, with surprise in the voice. The GGO actually has such abundant mythical material. The moment the words fell, the terrible suction force exploded directly, and the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly swept away, and went in the direction of the sound. Since you are invited here, you should be able to absorb it, right? This person came from the demon court. His surname is Mengshi. His real body is Chu Jian, with a terrible innate magical power, which will form a loud noise. This sound is invisible, first ringing in the ear, then in the heart, and 3 rings enter the soul. Once the 3 rings are over, the person who hears it will turn into a pool of blood in a moment. It can be said that it is hard to defend against. 1 roar kills 10 fires. On the Jiandan mythology list, it ranks 18th. Vulgar people. A voice sounded, and the voice was not unfamiliar. It was the little monk, the one who was pressed on the chest by Lee Su. He is here too, with the Dharma name Mingkang, and ranked 56th on the Jiandan mythology list. He has just achieved the myth realm not long ago, and has not yet written a myth, so he is relatively behind. Vulgar, if that's the case, why don't you just stop sucking? Mengshi sneered, not only sucking more violently, but also sucking in the direction of the little monk Mingkang. Amitabha. As the Buddhist chant sounded, the spiritual energy at Mingkang's location was pulled hard, but the spiritual energy did not move, and was directly suppressed in place. Monk Jiankang. Mengshi's face changed slightly, and his pupils could not help shrinking. There were not just 1, but 2 people from the Buddhist sect this time. Jiankang was the senior brother of the little guy whose chest was touched by Lee Su. This person was very strange, with no record of battle. The introduction only said that he was born as a son of Buddha, the reincarnation of the Buddha, with a swaying tree growing in his body, born with a golden elixir, and alive as a myth. His situation was really amazing. It was rumored that he was the reincarnation of a great Buddhist. Therefore, although he did not have an unparalleled record, he was directly ranked 9th on the Golden Elixir mythology list. In other words, he was in the top 10. Click, click. A strange voice sounded. It was a man who was only skin and bones. He was very strange and extremely thin, but his bones were extremely huge. He was 2 meters tall and his bones were very large. As his bones creaked, the spiritual energy around him was being devoured crazily. It was not absorbed by the flesh and skin, but directly absorbed and devoured by the bones inside. His surname was Kwe and his name was Yeo. He was the giant and myth of the inner ghost gate. This person was gifted and born with strange bones. His bones were extremely huge, plundering the vitality of flesh and blood. He looked like a human, but not a human. It was rumored that his bones were strange, and he was an awakened monster. There were innate bone texts on them. He built his foundation in 3 days, and the golden elixir in 10 days. He entered the myth at the age of 30. He once punched the bones of the 10 fire extreme celestial immortal out of his body, and wrote a chapter of myth. The myth list, 14th. His suction was so strong that his bones were glowing, and there seemed to be fire shining in his pupils. With every step, the terrible suction was erupting, extremely brutal, and impacting all directions. Are you Yang Jian, the Taoist of GGO? The guy who makes me lose tens of millions every year? A cold voice sounded, and a figure suddenly came, directly passing the Zhuangzi who was leading the way behind, and rushed directly to Li Su. Not far away, the little monk Mingkan raised his eyebrows and frowned directly. His fair and clean little face was wrinkled into a ball, but when he saw the guy rushing up, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of solemnity. Although he was unhappy, at least Li Su saved him. Even if the old monk used the Heart Sutra to offset it, it didn't mean that it really didn't matter. Bashan. From the giant and myth of the Black Mountain sect, he practiced the method of the celestial immortal in the Jiandan realm, successfully practiced the Black Mountain sect's supreme secret method, the Black Mountain Sutra, and wrote a myth chapter. He was called the immortal Bashan. In the Jiandan myth realm, this person is very difficult to deal with, and can't be killed. Ranking on the Jiandan myth list, 47th, because the time to achieve the myth is too short. As soon as the words fell, a terrible suction force was directly generated on Bashan's body, not only the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also sucking Li Su's flesh and blood. Li Su blinked his eyes, ignored the other party, and turned to look at his own Zhuangzi, with a questioning look in his eyes. At this moment, the Zhuangzi who led the way did not move. Not only that, he even stopped, and stood there without saying a word. Mythology. There are also strong and weak points, just like outside of mythology. Sometimes, it is not necessarily a good thing to gain a foothold in it. On the contrary, people with insufficient talents enter it by chance, but it will be a disaster and there will be big trouble. Above the mythology, under the condition of an agreement, unless there is a life and death, the background basically has no effect. The cruelty inside is much higher than that of ordinary golden elixir. Why didn't GGO compete for the interests of the upper domain before? Maybe it doesn't matter to the saints, but it is still very attractive to the Daluo of GGO. Because GGO does not have the golden elixir myth, there will be a situation where it cannot be defended, even if it is taken down, and it will be taken back little by the golden elixir of other major sects or the immortals. More than 10 million merit points a year are not given to you for nothing. If you want to enjoy them, you have to keep them. Wei Wujiang is just the beginning. If he cannot gain a foothold in the golden core mythology and show his strength that makes people fear him, then the next challenges will only come one after another until all the benefits are taken away by others. It doesn't matter if I lose the bet with Wei Wujiang, because he is an old man standing on the myth and has been there for a long time. The Bashan in front of me is different. It has only been standing for 100 years, and the gap is not too big. So, can you break through this first difficulty? If you can't even break through here, you can't go on the road of the golden core mythology. Seeing the expression of his own Zhuangzi, Li Su nodded with sudden enlightenment, and then turned to look at the guy who not only robbed his opportunity, but also wanted to plunder his flesh and blood. Zhuangzi can't go down, so he can only rely on himself. Is that what you mean? After thinking for a while, Li Su looked at Zhuangzi again and confirmed again, the elder cannot leave. What if he dies? As Li Su spoke, Bashan smiled, with a very sarcastic look in his pupils. GGO Zhuangzi frowned slightly, and spoke for the first time, practice is cruel. Since you have chosen this path, you are destined to live towards death. Li Su nodded and took action. Since it has come to this, it should be no problem, even if you kill the opponent. He stretched out his hand and reached towards Bashan without hesitation. Bashan's sinister face, which had been ridiculed, froze instantly, and his pupils suddenly widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. Because Li Su's hand ignored his law and his way, and directly pierced into his heart, touched his core, and touched his soul. He retreated madly, and stopped dozens of miles in an instant. His instinctive reaction surpassed his consciousness. When he came back to his senses, he was covered in cold sweat. What was that move? Standing still, Bashan looked at Li Su in doubt, but couldn't figure out what the other party had done. But the next second, he was shocked to find that the other party had a very familiar black crystal in his hand. His pupils froze on the spot, and his body stiffened directly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a pile of useless sand on the spot, scattered on the ground. What? The two geniuses of the Ghost Gate and the Buddhist sect couldn't help shrinking their pupils at this moment, and their faces showed a trace of shock. Dead. As for the Zhuangzi of Jijiro, he opened his mouth wide at this moment, his eyes almost popped out, and looked at Li Su in disbelief. You. Holding the black crystal, Li Su was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect it to be so simple. He thought that at most he would take out a kidney and make the other party spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, but he got the core out. Isn't this too weak? Immediately, he said innocently, "Senior, it was you who said that living towards death can be killed." Chapter 487 Daozi Certification, Unparalleled. Light and shadow flickered, and not far away, a stone suddenly floated up and quickly turned into Bashan, whose body turned into sand. It is natural that a myth will not die so easily, not to mention that the Black Mountain sect's mountain transformation technique is best at saving lives. Although he had just arrived at Jishin City, he had already habitually separated his core to ensure his own survival. Bashan, who had recovered, looked very solemn, with a look of horror in his pupils. Just now, in an instant, he used a special body technique to move a distance of 10,000 miles. This kind of movement is not the simple length in visual range, but the distance superimposed by space, time, height, and curvature. That kind of movement is so powerful that even light cannot catch up, and it can cut off all perceptions. It is the top body technique without a doubt. As a result, Li Su's simple move came in, and while he was using his top body technique, he took out his core, causing his body to collapse once and die once. That move was not a method. Bashan's original body was not dead, and the geniuses present were not surprised. It is recognized that people from the Black Mountain sect are difficult to kill. Even clones are very difficult to kill. Therefore, they were shocked. If they didn't make a move, they would be shocked. That simple move was very different and unusual. As mythical golden elixir, they were all extraordinary. They could perceive things that others could not easily feel. Their spiritual perception had undergone a huge transformation, and their five senses had undergone alienation. Therefore, they also captured it. Li Su's outstretched hand broke too many things, and the surface involved was very scary. It was no longer a simple spell, but touched the realm of rules. This guy, the little monk Minkan, was a little dumbfounded, and was shocked by the means shown by Li Su. He naturally knew that Li Su should be not bad, and was quite powerful. After all, the weirdness not long ago even made him lost, but the other party was able to fight with the weirdness, and rescued him from it. This alone explained a lot of things. In the realm above mythology, the other party went very deep and his understanding of the Tao was terrible. At least, that's what the old monk told him. The weird invasion involved the depths, and touched the Tao. If the Jindan realm wanted to break it, it would have to present its own Tao and form rules. This is also the reason why the monk passed the Heart Sutra to Li Su. He was optimistic about the other party, and had a premonition that the other party would be very powerful in the future, so he made a casual move. The surface layer of rules is not so easy to touch, even if it is above the myth. Above the myth, what is deeply dug is oneself, which is the transcendence of self. Touching the rules is to target the law, the depth of the field of Taoism, and reach a very high surface layer. The former is a must for achieving myths, and the latter is a road that can only be touched after myths. This is also what shocked the Zhuangzi of Jijiro. He was so scared that he opened his mouth and almost bulged his eyes because of the hand that Lee Su showed. Damn, is this the heaven-severing hand? The other party broke through the form and became the Tao. At this level, he still achieved Zhuangzi. After mastering the golden pill breaking the law, the heavenly immortal breaking the object, and the Tai breaking the soul, he stepped into that surface layer and mastered the ultimate mode of the heaven-severing hand, the surface layer of rules. As a result, the Taoist in front of him was just a golden pill, but he had already touched the rules. Maybe the power and surface layer are not as strong as the Zhuangzi of Jijio, but he was still shocked. What realm is he in? What realm is the other party in? He practiced for thousands of years before finally touching the rules. What about the other party? Are you coming again? The other party recovered so quickly, Lee Su was more or less surprised. Although the core was simple to take out, it did not mean that this thing was not important. On the contrary, it was very important, otherwise it would not have caused Bashan's incarnation to turn into sand. However, after holding it in his hand, Lee Su found that the Dao pattern in the core was annihilated by itself. This black crystal turned into a substance similar to the extraordinary crystal. In addition to containing a large amount of extraordinary substances, all the magic was gone. Interesting. The magic of the Black Mountain religion is worthy of being the magic of suppressing a religion. It is famous. This crystal actually cut off its connection with Bashan by itself, and could not contact the other party through it, and severely damaged the body through the cause and effect magic. Bashan took a deep look at Lee Su, moved his body, and went directly back to the Zhuangzi who led him. He was just here to test, not to personally take action, and Lee Su's move was a bit scary, involving the surface of rules, which was quite unsolvable in the realm of Jindan mythology. Unless one also mastered the rules of Taoism, or had some special treasures, he would not be able to compete at all, and would suffer a great loss. It was enough to test out such a move, which should undoubtedly be considered one of the opponent's killer moves. Fortunately, he was the one who came to test. If it was someone else, he would probably have to pay a huge price. Not far away, Kuo and Mengshi also had flashing eyes, and saw something very interesting. If some things were unknown, the lethality would be infinitely multiplied, but once exposed, it would undoubtedly be guarded against by others, and the destructive power would drop sharply. In the gambling battle with Wei Wu Jiangsun, I'm afraid the opponent should be very uncomfortable. At this moment, the Zhuangzi of Jijio looked more and more ugly, with a complicated expression and very uncomfortable. Because the means that Lee Su exposed were a bit unexpected. Originally, he just wanted to fight and show off to see if Lee Su could stand firm in the surface of the golden pill mythology, but he didn't expect that he would suddenly burst out and reveal his own Dao's trump card. This formed a huge conflict with the original idea, which was equivalent to them personally giving the information of their own Dao's to the other side for nothing. Blame Lee Su? Nonsense. Can the Dao's be blamed for this? They arranged it, and they also stood idly by. Before the Jijio immortal could speak, someone came and walked directly in front of Lee Su. The breath of the person who came was a little unclear, and the realm could not be seen at all. Even Lee Su could only feel the other party's huge power, and could not know what was in front of him. He waved his hand, and several Zhuangzi appeared, and each of them walked in front of the Buddhist Dao's and other Dao's, inviting them to go to the venue. It was not until the Dao's of the other sects left that the other party glanced at the Jijio Zhuangzi lightly and said lightly, "Go down, accept the punishment yourself, everyone." The Zhuangzi trembled, dared not speak, and turned around, and left with the others. "Excuse me, your highness Dao's, I will lead the way for you next." Lee Su's eyes flashed, and he looked at the other party strangely. Is this the end of the assessment? This encounter was obviously not an accidental encounter, but a possible arrangement. He wanted him to show his strength, so Lee Su did not hesitate, and directly used the heaven-cutting hand that had transformed and sublimated due to a breakthrough not long ago. Lord Xianzhen arranged for your highness to become Dao's. There are many complaints about this matter within Jijio. Many people think that Dao's has been in the sect for too short a time, and his origins are unknown. In addition to being a golden elixir myth, he has no other achievements, and has not made any contributions to Jijio. Those people just now They did not really have bad intentions and wanted to see Daozi make a fool of himself. In fact, they are staunch supporters of Lord Shianzan. They just hope that Daozi can show the power corresponding to his identity, not a myth facing an ordinary person, but a myth facing a myth. It comes from a guy's unauthorized decision. The other party explained on his face that this encounter was not arranged by the saint, but by a certain Gigio Daluo. In fact, it is nothing. Under normal circumstances, it will be over after a collision and friction. But unexpectedly, Master Daozi reached back and directly showed the ultimate realm of Gigio's Jishin hand, the surface layer of rules. A simple one-handed grab. The face of Daluo realm who came up with this plan, turned black on the spot, turned around and went to Segura Cliff, and expressed full responsibility for this plan and willingness to accept punishment. That's right, punishment. Because his plan was considered to help the foreign teachers and let them know the ability of their own Daozi. Not to mention the distant battle of 10,000 years, the gambling war was equivalent to giving a big gift to Wei Wujiang of Day and Palace. If Li Su was defeated before, he could explain that he had not entered the myth for a long time and had not settled enough. Then now this Daluo has to bear at least half of the responsibility. No, it should be said that all the responsibility. Jishin hand touches the rules, which is a real killer. If there is no defense, even Wei Wujiang will probably suffer a big loss. At the same time, the other Daluo who had complaints about Gigio shut up without hesitation. They had no more thoughts and only felt 100,000 admiration for Shianzan's decision. The fucking Chindan realm involves the surface of rules. Thinking back to when I was young, I hadn't practiced magic well yet, and I looked so ugly that I couldn't even look at it. Therefore, Li Su's hand stretched out, not only killed the Bashan clone of the Black Mountain sect once, but also allowed slapping the faces of all those who questioned Shianzan's decision. Thinking of this, the visitor couldn't help but sigh. In a sense, Li Su also passed the assessment. After all, Daluo led the Daozi, which was the treatment he should have in the big sect. Following the other party, Li Su blinked his eyes. Although he guessed that this accidental situation should be deliberately arranged by Gigio to test his true quality, he didn't expect it to be so involuted. Think about it, even if it is said that the words of the saints are as good as gold, facing the situation that Li Su just joined Gigio and immediately became a Daozi, it is impossible for everyone to be satisfied. However, Li Su was also a little surprised. Is that so? In his opinion, the Gigio Daozi has no special privileges except for a series of discounts. Although it will make buying things much cheaper and can also be exchanged for some core surface level skills of Gigio, it is just that, right? After all, the Gigio doctrine is there, and the symbolic meaning is greater than the practical meaning. Feeling Li Su's doubts, the other party just smiled and did not explain, because the other party will soon know the meaning of Gigio Daozi. Leading him all the way, they soon arrived in front of a huge palace. How big is it? The second largest in the entire land of good fortune. The largest palace outside the central palace and the meeting place of the Daluo. There is an extremely huge plaque on the main entrance of the palace, with 3 ancient characters written on it. Daozi Palace. From now on, this palace belongs to His Highness Daozi. As long as His Highness is Daozi, this will always be His Highness's home. As the other party's words fell, someone soon came out. There were more than 1,000 people, led by an old man, with 5 maids behind him. Among them, Li Su couldn't see through the realm of the old man. The 5 maids were undoubtedly Zhuangxin, and the limit was 10 fires Zhuangxin. As for the remaining more than 1,000 people, they were all in the realm of Xiangxin. Old servant Gongxin, welcome His Highness home. As the old man bent down, everyone behind him actually knelt on the ground and said in unison, welcome His Highness Daozi home. Daluo bent down, Zhuangxin knelt on the ground. Even Li Su was shocked at this moment. This scene was a bit shocking. Let's not talk about the Xiangxin. Li Su felt that if they fought, he would most likely be killed. The strong kneel to the weak. What does it mean? From now on, they all belong to you, Your Highness Daozi. This is the team specially built for Daozi by Gigio. It is your personal armed force. Not only that, this Daozi palace is itself a magic weapon. Once it is activated, it has the power to kill Zhuangxin and severely damage Daluo for the top level Yun Palace. Then, the man smiled faintly. Gongsun. Yes. The old man turned his head and looked at the maid behind him and said faintly, change clothes for Daozi. The 5 women stood up and a tray made of Daluo mother gold appeared in their hands with 5 things on the tray. Clothes, shoes, cloaks, jade pendants, and a sword. Several women walked directly in front of Li Su, and the tray stood in the void, 2 in front, left and right, and behind. They put their hands deep into their hands, which were covered with immortal power, and directly took off the clothes on Li Su's body, then picked up the things on the tray, and put them on Li Su. As one piece, and one sword were put on Li Su, the 5 maids spoke softly. The Daozi robe is woven with 9-colored Daluo spider silk. One strand has millions of threads. It takes 100 people 100 years to weave it. This robe is impervious to water and fire, and is invulnerable to swords and spears. It can reduce 5 levels of damage from all attacks by a saint. The Daozi shoes are forged with the universe light divine stone, and smelted with the sun god fire. They can enter the formless void and travel through all realms at will. They can travel millions of miles in an instant, and can pass through all formations of a saint. The Daozi cloak is made of refined and pressed stars from outer space. Billions of starlight flows on it, which can transform into a vast star realm, and has the power to suppress and seal. It is the Daluo that has been covered by this cloak. It may take a lot of time to break out. The Taoist jade pendant is made of the core of the sun. It contains the chapter written by a saint. It can suppress the soul, and has the ability to break all evil. The Taoist sword is made with the luck of Jigyo. It has the authority of the Taoist, and has the power to launch Jigyo's killing order 3 times unconditionally, except for the saint. The people, things, and objects designated by the Taoist will become the enemies of Jigyo. The disciples of Jigyo must kill them, no matter how hard they try. At this point, the maids looked at the jade crown worn on Li Su's head. The Taoist jade crown is made with the power of the saint. It contains the power of a saint's blow. If people from other sects dare to break their oaths and attack the Taoist, Jigyo will punish them together. Dung. 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 As the maids finished speaking, the Taoist palace vibrated, and the terrible sound penetrated the sky. Pardon, Yang Jian. Be my Jigyo Daozi, inherit my Jigyo Daoism, and promote my Jigyo's immortal glory. It was a simple sentence, but it contained an incomparably terrifying power. It was the law, and even more the Dao. The moment it sounded, it penetrated the entire mythological world, and rang directly in the hearts of all living beings, not just Jigyo, but all the people of the great sects, all the immortal cultivators, and all the mortal beings. This voice rang in their hearts. Those were the words of the saints, and those were the rules of this world. In an instant, Li Su's appearance began to magnify infinitely. Under the words of the saints, he appeared directly, reflected in the hearts and souls of all living beings. Inexplicably, Li Su felt something. The whole world, countless eyes looked at him. He was reflected above the sky, looked up at by the endless creatures. All eyes were filled with the emotion of reverence, witnessing the birth of the Jigyo Daozi, the great sect Daozi. What is the great sect Daozi? At this moment, Li Su understood. Inexplicably, a thought rang in his mind. Let all living beings worship. In an instant, Li Su took a breath, and his eyes flashed with infinite brilliance. The golden elixir immersed in the Dan's Han acupoint began to emit brilliance, illuminating all brilliance. Boom. With a loud bang, the 15 fire golden elixirs appeared in the world at this moment. The extremely terrifying mana exploded, directly forming a vast and boundless huge tsunami. In an instant, his powerful mana covered the entire holy city, and impacted the entire land of creation. Boom. 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 The terrifying mana tsunami set off 1,000-foot high arrogance, forming a peerless scene. Clang. A sword rang for a long time, showing a wonder. A sword unparalleled in the world appeared from the tsunami and stood in the sky. But there were shining stars rising from the sea, turning into huge stars in the sky, hanging high outside. Boom. An extremely huge hand appeared, reaching out from the Juhate of the void. The hand carried the breath of breaking everything, as if it was going to cut off the void with one hand. Boom. There was another sound. In the Juhei, there were still wonders, being nurtured, and not yet manifested, but there was an extremely huge Buddhist intention rising into the sky, and there were the sounds of millions of Buddhas chanting. The next second, Lee Su's burst of breath also appeared directly in the picture, reflected in the hearts of all living beings by the words of the saint. Peerless, unparalleled. At this moment, with the outbreak of Lee Su, it penetrated everything and shocked everything. Billions of living beings couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. This was the pure realm height. Unless you have the same degree in the Jiandan period, even if you are a Zhuangzi, you will also be suppressed. The eyes that looked up subconsciously avoided it and dared not look at it again. The heart of Tao was shocked. Even beside Lee Su, the 5 extreme Zhuangzi maids were shocked and stepped back. They couldn't help but churn in the sea of qi, and the road shook, which was extremely uncomfortable. They were suppressed. They were at the same level, and they could never win over the person in front of them. They took a deep breath, and their beautiful eyes burst into endless brilliance. They looked at Lee Su with great shock. However, it was not over yet, far from over. Under Lee Su's feet, a terrible netherworld rose, and there was a sound in the absolute sea. There was light inside. There was a phantom, ringing and oscillating. It was an extremely huge palace, lurking in the depths of the absolute sea, located in the center. It was Lee Su's heavenly palace, extremely grand, and the brilliance could not be suppressed even by the absolute sea. There were 7 colors of brilliance, and each color was a path, a terrible avenue. They were still incubating, still lurking in the depths, and had not yet been completely completed, and turned into a wonder. Lee Su's Dao fruits were also shaking, and some were eager to try, and wanted to come out. In an instant, let alone ordinary creatures, even the Zhuangzi felt a sense of suffocation at this moment. The 5 maids closest to Lee Su felt that their Dao was in chaos, as if their bodies and minds were about to be torn apart. Damn it. Feeling the reaction of the other Dao base, Lee Su's eyelids twitched wildly, and he quickly took a breath of cold air, waving the Zhuanghuang Ta, frantically suppressing it, preventing the other Dao base from appearing. As the treasure vibrated, the terrible opportunity flashed and disappeared, as if it had never appeared, and could not be captured and dissipated. But there was no doubt that the people who were close to him felt it without a doubt. The 2 Dao, who were barely calm, could not help but have their pupils shrink violently at this moment, and their faces showed shock. They could not help but take a breath of cold air. Although it was only a moment, as if it was an illusion, they undoubtedly felt a hint of threat. In an instant, the 2 could not help but feel a group of grass mud horses galloping through their hearts. What was that fluctuation just now? Even they felt a hint of threat. How is this possible? They are Dao. For a moment, the 2 could not help but look at each other, their hearts trembling. Lord Qianzhen, what on earth is this Dao Ziyuchos, and where did this monster come from? Chapter 488 Opening. Seeing the 2 Dao looking at him strangely, Lee Su couldn't help but smile dryly. However, neither the Dao who led the way nor Gongsun said anything, especially Gongsun's eyes, which showed a hint of expectation. Lee Su is a Taoist disciple of Jiguo, and he shoulders a huge responsibility. Not to mention the long-term war 10 years later, he will undoubtedly become the leader of Jiguo, an absolute core existence. The stronger he is, the better for Jiguo. Especially the Zhuangzi and Xiangzi, the eyes looking at Lee Su at this moment, are full of different emotions. They have not experienced the war of 10,000 years, but they have seen the war of 1,000 years and 100 years many times. Those who have not seen it will never know the tragic scene. Your Highness, this thing is the core of the Daozi Palace. After injecting the divine consciousness, it can be connected. With it, no matter where you are, the Daozi Palace will arrive at your place in the shortest time. Gongsun stepped forward and handed Lee Su a white crystal-like object. Lee Su took it and could not help but sense it. In an instant, the huge Dao Palace in front of him had a direct connection with him. It was not just a simple call. He could enter it anytime and anywhere. It was a top-level magic weapon with offensive power. The most terrifying thing was that it was engraved with a formation inside, which could absorb the power of immortals and produce a terrible increase. If the 1,000 celestial beings, 5 Zhuangzi and 1 Dalwo joined forces at the same time, their power would make even Dalwo realm flee and dare not take it head on. This is undoubtedly terrible. The battle between Dalwo and Dalwo is usually not fast. It is very difficult to kill each other with full force. The stars can be smashed. The battle aura formed between them can burn through the sky. Zhuangzi cannot survive in that environment and will be directly burned to death by the aura of the two. It is like a collision between galaxies, which is extremely terrible. However, with this magic weapon, with the help of the people arranged by GGO, even Dalwo realm can instantly injure the opponent. There is no doubt that this is almost equivalent to a strategic weapon, with extremely terrible deterrence. In the future, when walking in the myth world, unless it is a battle between the same myths, basically few people will dare to attack him directly. With the addition of 5 pieces of Daozi equipment, Li Su couldn't help but take a breath and felt that he could walk sideways. After everything was handed over, the Dalwo who brought him here left. This time, I bet that His Highness Daozi can win. Wei Wujiang is an old-fashioned myth, and he has been precipitated for too long. Therefore, most people do not think highly of Li Su and think that he will definitely lose. This gap is not about comprehension, but simply the accumulation of time and the precipitation of years. Just like wine, the older it is, the more it tastes. The experience gap between the two sides is too big, like a chasm, and it is difficult to make up. Not only combat experience, but also the application of Tao and the experience of understanding. Before leaving, the Dalwo of GGO said this. Obviously, Li Su was completely amazed by him and thought that with his foundation, although he lacked years of precipitation, he still had a great chance of winning. Li Su smiled shyly. Just kidding. He has a double foundation, unparalleled in the world, unprecedented and unrivaled. He is still afraid of the opponent who is a fairy myth. Golden elixir myth. First of all, let me ask you, if you have achieved the 15th fire perfection? Then I will ask you, if the skills you mastered have broken through the unparalleled foundation and entered the realm that is impossible to reach in the current realm, does it belong to the category of myth? Perhaps, in Bashan's eyes, Li Su's hand digging has touched the rules, requiring unparalleled understanding and mastering the realm that only immortals can reach in advance. But in fact, it was because his foundation kept breaking through, which eventually caused the skills to undergo a qualitative change and entered a new layer. The skills themselves have myth attributes. Just like Dugu Jiujian, he comprehended the 10th sword. The gap here is very huge. Therefore, he felt that Bashan was very weak because he really just dug it out casually, not performing any so-called killer moves. According to his perception, the opponent is at most 13 fires, not to mention the skills. The realm is very different. However, considering that the opponent is ranked relatively low on the myth list, Wei Wujiang is estimated to be stronger. Your Highness, the old servant will lead the way for you next. The old man Gongsun signaled the 5 maids to come over and then waved his hand to let the rest return directly to the Taoist palace. All of them came out just to meet and get to know the future master. Li Su nodded. Coming to the Taoist palace was just to obtain the authority that the Taoist of GGO should have. The next thing should be the highlight. Following Gongsun, he went all the way, heading towards the largest palace in the palace complex. It is not open normally, and it will only be opened a few times. Although it has only 1 floor, it is very large, with 2 halls in front and back. Gongsun took Li Su to the front hall. Although it is only the front hall, the lowest realm of those who can enter here is Zhuangzi, or they are guests who come here. There are many people inside. They have been arranged to sit down. Through perception, Bashan and the others are all there, and they were brought here directly. Not only that, there are 2 very strong auras, which Li Su did not encounter at first. There were not many people who could sit inside. First, there were the Golden Core myths, then the Extreme 10 Fire Celestials. There were only a dozen people in total, all of whom were from other major sects. With the entry of Li Su, all eyes were focused on him in an instant, and he became the focus of the whole audience. The cloak was flowing with stars, the armor was shining with silver light, the shoes, jade pendants, swords, and even the jade crown. Each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura, which was the top treasure, comparable to the immortal weapon. Not only that, the explosion not long ago, there was no doubt that everyone saw and felt it. In their eyes, there was a direct expression of solemnity, scrutiny, fear, and curiosity. For a moment, the whole audience was silent, and everyone kept looking at the GGO Taoist in front of them. Maybe he had just advanced to the myth not long ago, but based on the explosion just now, no one dared to underestimate him. Even the two mythical golden cores who had not met before couldn't help but flow with a strange light in their pupils. However, one of them was slightly disappointed. It was mainly because of Lee Su's face, narrow eyes, high forehead, thin lips, and his facial features gave people a sinister feeling, which made him dislike it. Before Lee Su asked, Gongsun smiled and said, "That is the Taoist of the Chan sect, named Huangji." Chan sect? Lee Su was stunned for a moment, and then understood. Master Yuanshi. He hates people with hair and horns, people with bad thoughts, and people with bad looks the most. Therefore, those who can enter the Chan sect must not only be red and upright, but also have a sexy look. Look at the Chan sect's eldest brother, Nanji Zion Weng. He is very handsome, but because of a big bump on his head, he is obviously the strongest, but not famous. People who don't know him would think that Guan Chengzi is the eldest brother of the Chan sect. On the contrary, Guan Chengzi and Yu King Zenren, let alone their elm, have colorful and handsome looks. Beauty like jade refers to them. Look at the people who betrayed their religion and went west. Forget about anything else. The Guanyin Bodhisattva who was hit by Lee Su, if it weren't for her overwhelming Buddha spirit and kindness, her face and figure, if she were in the mortal world, she would definitely be able to cross the world, and people from 8 to 80 would go crazy for her. Lee Su subconsciously touched his face. Well, he probably could pass the test. After all, in the Battle of Wazhang Temple, he finally revealed his true face and came out of Monkey King's body. Not to mention Zanyu and Axon, Nanji Zion Weng, and Bodhisattva were all very pleasant to him, with a hint of appreciation in their eyes. Obviously, they were deeply influenced by their own master, and had very high requirements for appearance, which had become inertia. Why couldn't Shen Gongbeo get along in the Chan sect? He obviously had a pouty mouth, and the whole G sect fell into it. Even the saints were not spared. It's nothing else. His appearance doesn't conform to the Chan sect's 3 views, so they naturally don't like him when they see him. Look, the black bear demon who fought Sun Wukong to a draw was directly sent to guard the back mountain. Only Sun Wukong, who planned to go through the back door, made an appearance to explain his mission, while the cute red boy became a sitting boy. You should know that the black bear demon is a cultural demon, does not eat people, and even discusses immortality with monks. On the other hand, what about Red Boy? He is vicious by nature and has eaten people. So, everyone can understand how important a good face is in the Chan sect. Yang Jian, although he has 3 eyes, is handsome and is a treasure of Yu King Zenren. Neza, although he is naughty and mischievous, he is cute and is also the treasure of Tai Zenren. On the other hand, what about Lei Zenzi? It's all tears to talk too much. Huangji in front of him looks okay, not as good as Lee Su. It is estimated that in the Chan sect, he is probably the kind of person that grandma doesn't love and doesn't get close to for a long time. He is far inferior to the child who appeared before, Yang Zhuangkang. Feeling Lee Su's gaze, Huangji couldn't help but stare, always feeling that the other party was thinking something bad. As the main characters arrived one after another, soon a fairy tree came out from outside the hall, and one by one, the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, rare and precious spiritual objects that were rarely seen in the outside world were directly brought up. At the same time, the hall shook slightly, and a picture fell. In an instant, everyone's attention was attracted by the picture. In the picture, there was a figure on the sky, and under his feet was a huge island suspended thousands of miles away, with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and seas on it, and all living things growing in it, pierced by a huge avenue, floating on the top of the sky, outside the world. As the figure raised his hand and pointed, an extremely large beam of light appeared in an instant, instantly penetrating time and space, and descending on the land of the myth world. The 1000-year war begins, and the immortals will end. A calm word resounded through the heavens and earth, shaking the universe. The 1000-year war begins. Chapter 489. The cause of the war. The violent people. The brilliant light flashed, and beams of light penetrated the heaven and earth, directly falling on various places in the myth world. There were not hundreds or thousands of them, but tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. Each of these beams was a teleportation array that could directly connect to the huge isolated island in the sky, capable of teleporting over long distances, and even able to cross the boundary barrier of the myth world itself. Under normal circumstances, to achieve this level, I really don't know how much manpower, material resources, and time it would take. Even for the Daluo, at most, hundreds or thousands of different regions can be teleported at the same time, and this does not include the ones for super long distances. The myth world is very big. Very big. The lower domain alone is almost the size of a planet, and the middle domain is basically equivalent to the size of a star. Under normal circumstances, to travel from one city to another, even if you run your legs off, you may not be able to reach it. Although Lisu is only a golden elixir, his speed is actually not much worse than that of an immortal. The Monkey King can fly 108,000 miles with a somersault, which Lisu cannot do, but he can run 1,000 miles in 10 minutes without any problem. But he only got a fragment of the map from the ruins of the Immortal Mountain, and he also passed the teleportation. With his own speed, he ran for a whole day before arriving at Wasayan Temple. Under normal circumstances, at Lisu's speed, even if he didn't go all out, he could run almost a circle of the earth in a day. This world is really big, very big. Even if it is just a fragment of the prehistoric continent, it is a land that could accommodate billions of demons after all. The size itself is probably as huge as a galaxy. Looking at the huge light column that covered the sky and the sun, piercing the bright light belts everywhere, not to mention the cruelty of the 1,000-year war, without the Saints' help, the Immortals would not know how long it would take to travel. However, why are there so many conveyor belts? Looking at the number that almost covered the sky, it is close to 1 million, right? According to records, the number of Zhuangzi in the end is only a few thousand. Even if it is calculated according to the task, to each time, it should be less than 10,000. Why are there so many? Before the thought fell, there was movement in the sky above the isolated island, and a huge teleportation array, and figures flew out one by one. As soon as they appeared, they dispersed and rushed to various places on the huge island. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. The number increased, and the terrifying thing was that they were all celestial beings. In just a moment, the number had reached an astonishing 5 million. So many? Lisu's pupils could not help shrinking, and his face changed slightly. This number was a bit scary. No, very scary. Although he had surpassed the celestial realm, he could win even against the 10 fires. Such a terrifying number still made him shudder. Even if he was to kill them all, it would take him forever and exhaust his mind. An overwhelming number. It seemed that he could sense Lisu's doubts and confusion. Gongsun at the side whispered, "Your Highness is very surprised. Why are there so many immortals?" Well, this is probably tens of millions, right? Tens of millions? That's less, Your Highness. Huh. The number of immortals participating this time should be more than 90 million, close to 100 million. Lisu couldn't help but widen his eyes, turned his head in disbelief, and looked at the old man Gongsun who spoke. 100 million? After all, this is the mythological world. With hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation, an unimaginable number of immortals will be born every 1,000 years. Otherwise, the Saints would not have to take action and personally go to the outer space to capture hundreds of stars and merge them into a continent. Hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation? Lisu's face was filled with surprise. Isn't it a war that takes place every 1,000 years? Shouldn't most of them be dead? Your Highness has only been practicing for a short time, so it's not surprising that you are confused. Gongsun smiled and said, the 1,000-year war was indeed tragic, with countless casualties. Even the immortals would be lying dead like ants, with blood flowing continuously. In fact, this is true. Basically, every 1,000-year war has at least hundreds of thousands of people. When it is tragic enough, there will be tens of millions of casualties at a time. It feels like there will be almost no one left after a war. In fact, it's not like that. First of all, of course, there are many celestial beings in the mythological world. Becoming a celestial being is a very common thing in the mythological world. As long as you achieve a golden elixir, even a 1 fire golden elixir, you can advance to a celestial being. 1 fire golden elixir, how many do you think Giant City will produce in 100 years? More than 3 million. And it is obvious that among the major sects, G-sect has the smallest population without a doubt. If it were other major sects, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions would not be a problem. This is just a major sect that focuses on cultivating elites. 3 fire golden elixirs are rare, and the basics are all 8 or 9 fire. What kind of terrible scene would it be in the upper domain, the middle domain, and the lower domain, where the fire doesn't matter? Then in the myth world, the environment is very harsh, and it is impossible for weak creatures who have just been born to survive. Some celestial immortals and mysterious immortals who value feelings want to give their descendants a stable environment. What should they do? It's very simple. Just buy caves and blessed lands from the big sects. This business is the most familiar to the G-sect. So far, the number of caves and blessed lands made with stars as a core that my G-sect saints have sold has exceeded hundreds of thousands. If one counts as being able to accommodate tens of billions of creatures, how many creatures are hundreds of thousands? The real number of creatures in the myth world has already exceeded the trillion level. Of course, there won't be so many foundation building, and neither will the golden elixir. But, with such a life value, how many creatures can be born in the myth world every day? More than a billion. 3 years to build the foundation, 10 years to make the golden elixir. Facing such a huge base, how many immortals will there be in 100 years? 100 million in 1,000 years. Is it a lot? Not much. Therefore, it can be said that the number of immortals participating in each 1,000-year war will basically be more than the previous one, almost one level higher. After all, the foundation is there. Hiss. Listening to Gangsun's explanation, Lee Su took a breath of cold air. Zhiguo's understanding of the myth world must be completely updated. A blessed land, made with stars? One can accommodate tens of billions of lives? After hundreds of thousands of years, Zhiguo alone has sold hundreds of thousands of them? What is the concept? The myth world is undoubtedly sparsely populated, because the environment is too harsh, and mortals can hardly survive outside the big city, resulting in a small population. But if there is a relatively stable environment, and people are not starving to death, how terrible will the population explosion be? After all, how many people are there in the myth world? Then, Your Highness, you need to know one more thing. Although the Millennium War is to reduce the number of celestial immortals, after all, with infinite resources, there will always be a day when they will be emptied. In order to avoid that kind of situation, it is necessary to reduce the number of celestial immortals whose lifespans are too long, and whose numbers are extremely large. But it's not all for this. After all, if you don't want so many celestial immortals, just take back the cave heaven blessed land. In terms of the overall environment of the mythology realm, more than 90% of them can be killed instantly. Even if they are golden cores, they will die if their strength is not enough. The creatures born in the cave heaven are naturally much weaker than those born in the mythology realm. Only by achieving celestial immortals can this gap be smoothed out. So why not do this? It's very simple. To cultivate TIE. In the mythology realm, mythological materials are abundant. For a newborn, if he only pursues the lowest realm, even if he doesn't practice, it can be said that it is easy to build a foundation in 10 years, become a golden core in 100 years, become a celestial immortal for 1,000 years, and then live for about 1,500 years and die. There are many such people in the cave heaven blessed land. However, TIE is different, very different. Even the 10 fire celestials can hardly guarantee the achievement of the TIE realm. Currently, it is known that only those who are above the mythological realm can truly become TIE, and that is only you, Your Highness. For others, without opportunity, luck, and comprehension, it can only be said that it is difficult. 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 This realm is different, very different. It is a breakthrough in life and a transcendence of life. The most significant proof of this is that the children born to TIE and his wife must be born immortals. Similarly, although the children born to celestial beings have higher talents, they are still just mortals. They must start from the foundation building and experience the golden elixir to achieve the immortal realm. Therefore, Tae has the privilege of founding a sect in the mythological world and can even find a large sect to buy a blessed land in the cave and become a saint in it. At present, the known methods that can achieve the Tae realm with a high probability are either above the mythological realm or participating in the Millennium War. Of course, the same is true for the 100 Years' War. The number of celestial beings who break through in it will far exceed that of normal celestial beings. Then there is the 10,000 Years' War. 100 years is for a stronger celestial being, or 1,000 years is for advancing to Tae, and 10,000 years is for reaching another level that cannot be guaranteed even above mythology. Daluo. After saying it all in one breath, Gongsun stopped. Lee Su was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look at him. No wonder he said so much in one breath. This was not only explaining the situation of the 1,000-year war, but also explaining the reason for the 10,000-year war. After all, in the future, Lee Su will most likely become the protagonist of the 10,000 Years War of GGO in the near future. He can't let him go to the battlefield with doubts and dissatisfaction. In such a dangerous place, if he gets emotional and has a rift in his heart, it will undoubtedly be catastrophic to GGO. After all, when facing life and death, those who look timid and afraid of death will sacrifice their lives for justice, and those who look bold and daring may beg for mercy in pain. Lee Su smiled and said nothing. Can he break through Daluo? He thought it was not a big problem. He couldn't even break through the dual Dao base, so what was the point of practicing? As for the 10,000 Years War, he had already become a celestial being by then. A celestial being kills a mysterious immortal. Isn't that a basic operation? So, it's not a big problem. The tip of his nose could not help but move. Although the scene in the center of the hall was amazing, after watching it for quite some time, and listening to the explanation of Gongsun next to him, Lee Su's attention was immediately attracted by the ingredients brought by the maid on the table that appeared with the scene. One plate was the flesh. One plate was the petals. Another plate was the water wine. On the flesh, clouds and mists were lingering, and the Dao patterns were floating. The petals were shining and colorful, and the fragrance was not dissipated. The water wine seemed to have time flowing in it, and the Dao was precipitated. It was not an ordinary product, but extremely precious. The flesh alone gave Lee Su a sense of wonder that was not inferior to the ginseng fruit. Moreover, this appearance and structure. It looks like a peach. Speaking of peaches, Lee Su couldn't help but think of a name in the depths of his mind. It was one of the 3 treasures in Journey to the West that could increase lifespan. Ginseng fruit, tang monk meat, and the peaches in the courtyard of the Queen Mother's house. You know, even Leogen's golden elixir, although it can bring the dead back to life and turn bones into flesh, still cannot prolong life. Only the above 3 things can work. Lee Su couldn't help but look up and glance around. Wow, the golden elixir myth, except for him, is eating. The 2 from the Buddhist sect are more reserved. They finished eating the flesh and half of the petals. The Chan sect pays attention to etiquette. They move a little for each thing, and eat evenly and regularly, with a sense of obsessive compulsive disorder. The rest is very direct, wolfing down, and the plates seem to have been licked clean. They are still not satisfied, and look at others. At this moment, if there are good people, who knows, they can eat 2 more bites. Unfortunately, the little monk Minkan uncovered his plate and didn't even let him see it. Although the Chan sect eats slowly, let alone the demon court, the others don't look in line with the senses, so they ignore it. As for Lee Su, haha, dare you think of me? I didn't stew you and boil the medicine because of the occasion. He stretched out his hand and was about to start eating. Am I not late? A figure walked in directly, with a knife aura wrapped around him, and a thick bloody body on his body, eyes like tigers and wolves, and mouths like jackals. The hair stood up, with an extremely terrifying fierce aura, brutal and cruel. His eyes were very cold, and he looked at everything, as if he was looking at blood food. He was cruel and bloodthirsty. Haha, it's just the right time. As soon as he came in, he took the lead, and raised his hand. A powerful suction burst out, and in an instant, it directly attracted the treasures in front of the people sitting, including the extreme 10 fire celestial immortal. Good stuff, it should belong to me. In an instant, everyone's face changed, especially the extreme 10 fire celestial immortal. The things in front of them were undoubtedly rare treasures for them. How could they give up so easily? He directly used his magic power to press down the tray in front of him. There was a hint of ferocity in the pupils of the person who came, and the knife intent burst out in an instant, and he chopped it out directly. Clang. With a sound, blood was spilled at the scene. All the 10 fire celestials who were using their magic power were hit by his sword. The sword energy contained the truth and the meaning of cutting off the way. This meaning was extremely terrifying. The moment of contact, the faces of the 10 fire celestials of various sects changed on the spot. Their auras bloomed, and their Taoism was activated. They wanted to resist. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sword intent of that man was too terrifying, and came too fast. He chopped the body of the 10 fire celestials in one go, severely injuring several people. Blood spurted out. Bones and internal organs were clearly visible. They were cut open by the sword intent, forming terrible wounds that touched the root. Trash. Dare to dream of the treasure? Are you worthy? Immediately, the eyes of the golden elixir myths such as the Buddhist sect, the inner ghost sect, and the demon court sank, and their faces were very unhappy. Huangji, there was a hint of murderous intent in his pupils. This behavior was even more unforgivable for the Chan sect. The newcomer ignored him, and appeared in front of Li Su in an instant. He said calmly, "Boy, you are lucky. For the sake of the treasure, I will open it later, and let you have 2 moves, which can be regarded as leaving some face for GGO. After that, he stretched out his hand, and grabbed the treasure in front of Li Su, treating Li Su as nothing, and even less taking GGO into his eyes. Wei Wujiang, Golden Pill Mythology List, ranked 18th. Chapter 490, Suppressing the Beast. Flaunting and overbearing. Looking at the other party, Li Su frowned slightly. His personality is too distinct, and his aura is full of arrogance. In such an occasion, he behaved like this. This personality is undoubtedly very problematic. But, it is not surprising. This aura is consistent with his sword intent. When practicing to a certain level, especially when it comes to the Great Dao, the personality will change to a certain extent, and it will be more in line with the Great Dao. Wei Wujiang is a sword cultivator, and he cultivates the sword of dominance and ruthlessness, and his will runs through his body and mind. The more so, there is no doubt that his sword intent is more addictive. At close range, it is as if being stared at by a brutal beast, and there is an unparalleled trembling in the air. How dare you? Being certified as a Taoist disciple of GGO, Li Su's identity is naturally different. The faces of the 5 maids standing behind him suddenly changed, revealing anger. This is not a gambling battle, but in the hall of GGO's banquet. Such behavior cannot be taken seriously by GGO. Li Su waved his hand, and at the same time he stretched out his own hand, put his index finger and middle finger together, and stabbed down with a sword. Clang. The sword sounded, and the sword intent rose. Equally unparalleled, equally unmatched, the sword intent with peerless intent burst out directly, and slashed at Wei Wujiang's outstretched hand. Wei Wujiang's pupils shrank slightly, and a fierce flash flashed in his leopard eyes. He turned his outstretched hand and swept it, and his palm was like a knife, directly slashing at Li Su's sword finger. It was originally a flesh and blood body, but it burst out with the sound of metal and un. The simple collision was like 2 peerless divine weapons colliding together. In an instant, an extremely tragic confrontation and collision occurred between the two. The sword intent and the knife intent directly slashed the void that touched, and the flames splashed, and roared again and again. The sword and the knife are undoubtedly the most extreme ways of attack in the world. The atmosphere was trembling, and the creeping murderous intent continued to spread. At this moment, the bright hall dimmed, and the huge hall was buzzing. Entanglement, fierce battle. For several seconds, the atmosphere was almost suffocating. After a while, Li Su said calmly, "Do you want to continue?" Wei Wujiang's pupils flickered slightly, and he put away his sword. Almost at the moment when his sword intent disappeared, Li Su's sword intent also disappeared. In an instant, Wei Wujiang's hand that was retracted was chopped out again, and the terrible sword intent seemed to have never disappeared. This time, it chopped directly at Li Su's neck, extremely ferocious and murderous. Butler Gongsun, suppress him. This time, Li Su did not make a move, and spoke calmly. Wei Wujiang was startled, but the old man beside Li Su did not hesitate, and made a move directly. The huge immortal power exploded, and instantly turned into a huge cage, to seal Wei Wujiang and press him into it. Daluo is not allowed to attack Jinden. Do you want to break the rules? Wei Wujiang's pupils shrank. His strength was extremely powerful, but after all, he was only Jinden. Facing the suppression of Daluo, there was no room for resistance, and he immediately spoke angrily. Li Su ignored him and said directly, press this beast outside the temple, under the statue of the saint, and do not move it within 3 days. Yes. Gongsun nodded, raised his hand, and was about to push it out, and suppress it in front of the statue of the saint according to Li Su's words. Daoist of Jijio, it's over. Someone spoke up. It was Bashan. Dayan Palace provoked in time. Naturally there was someone behind the scenes pushing it. If nothing unexpected happened, it was undoubtedly the Black Mountain sect. After all, let alone Wei Wujiang's fate, Dayan Palace could not afford it, even if it was a force in the upper domain. Naturally, they could not watch the other party being suppressed by Li Su in this way. Li Su glanced at Bashan and said indifferently, this hall is where my G religion welcomes guests, and everyone who can enter is my G religion's guest. He attacked my G religion's guest, so he was extremely presumptuous. If it were an ordinary situation, he should be beaten and killed. Otherwise how would outsiders see my G religion? This is not a gambling battle, and this is not the Zhuangkang sect that was provoked by the Dayan Palace, but the G religion. I'm a Taoist disciple of the G religion, and he is just a disciple of the upper domain. He attacked me directly, which is equivalent to provoking the great sect. The Golden Core myth has privileges, but that is just that the saints pity our talents and show mercy so that we can thrive when we are young. This is not his capital for arrogance. A mere ant, once or twice, let's forgive him for being ignorant of etiquette and not teaching him, but 3 times is more than enough. If he provokes my G religion's face 3 times in a row and is not punished, where are the rules of my great sect? Where are the rules of the myth world? Where is the face of the saint? Li Su raised his hand and pointed, and continued, Butler, suppress this beast. Gongsun couldn't help but take a breath. A smile appeared on his face, and he nodded directly, I will obey your highness's order. He raised his hand and pushed, and the suppressed Wei Wujiang was almost completely unable to make any reaction. His figure flew out of the hall, and landed in front of the statue of the saint. Bang! With a loud bang, he knelt on his knees, and was suppressed to the ground by the butler's power. Ah! 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 Wei Wujiang went crazy, his pupils were like blood, and he let out an incomparable roar. How dare! How dare! Ggo Daozi, you! Shut his mouth. Without waiting for the other party's words to spread, Li Su said indifferently, send someone to inform Dayan Palace, and wait until the punishment is over. Come to lead the people, and tell them that a Jinden came to offend the superiors. The blood of the Shangming sect Daluo who violated the majesty of Jijio has not yet dried. Does the Daluo of Dayan Palace also want to try it? The old man's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he clasped his fists and said, this old servant has obeyed the order. Li Su nodded, turned his head to look at Huangji of the Chan sect, and smiled. Brother Huang, my punishment should not violate the rules, right? Huangji was stunned and stagnant for a moment. It was more than a violation. This was simply a model of Chan sect's handling. The rules were untrue from beginning to end, and the hierarchy was clearly stated. Undoubtedly, looking at Wei Wujiang who was suppressed under the statue of the saint, Huangji felt a little happy for some reason. Junior brother Yang handled it very well. This beast is lawless. It's a pity that he has the status of a golden elixir legend. Otherwise, he should be killed on the spot to set things right. As a disciple of the Chan sect, what he hates most is people who break the rules and don't follow the rules. Li Su nodded and looked at the Buddhist sect. What do you think, senior brother Jiankang? Is there a problem with my handling? Jiankang was stunned, put his hands together, and his mouth twitched slightly. he said softly. Amitabha, junior brother Yang's handling is naturally no problem. Then what do you think? Senior brother Kui and senior brother Meng. The two looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitched, but they still nodded. After all, the other party's behavior was indeed too much, and the most important thing was that Li Su only had people suppress it, but didn't hurt it at all. In terms of his behavior, this was undoubtedly very light. 3 times the incident, if it was on their territory, beating him half to death, would also be light. However, after handling it, this guy consulted them, clearly wanting the other major sects to come together and approve of this matter. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he felt helpless when he thought of the stupid Wei Wujiang's behavior. He should be suppressed. What a madman. Li Su nodded. Thank you for your understanding, senior brothers. So, senior brother Bashan, does that mean that the Black Mountain sect you represent disagrees with the way my GGO handles the situation? Bashan opened his mouth wide, staring blankly at the GGO Taoist, and couldn't help shivering. This person. Damn, hiss. Such a vicious mind. Chapter 491, The Brutal Thousand-Year War. Wei Wujiang's episode passed quickly, and everyone's attention was focused on the Millennium War. The transmission lasted for almost a cup of tea, and the empty and boundless island was now full of figures. Celestial immortals, an unimaginable number of celestial immortals, were all gathered there. The battle soon took place. Celestial immortals began to hunt, fighting against the prey around them. There were strong men who directly chased and killed them, fighting several of them alone. He held thunder in his hand, full of destructive power. A flash of lightning fell, and a mountain group evaporated. In the mountain group, dozens of celestial immortals came out with blood. Some of them had their shoulders broken, some had their lower bodies broken, and some had their chests pierced directly. Immortals have a strong immortality and their vitality is beyond imagination. Even if they are severely injured, they can still survive for a long time, and will not be annihilated in a short time. They screamed and wailed, because the power that destroyed their strong bodies did not disappear, but continued to annihilate and strangle them like bone marrow. It took a long time before they finally met their death. It was too tragic, like being tortured to death. Before they died, their foundations and great ways were stripped away bit by bit. The pain was unbelievable. Every second felt like months and years. Even their hardened nerves could not bear the pain. Flames, ice, storms, heavy rains. Countless Taoist magics were performed on the isolated island. There were sword lights, arrow feathers, blades that tore through space, and flowers that solidified time. There were causal relationships and silent curses. Some immortals had already formed an alliance and made a life agreement outside to watch over each other and not betray each other. After entering, they began to encircle and suppress, uniting against the strong. A 10 fire immortal was trapped by 39 fire immortals. He was pierced by sword blades, suppressed by talisman formations, blocked by space, and connected by cause and effect. Someone was cursing him, causing him to decay. Someone was constantly attacking and destroying his flesh and blood. He was extremely powerful and struggled madly. Seeing that someone was too close and his hands and feet could not move, he stretched his neck, almost tore his spine, and rushed in front of the other person. He opened his bloody mouth and bit down madly. In one bite, he killed most of the other person's head. The soul was deeply pulled out. He chewed it hard and destroyed it. He stood up with all his strength. He called out. There were stars flowing between his palms. There was a grand palace inside. That was his heavenly palace. At this moment, he actually tore it apart, let a corner of it fall, and summoned it to his palm. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and his soul was also vibrating. This was self-destruction, severely damaging the foundation of the Tao, and hurting the foundation. But there was no way. If not, he would die miserably, and be sucked dry by the people who surrounded him. His pupils were crazy, and he pushed hard, and the fragments of the palace flew out. That was his foundation of Tao, filled with his avenue, and it was pregnant with supreme power and a hint of supreme meaning. It instantly penetrated the void, and time lost its meaning in front of it. It pierced directly into the group of people who were besieging the 10 fire celestial immortal. One corner of it shattered, and a sky full of starlight was shot out. That starlight was neither here nor there. It came from the underworld and went to the underworld. Ignoring the defense, it took the flesh of those besiegers as a point, turned into their bodies, pierced their cores, and suddenly reached their foundation, the core of the heavenly palace. With a bang, dozens of cores collapsed on the spot, and the heavenly palace was directly smashed and pierced by the palace of the 10 Fire Celestial Immortal. A scream, more than a dozen people let out a tragic howl, fell to the ground and rolled, crashing through the earth. The heavenly palace was pierced, just like the road was cut apart, and the soul was torn apart. The pain was indescribable. In an instant, the siege formation was broken, and most of the power suppressing the 10 Fire Celestial Immortal disappeared. The 10 Fire Celestial Immortal stood up, his pupils were red, he raised his hand, and grabbed the guy who was constantly wearing away his flesh and blood with a torrential rain like a strong acid not far away, opened his bloody mouth, and bit off his entire head in one bite under the other's extremely horrified eyes. He kept sucking and chewing, not only eating the other's flesh and blood, but also biting his avenue palace, to make up for himself. He shouted suddenly, and his body was like a star, generating terrible gravity, directly pulling everyone around, trying to pull them over, and killing everyone who dared to do anything to him. Squeak. With a light sound, a lightless black blade suddenly penetrated from his vest, and came out from his chest. The 10 Fire Celestial Immortal was shocked, his pupils spewed out terrible light, and he let out an incredible roar. His body lit up, and produced a raging fire. He burned the black blade on his chest, trying to ignite it, and turn it into nothingness. Unfortunately, no matter how he lit the fire, the black blade had no reaction. It was lightless, and in the chest of the 10 Fire Celestial, like a black hole, presenting nothingness in the center of the fire. After a moment, the face of the 10 Fire Celestial was stiff and twisted. Ghostly green stains began to appear on his face, body, and body. It was a kind of extremely vicious poison that could infect and ignite flesh, blood, soul, and even the palace of the Great Dao. There was no light, no heat, only a creepy green. The flesh was petrified, the soul withered, and the palace of the Great Dao peeled off inch by inch, as if it had experienced a long time and was decayed. With one move, a figure walked out of the shadow, and he disappeared in a glance. In a blink of an eye, the high and mighty 10 Fire Celestial, lonely, his body fell to the ground like garbage. The war continued. Hundreds of millions of celestial beings fought madly in that boundless continent. The time inside flowed quickly, and terrible battles occurred almost every second, and countless celestial beings died every second. The heads rolled and gathered together, forming one Jingguan after another. Blood poured out, forming streams, rivers, and lakes. One mountain after another was cut off, and one ocean after another was overturned. The terrible war was changing the terrain of this huge and boundless island every second. A vast ocean was broken into pieces in a few blinks of an eye, and then connected again in the next second. The climate on the island was a mess. The rules were in chaos, because of the tragic fighting of the immortals. Thunderstorms began to fall in some places, and rivers kept roaring in some places, and water dragons were surging. In some places, sparks kept falling from the sky, and hitting the earth. Such a big world seemed like the end of the world, and the scene was extremely tragic. Even though Li Su had experienced a lot of killing, he was shocked by the tragic scene at this moment. The fighting inside was too terrible and too crazy. Even if he saw some actions, he couldn't help but gasp, because if he entered it at the moment, he would probably be severely injured and bleed continuously. Too cruel. In order to survive, some immortals used terrible means. Not to mention the self-destruction of the heavenly palace. Some people even reduced their own lifespan in an instant. The lifespan of a 1 fire immortal is 2,500 years, and that of a 10 fire immortal is nearly 20,000 years. In an instant, he cut off 99% of his own lifespan to launch an attack, and forcibly killed an immortal who was stronger than him, but older than him. There are also people who, at the moment of life and death, gambled everything they had, and their flesh, blood, soul, and foundation of Taoism all turned into the strongest curse, to curse the person who killed them. There was a powerful immortal who killed hundreds of immortals. He was like a terrifying predator who ran into the world of herbivores. He was brutal and fierce, but in the end, the terrible curse continued to accumulate, and reached a point where he could not bear it. In an instant, the curse pierced through his sea of consciousness and shattered his avenue. The extremely brutal battle refreshed Lee Su's three views. The strong prey on the weak, and the strong are divided into groups. The scenes inside made his heart beat wildly. Damn, it was really too bad. Looking at the peach pulp that he had inserted with his magic power to prepare for eating, several times when it was almost in front of his mouth, the screen would show some pictures that would normally be mosaicked. Deliberate, right? Not to mention such a cruel picture, Lee Su actually still had the mind to think about eating. First of all, the death of others made him feel a little uncomfortable and very upset. But the problem is that this war was presided over by the saint, so what if he had an opinion? In front of the saint, what is the difference between him and an ant on the roadside? Then, the housekeeper also said that the essence of this war was not just to reduce the number of celestial immortals. There are many ways to reduce it, so why do we have to do it in this way? Its main purpose is to cultivate and breed Zhuangzi. Although the immortals fighting inside had resentment, pain, and fear at the moment of death. But when fighting, most of the pupils are filled with killing intent, locking expectations. That is to say, a large number of people are eager to break through. Finally, there is the issue of immortal lifespan. Ordinary mortals have a long life of only 100 years, and the wonderful 50 years are over. What about immortals? The youngest of the immortals inside is over 100 years old. Not only that, will those who can become immortals be simple and ordinary? Will their hands be free of blood? Therefore, Lee Su's sympathy is not that rich. No matter how many people who have nothing to do with him die, it will not shake his heart. From sunrise to sunset, from madness to exhaustion. With a day outside, more than a month passed inside, and the first killing stopped. Lee Su couldn't help twitching his mouth, feeling that meat would be isolated from him for a long time recently. You said to kill, why do you always use your mouth? Disgusting him? Of course, the 1,000-year war was very tragic. It was only one day outside, and the number of deaths recorded inside reached an astonishing 17,649,845. The isolated island was like a terrifying meat grinder. The soil was filled with a heavy pungent smell of blood, which made people nauseous. In a trance, it was like a ferocious beast, tightly grasping the hearts of everyone in the hall. Except for the younger Buddhist Minkang. He couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and ran out directly. He vomited again and again, and his eyes were swollen from crying. He was tired of crying and fell asleep. No, he was knocked unconscious by his senior brother Kanjian. Well, sympathize with him. At such a young age, he endured the pain he shouldn't have. The others were very ordinary. Mengshi of the demon court had a fierce look in his eyes, and his breath was very tragic and man-eating. Obviously, he was aroused by the killing in the picture, and was thirsting for blood. However, after turning his eyes for a long time, when he saw Wei Wujiang kneeling and trembling under the statue of the saint outside the hall, he was silent and said nothing. Jiang Kong chanted the Buddha's name and silently recited the scriptures in the face of this hellish scene. Huang Ji frowned slightly. This kind of chaos was incompatible with the teachings of the Chan sect. As for Kuo, who was born in the inner ghost gate, his face remained calm, and there was not even a trace of change in his eyes. He even asked for 2 more bottles of immortal wine, with 2 side dishes, and ate them happily. It was very tragic, but there was no doubt that it could not shake their Taoism. There was a certain smell on several people, as if they had seen more terrible and cruel scenes before, so that the 1,000-year war could not touch their heartstrings. Kuo raised his head and grinned, and he also had the mind to laugh. Bald donkey of Buddhism, don't you feel hypocritical when you recite the scriptures hypocritically? The inner ghost gate and the Buddhist sect don't get along. If it weren't for the strange situation in the myth world, there would be almost no possibility of coexistence between the two sects. They were naturally opposed, and fought to the death. Jiang Khan glanced at each other, didn't say anything, and still recited the scriptures softly. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Master Kuo, why do you have to ridicule? Behind the heaven, in front of the gate of hell, what is buried and covered by mythology and history? Don't you already know it? In that grand destiny, we are just ants, a tiny member of the countless living beings. Buddha saves all living beings. It is a wish, an expectation, a yearning, a spark of fire lit in the dark fate. Ikueo smiled. He stood up directly, glanced at Lee Su. Daozi of GGO, I look forward to your battle with Wei Wujiang in 10 days. I hope it won't disappoint you too much. I have been unhappy with the guy named Wei for a long time. Goodbye. After saying that, Ikueo turned around and waved his hand, letting the extreme 10 fire celestials who came with him go out of the hall together. Mengshi and others also stood up, saying that they were looking forward to the gambling battle in 10 days, and then left. Just when Jiang Kang of the Buddhist sect and Huangji of the Chan sect were about to say goodbye, Li Su drove the people away and suddenly turned around and said, "Housekeeper, for the next 10 days, will the packages we served before continue?" The housekeeper was stunned when he heard this. The next 10 days? What a joke. The 3 things served before, each of them is priceless. How can they be served every day? Is it really free? Go. A voice sounded in the housekeeper's heart. Old man Gongsun was stunned. He was familiar with this voice. It was a saint. He blinked, took a deep breath and said, "Go." Li Su nodded, then turned to look at the 5 Zhuangs and maids behind him and said, "What are your names?" Hangjin, Luluo, Zixun, Qingming, Huangmeng. Red, green, purple, blue, and yellow. The person who named it must love rainbows. Well, I think several disciples of the big sect will not come tomorrow. Steward and Hangjin, you can take their seats. After that, Li Su looked at Jiang Kang and Huangji and said, "By the way, 2 senior brothers, will you come tomorrow?" The 2 were startled and turned their heads to look at the people who had obviously stopped at the door. The corners of their mouths could not help but twitch. Those things are all treasures. Just eating those just now will have a lot of benefits for their foundation of Taoism, which will deepen their understanding of Taoism. Taking a deep breath, the 2 looked at each other and nodded, "Come." Looking at Ikueo and others who quickened their pace to leave, Li Su was immediately satisfied and nodded. Then, "See you tomorrow." "Who are you pretending to be?" "Looking forward to the battle between me and Wei Wujiang." "Do you think I'm a monkey? Show you?" However, when his eyes returned to the dimmed picture, Li Su's eyes were filled with a strange color. Can such simple killing really create Tai? According to the housekeeper, the realm of Tai is very different. If you want to break through, the requirements are very high. Indeed, there is a great terror between life and death, which can make people break through. However, that kind of thing is very suspenseful. In this kind of big melee, even if you really capture something in an instant, you probably don't have the energy to think about it, right? Why use this method? Moreover, the realms of the people present are different, and the difference is huge. If you really want to use life and death to stimulate, you should wait until you reach the peak in perfection, and you are only 1 step away. Thinking of this, Li Su's eyes flashed with a strange color. This 1000-year war may have other contents. Otherwise, if Tai can be created by killing alone, it would not be said that the current myth world can determine the way to break through the realm of Tai. One is above mythology, and the other is the 1000-year war. Above mythology, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, let alone one. Even in the 1000-year war, only a few dozen or 100 can be produced out of a billion. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is to reach the realm of Tai. After all, how did the 1000-year war create and produce Tai? Chapter 492. The war is over. The gambling war begins. The 2nd day, the 3rd day, the 4th day. Every day, he kept watching in the hall. The death toll was indeed a very scary number. Li Su was almost numb after seeing the latter. The impact on his 3 views was great. But what surprised him was that the more he went on, the more terrible the fighting power of the celestial beings inside became. Of course, every day outside was equivalent to more than a month inside. It was not surprising that there was an improvement in the life and death battle that almost tightened all nerves. The improvement of fighting power often involves many aspects. One's own realm, Taoist magic, combat experience, the use of magic, etc. It was not surprising that there was a significant improvement in this life and death battle that was beyond imagination. Doing the same thing more than 20,000 times can reach an inhuman height. However, this battle was a little different, because there is a limit to improvement. Once you reach a certain level, it will become very difficult to break through. Even Li Su, who has a talent bonus and a very high level of comprehension, can quickly understand, master, and practice even the saint level skills to a very terrible degree. But once you reach a certain point, you will slow down and then fall into stagnation. Unless the realm is broken through and the understanding of the great Dao is strengthened, it will basically remain at a certain level and will not rush up. The situation of the Millennium War was very different. As time passed, some people's Taoism transformed amazingly, involving more layers than imagined, and the speed of progress was incredible. And this improvement is very strange. It is not individual, but collective. As long as you survive this day, there will almost certainly be a staged improvement and huge changes on the next day. Even the lowest realm of the first fire, because of good luck and the special ability of the Taoism and magical powers mastered in concealment, can get a huge improvement after hiding for several days, and even break the shackles of their own realm, and enter the second fire and third fire. This is quite incredible. Their Tao foundation has been improved. How far the celestial immortal can go is already determined when it is the golden elixir. There are only so many heavenly palaces formed by it. No matter how much energy is filled in, the heavenly palace will only become more solid and larger, but the number of layers will not increase. Because there are only so many foundations, or 3-story foundation cannot build a building with more than 10 floors. If you force it upward, it will only collapse. But the people inside are very different. They did break through. The heavenly palace has undergone a qualitative change and has been raised. There are 10 fire limit immortals inside. Although they have been surrounded and blocked crazily since the first day, they survived and saved their lives. Now, it is extremely terrifying. The means used have already exceeded the surface level of the immortals. The flames formed by the majestic heavenly palace above have undergone a qualitative change, and a wonder has been born inside. That should have been a scene unique to the myth, but because of this war, it has undergone an unprecedented transformation, breaking through the limit that could not be crossed when the golden elixir was formed, and entering the realm of myth. Li Su couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The discovery of this result made him more shocked than the tragic battle. Are you kidding? If the myth can break through just by fighting, will so many people be stuck and prevented from entering? This 1000-year war must have something he doesn't know about. Formation? Or is it the means of the saints? Li Su was not quite sure, but it was undoubtedly amazing, terrifying, and at the same time unimaginable. Although it was a bit exaggerated to say so, sometimes there is a limit to human power. Even if you fight to the point of bleeding and use up everything, others can easily surpass you with a little effort. Faced with that kind of situation and that kind of result, your own efforts seem like a joke. The taste can be imagined. At this moment, it has been fighting for several months. The mood in the Millennium War did not drop, but became more and more excited. The fight was not tired, and the battle was not stiff. With breakthroughs again and again, the battle itself became more and more exciting. Some of the scenes in it were a great warning to Li Su, which made him feel incredible. Although it was a bit unbelievable, facing this result, Li Su could only give such an evaluation. The war continued. Finally, on the 5th day, after the death toll of the immortals exceeded half, on the isolated island, the wind and clouds suddenly surged. Several people's bodies began to glow, and there was a shocking momentum. Someone finally broke through, stepped out, and stepped into another level. In the mythological world, they also belonged to the highest life, and they were beyond the range of ants and ants. The sky was shaking, and there was a thunder sound. That was a heavenly tribulation. It was summoned and appeared on the isolated island. Only with a certain strong foundation, the punishment from heaven will appear at the moment of becoming an immortal. It is also a baptism, and can be reborn. 9 people broke through, and 9 heavenly tribulations appeared. The weakest was 29, and the strongest reached an astonishing 49. The one who experienced the strongest was undoubtedly the strongest among them. The realm he showed had already exceeded the normal limit of the 10 fire celestial immortals. There was a wonder in the heavenly palace, and he entered the realm of mythology. Boom. With the terrible thunder, the battle stopped for a while. Everyone stopped and couldn't help looking at the figure covered by the lightning, with envy and desire on their faces. At this moment, the GGO anchors who had broadcast the tragic scene for 5 days also began to roar. Breakthrough, breakthrough, Taii realm, lifespan exceeded 100,000. Life touched immortality and became a king in the central region, and even in the upper region. He could enter the leadership class, escape the ant class, and control his own life for the first time. The entire myth world was also shocked. Countless people looked at the terrible heavenly tribulation in the picture, and their breathing became rapid. The Taii realm is really different. Lee Su was able to kill 2 people, just a series of coincidences. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for Zhuangzi in the myth world to die, whether alone or surrendering to other forces. As for the Daluo who was nailed to death by Shang Mingzhang, it was even rarer. He was the first Daluo to die in the past 10,000 years. If you can't become Taii, you will always be an ant. Boom. 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 The heavenly tribulation fell madly, but facing those who have already become immortals, the lethality was undoubtedly greatly reduced, and it could not cause fatal damage to them. The heavenly tribulation seemed to know it, and after quickly dropping the punishment, it retreated directly. As the calamity above their heads left, the 9 celestial beings standing at the center of the calamity bombardment showed enjoyment on their faces. The thunder merged into their bodies, souls, and even the heavenly palace. Rather than a calamity, it was better to say it was a reward. Their foundations seemed to have been recast, polished once again, and stabilized. Looking at the guy who had experienced the 49th calamity, the wonders of the heavenly palace were completely revealed, forming a willow uncle, growing in the heavenly palace. The color of the fire he burst out changed dramatically, from the original 10 colors to 12 colors. There is no doubt that it is completely above the myth. It is simply a miracle. Taii itself is different. If he breaks through the myth in the Taii realm, there is no doubt that this person's life will be completely different in the future. The great sects will not be able to do it. They will take action to recruit him, promise huge benefits, and become a true disciple in one leap, and even Daozi may even be a Taoist. After the transformation, the 9 Zhuangzi were immediately enveloped by the falling Huaguang, and the saint took action directly and took him away. The next war has nothing to do with them. The fight started soon, and it was undoubtedly more intense this time. The 6th, 7th, and 8th days. As time passed, more and more people in the Taii realm appeared. On the 6th day, there were 15. On the 7th day, there were 21. On the 8th day, there were 33. On the 9th day, there were 57. On the 10th day, 90% of the 100 million immortals died. This last day was beyond the past and beyond imagination. 430 people broke through the Taii realm at once. 565 Taii. Looking at the result of the last battle, to be honest, Lee Su was shocked. In a sense, it was already mass production, right? So many? At this moment, the butler on the side was also a little surprised. I didn't expect that this time there would be so many, almost twice as many as last time. Listening to Gongsun's words, Lee Su was a little speechless. Is this a big explosion? However, not to mention Taii, there are about 7 or 8 million immortals left on the island. In an instant, Lee Su's eyes were a little solemn, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. The inner layer was just a little bit short, really just a little bit short. The 3rd level is comparable to the ultimate 10 fire celestial immortal, the 5th level is comparable to the 10 fire celestial immortal, and the weakest 2 levels also have the combat power of the 9 fire celestial immortal. You should know that many people in it are not 10 fire or 9 fire, but only 5 or 6 fire, and almost everyone is in a state of combat power breaking through. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su quickly ate a mouthful of fruit pulp to calm himself down. Fortunately, when he entered the myth world, his strength was still low, but he was only a golden elixir, so he didn't dare to jump too much, or he would be too dead. Otherwise the water from this battle would bury him. After taking a deep breath and eating all the treasures on the table, Lee Su slowly closed his eyes and began to absorb and digest the benefits brought by these things. It is worthy of being a good thing for GGO to entertain guests. After eating for 10 days, the harvest is still not cheap. The improvement is very low. After all, his realm is a bit too solid. Unless he breaks through, it is difficult to strengthen it. Most of them have accumulated and settled in the depths, and will only be reflected after the breakthrough. but there is still a small part that has penetrated into Lee Su's core and passed on to his Dao fruit. 7-foot sky. Feeling the situation of his own Dao fruit, Lee Su couldn't help but take a deep breath. The last realm of the supernatural power realm, the Dao realm, was about to reach the end. This progress was very unusual and very terrifying. His magic power underwent a transformation when it was 3 feet and 6 feet respectively. Lee Su's magic power had almost turned into a completely golden color, very heavy, as if it was solid, and had begun to crystallize. At this moment, Lee Su didn't need to use any special Taoist methods. Just the simple overflow of magic power had a terrible hardness like steel. A drop of it could penetrate a mountain range. This level of magic power, the immortal power of ordinary celestial beings can't withstand it, and will be penetrated by his magic power. This is unimaginable and unbelievable. A mere mortal cultivator can penetrate the immortal power of an immortal by ejecting a drop of magic power. Even on the road of mythology, no one has ever written such a myth. Asterisk 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 ding dong. The Millennium War had just ended, and countless creatures in the mythical world had not yet recovered from it. The scene of the terrible war had not yet dissipated when a voice suddenly rang out. The Upper Domain Zhuangkang sect, the Upper Domain Dayan Palace, the Golden Core myth, and the Daozi gambling battle will begin in a quarter of an hour. Originally, it should have caused a huge response and shock. At this moment, because of the appearance of hundreds of Tai in the Millennium War, many people shook their heads and showed bored expressions on their faces. The Golden Core myth is indeed terrible. But in the Millennium War, there was no such thing. Yes, there was a limit of 10 Fireshy and Geo who broke through and entered that realm. That scene, the moment it appeared, undoubtedly became a permanent mark, fixed in their hearts. Raising his hand with a palm, he directly lifted up a mountain range and punching through the infinite void. The battle between the two mythical celestial beings in just a dozen seconds almost destroyed a continent. The Golden Core myth. It's not that they look down on it, but the main thing is that no matter how dazzling they are, can they surpass the celestial immortal myth? It's impossible. 10 days and 10 nights of exciting battles had exhausted their minds. Now they just wanted to rest and had no desire to watch the battle. Of course, although they wanted to, few people left directly. After all, this gambling battle had opened the odds, there were bets, and many people had invested money. I hope it will be over soon. By the way, who are you betting on to win? Me. Of course it's Wei Wujiang. Although it's 1-to-1, he is an old-fashioned giant and legend after all. His strength is unquestionable, and he has many achievements. Me too. Me too. No one is betting on the GGO Taoist. I bet 10 red gold when the odds were raised to 1-to-100. Ha, I bet 2-20. What an idiot. Why bet on a losing streak? No one bought it at 1-to-10 before. It just means they didn't think it was good. Why did the ratio keep increasing later? Isn't it because there are too few people buying it? Once Wei Wujiang wins, will the odds be a huge loss? Later, Wei Wujiang even opened the odds for betting on minutes. From 5 seconds to 10 minutes, a full 100 odds. Isn't it just to make back the money? Hey, this is very interesting. The GGO handicap, but the GGO Taoist is not favored. I don't know what the GGO Taoist thinks after the bet is over. It was promoted so high profile before. The Taoist of the Great Sect was bet by Wei Wujiang. I think the GGO Daozi is still very strong. Nonsense. Who among the Daozi of the big sect is not strong? When the big sects recognized the Daozi hundreds of years ago, which one was not so? Yes, it's Wei Wujiang. He didn't have the support of the big sect before, but looking at the record on the myth list, the accumulation of these hundreds of years must be amazing. Someone said, by the way, I heard the news from Jishan City that the GGO Daozi seemed to feel that he couldn't beat Wei Wujiang and deliberately found an excuse to let the GGO Dao realm suppress the other party and suppress the other party's arrogance. This won't have any impact, right? What? The GGO Daozi is so shameless? He actually let Dao take action? The saints didn't say anything? I don't know. Anyway, I heard that Wei Wujiang was suppressed for several days. Hiss, no? Could it be that GGO is preparing to cheat because too many people voted for Wei Wujiang? not that bad. Haha, GGODOZ, dead. No, it's back. Quote lost. Someone sneered. Oh, what do you mean? I know Wei Wujiang. Although he is mainly a swordsman and has unparalleled offensive skills, he has a side that others don't know. That is, he has also cultivated a magical power related to emotions. This magical power is very special and requires the accumulation of anger. The more angry, the more terrible it is. Ah. Many people exclaimed, isn't this? That's right. The Taoist of GGO asked Daluo to suppress the opponent, which in a sense, sent himself to death. Wei Wujiang is already extremely powerful. Now with this magical power, his combat power may be off the charts, maybe even twice as strong as before. Asterisk 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 at this moment, in a room in the holy city of Jishan City, there is a terrible aura constantly exploding, and the extremely solid palace is shaking. In the air, there is a terrible murderous intent constantly ringing. It is Wei Wujiang. At this moment, his expression is extremely calm, his pupils are bloodshot, and his mind is full of images of himself kneeling on his knees. GGODOZ, GGODOZ. Again and again, he roared like a wounded beast, and his breath became more and more terrible, far more than before. Suddenly, a beam of light fell in front of him, and a voice sounded. The gambling war is about to begin. Please enter the transmission light circle. Wei Wujiang heard the voice, without hesitation, and jumped in. In an instant, he disappeared from the palace, and only the terrible killing intent remained. On the other side, Gongsun frowned slightly. A very sudden news spread in Jishan City. There was undoubtedly a message in it, which was not good. Emotional Taoism. I didn't expect Wei Wujiang to practice such a method. Under normal circumstances, this method will not improve too much, and it is more related to will. But after experiencing the suppression of the statue of the saint not long ago, with his rebellious character, this method may have an extremely terrible effect. Your Highness, Wei Wujiang. Oh. Li Su blinked his eyes, and there was a touch of surprise in his pupils. This is very interesting. Was his previous action intentional? Want to completely establish victory? Never mind. In the previous encounter, the opponent should be around 12 fire, less than 13. I don't know to what extent this emotion can push him. 13, 14, or 15. To be honest, after watching so many days of fighting, he is a little itchy. Just as Li Su was heading, the teleportation array light appeared, and in front of him, a voice notified him to go. With a slight smile, Li Su stood up and stepped into the big array. At this moment, he was a little looking forward to it. To be honest, since he started practicing, he has never met an opponent in the same realm. The enemies he faced were basically cross-border, and at least one of a great realm. Can the genius of the myth world surprise him? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493. Oh my god, it's broken. The smell of blood, the most intense smell of blood. The mountains are bloody, the rivers are bloody, and under the dark red ground, there are piles of flesh and blood corpses that are almost endless, which have been planned, crushed in the earth, and melted into one. Killing intent, malice, hatred. Various emotions are intertwined, infecting this world, and the air is pregnant with a nauseating and crazy breath. Standing on the ground, Li Su couldn't help but reach out and gently press his nose. His 5 senses are too sensitive, infinitely close to the spiritual perception of the innate gods, and the capture of everything is full of a strong sense of picture. As a living being, such a battlefield is naturally disgusting, and can't be liked. It seems that death itself runs counter to life. It's heavy, as if a huge stone is pressing down on the heart. It's very uncomfortable. Extraordinary particles, very chaotic. Even the Deo rhyme was affected, and there was a crazy smell in it. Hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of broken Deos were scattered all over the ground. In such an environment, if one's own Deo is not strong enough, let alone performing Deo magic, it would be good if it was not impressed and led to the devil. The environment is very harsh. Of course, if you can survive, the effect of cultivation is still very good. You can consolidate your own DAO and recognize the way forward. But if such an environment can help the immortals break through the Tai realm. Lee Su paused, slowly turned his head, and looked at the figure standing on a hilltop about 1,000 kilometers away from him. It was Wei Wujiang. He also came in, standing on the top of the hill, looking at him with a grim look, and there was a rage that could burn Lee Su. Since breaking through the limit of 10 fires and entering the realm of mythology, his life has found a huge change. He stepped onto the throne and looked down at everything below, as a predator at the top. For hundreds of years, hundreds of thousands of days and nights, he was on the top of the mountain, constantly looking up towards the boundless sky. The result? 10 days ago, he was pulled down and pressed into the soil, tasting the smell of soil that he, as a myth, should never taste. Every second was torture. Every minute was torture. The moment he was suppressed, and the moment the disciples of Dayan Palace came to pick him up, Wei Wujiang almost went crazy. He saw countless eyes looking at him with a sneer, and there were laughters that kept ringing in his ears and went straight into his soul. For a life high above, this was unacceptable and more painful than killing him. Recalling the figure of Lee Su sitting on the throne, the sight from top to bottom, Wei Wujiang couldn't help but stretch out his hand and scratched his face hard. His teeth were creaking, and he didn't know how much hot blood flowed out. His pupils became more and more scarlet, and his face kept twisting. The hatred in his heart became more and more unbearable, and only pain could slightly suppress it, making the flame more blazing. GGO. Daozi. Finally, he saw the target he had been thinking about day and night for the past few days, the existence that he wanted to eat alive and cut into pieces. He let out an extremely sharp cry, which was filled with terrible hatred and turned into sharp knives. With just a roar, the mountain group, where he was located, was directly torn apart and shattered by his terrible anger. Boom. The terrible sword intent exploded, and the chaotic battlefield was torn apart at this moment. The chaos caused by the battle between the celestial beings could not cover up Wei Wujiang's terrible power. His golden elixir began to glow. The mana tsunami exploded, and the terrifying fire color was erupting. 11 fires, 12 fires, 13 fires. In the huge sea of mana, a knife appeared, a knife that cut through the sky and the earth. Hiss. At this scene, before Lee Su, the opponent, could react, countless cultivators watching from the outside world could not help but gasp, with a look of horror on their faces. Even if it was just a picture, it still conveyed to them a strong and incomparable sense of suffocation. In a trance, his body seemed to be pierced by a knife, and his soul was also pierced with sharp blades. Puff. People with lower realms directly spit out blood, and tiny cracks appeared on their Dao hearts. They were split open by Wei Wujiang, who was far away in another world. Shocked. Countless foundation building, golden elixir, and even many celestial immortals showed disbelief on their faces at this moment. What a joke? Question mark? Let's not talk about foundation building. Golden elixir is like seeing a dream, like seeing a god. Obviously the same realm, but just a trace of knife intent escaping from the picture has the power to kill them. Oh my god, is the myth so terrible? And the celestial immortals couldn't help trembling and shaking. In their wide eyes, a look of fear appeared. At this moment, Wei Wujiang in the picture was no longer a mere golden elixir, but an extremely terrifying monster that could devour them. Golden elixir myth list, 18th place. What a joke. There are actually 17 such terrifying existences on it. The mind was torn apart, the courage was shattered, and everyone who thought they were used to the 1,000-year war could not help but tremble at this moment. This is a real myth. Although the breakthrough of the Xiangxin stage is not human, there is a world of difference between it and the people who broke the myth in the Jiandan stage. This guy. At this moment, the disciples of Buddhism, Chan Jiao, Ligiman, and Yaozing could not help but frown. Even the monk Jiang Kang, who was born in the 9th place and ranked in the top 10, could not help but have a solemn look in his eyes. Wei Wujiang's powerful degree gave him a little pressure and a sense of danger. Hey, this guy, has he made such a big progress? Guiyao waved his hand to shatter the terrible momentum in the picture, and a trace of excitement appeared in his pupils. It was interesting, really too interesting. It's a pity that such an existence has a disciple of GGO as its opponent. Above the myth, the gods of the other shore. This is their name, their crown, and the symbol of their absolute invincibility in the same realm. Therefore, they are very lonely and bored. Because there is no opponent. Kill the immortal? Destroy the 10 fires? Indeed, there was a little shock. But it was still different. Only the collision between the same realm, the same height, and the equivalent strength was the most exciting and exciting. It's a bit troublesome. Huang Ji couldn't help but take a breath. Combined with the rumors he heard not long ago, the action of GGO Daozi letting Dalo realm suppress the other party was in a sense, to help the other party. After a few days, because of the terrible and extreme emotions, he broke through to another level. There was also a trace of worry in the eyes of the young monk Ming-Khan at this moment. After all, he was his savior, and left him an indestructible impression. On the one hand, he thought about the other party being beaten into a pighead, but on the other hand, he couldn't help but worry. Although he had taken action before, it was basically unilateral by the young monk himself, so he didn't know Li Su's strength. Is he okay? Asterisk 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 on the isolated island. Thousands of miles away, Li Su felt the knife intent that was like a substance, lowered his head, and couldn't help but calculate silently. 13 fires, but because of anger, it was infinitely close to the point of 14 fires. It feels a little bit stronger than the 14 fires in the Dangayu Great Emperor Palace who is good at sneak attacks. It should be that they are good at different directions, but not as good as the last guy who has 15 fires perfectly combined. There is no doubt that this guy in front of him should be the strongest existence in the same realm that Li Su has encountered. Looking at the other party, Li Su's eyes are a little empty, and there is no ripple in his heart. If it was before going to the Dangayu Great Emperor Palace, if it was before completing the training in the underworld, the other party should be a difficult existence. If he does not use the Tao fruit, and does not use the Supreme Saint, he should not be able to beat him. As for now, for a while, Li Su lost interest. Although he is still in the Jiandan realm, in terms of single round strength, probably only the myth of the celestial fairy can shock him. Seriously. Tai has not tried it yet, but the one who is almost there should be able to beat it. It is estimated that it may be possible. Thinking of this, Li Su couldn't help but be distracted. The horror of the 14 fires, at this moment, in his eyes, is almost the same as the ordinary Jiandan. There is no difference. During this period, the breakthrough was too strong, and he could not feel the height of his own realm. Cut. Gathering. Enough. The killing intent has arrived. Wei Wujiang moved. In an instant, the world was distorted. The space of 1,000 miles was torn apart by him. The knife in his palm burst out with endless brilliance, and it was pierced by the extremely terrifying avenue, which wanted to cut off the sky and the earth. In an instant, the picture showing the two people was infinitely stretched, and everyone saw the knife that Wei Wujiang chopped out clearly. The golden elixir must be destroyed. The celestial being must die. This knife is already indescribable, and words have already lost their color in front of it. If you insist on forcing an explanation, it already involves the rules, and everything will inevitably be cut off by it. It's dead. The GGO Daozi. He's dead. The GGO Daozi. In an instant, countless people vomited out what they thought in their hearts. This knife, even if it is the celestial mythology that just broke through, will be severely injured, with the body cut open and the soul injured. No one can reach the golden core realm, and it is impossible to reach it. At this moment, on the GGO side, Li Su's 5 maids couldn't help but change their color slightly, and Gongsun Leopu couldn't help but clench his hands. This Wei Wujiang is worthy of the golden core mythology list, the 18th. No, after this knife, his ranking will definitely rise, and it is possible to squeeze into the top 10 directly. Of course, none of this is important. The important thing is that Daozi has no reaction at all, and he is looking elsewhere in the picture. Your Highness, what are you doing? What are you doing? There are also people from the GGO, and their eyes are black, because there are too many people betting on Wei Wujiang's victory, and there are also many people betting on a knife to win, and the crushing handicap is very high. This time, it's going to be a big loss. Damn it, Daisy, at least be reliable, more or less let me lose less. At the moment, when countless people were shocked and extremely nervous, and the knife light was about to hit Lee Su finally moved. He turned his head and looked at Wei Wujiang, then stretched out his hand calmly. Starlight gathered and stars flowed. The galaxy body refining technique was activated by him. In an instant, the vast starry sky appeared, erupting with Lee Su as the center, instantly covering 100 miles, forming a huge and boundless space, opening up a side of the other world. In an instant, Wei Wujiang was wrapped in it, and exiled to another world by Lee Su. With a palm raised, 180 stars rushed into the sky, and as Lee Su raised his palm, it became a huge celestial body embellishing the heavens. Wei Wujiang was among them, but very small, extremely small, like an ant in the vastness, forming an extremely strong contrast in the starry sky. At this moment, his face was full of shock, disbelief, and he dared not believe it. He swung his sword frantically, again, and cut out endless sword light. However, an ant may be able to shake a tree, but how can it shake the sky? His sword, covered by the terrifying stars, had no effect, and he could not even chop a single star into pieces. Lee Su raised his palm and said calmly, "Stars, destroy." He clenched his hand lightly, and in an instant, the 180 terrifying stars in the sky felt it, and in the next second, they collapsed and annihilated themselves. Their shattering was not extinguished, but formed ripples one after another, which continued to spread in the void. The first to bear the brunt was Wei Wujiang. A ripple penetrated his body. A ripple pierced his soul. A ripple cut off the avenue. He did not even see the whole picture of this blow, and was annihilated, and turned into ashes. He was taken away by the shelter, and sent out of this world, and was saved, so that he did not die directly here. Boom, boom, boom. The annihilation continued. Each sound was the power of the simultaneous destruction of 18 stars. 10 times, the sky was pierced by ripples. Countless avenues were chopped into pieces in the flickering starlight, and the 10-mile red cloud was destroyed. The terrifying darkness outside the sky was revealed, and the sunlight was also blocked in it. Lee Su struck through the sky with one blow. In the field, thunder rumbled. Outside the field, there was complete silence. Chapter 494 Special Particles. On the Jiandan mythology list, the Gigio Yang Jian. Jiandan mythology, ranked first. Composer myth, use the Jiandan realm to drill through the sky. Originally ranked 35, he went straight to the first place. At this moment, many people were shocked and trembling. I thought this was a disproportionate battle. After all, Wei Wujiang has been in the Jiandan mythology list for a long time. He has been on the Jiandan mythology list for hundreds of years, and has an infinitely strong foundation. On the other hand, this new Gigio is almost a little far away. He has just become famous and his record is not amazing. Therefore, even Gigio itself is not optimistic about the other party, and the handicap is getting bigger and bigger, trying to recover the loss. As a result, it turned out like this. The fighting power is not proportional. It is not the Gigio but Wei Wujiang. Not only that, the most terrifying thing is that he actually shook the Jiandan mythology list, which has not changed since 2000 years ago. Looking at the sky that was pierced by the opponent in the picture, many people could not come back to their senses for a long time. Even after the battle ended and the picture disappeared, no one spoke. Shock, extremely shocking. Because the changes in this ranking list contain very different things, revealing extremely terrifying content, with great influence and deep involvement. At this moment, Lee Su also took a breath. The first foundation transformation allowed him to touch the limit of this world, and the second foundation sublimation allowed him to step into the other world. The improvement brought by the transformation of mana is not weaker than the transformation of the 15 fires itself. It can be basically confirmed that in the realm of Jiandan, unless the great sects in the mythical world hide old monsters who have not broken through for thousands of years, otherwise he has basically no opponent in this world, in the realm of Jiandan. In this way, the gambling war is over. There are still about 3 months before the agreement with Shenzhen. Next, I will settle down and go to the east region to find the other party after breaking through the Jiandan and advancing. However, what Lee Su did not expect was that the transmission did not start immediately, and he was still stranded on this isolated island. Lee Su was stunned for a moment, because when Wu Jiang had been killed by him, if he had not been forcibly taken away on the way, his body would not have been left. The bed battle, should he win? His eyes trembled, and his pupils showed surprise. This is particles. Something in the air is gathering towards him, penetrating from his body, heading straight for the sea of consciousness, and falling towards his heavenly palace. The number is not large, but it is extremely magical. As it continues to fall, Lee Su finds that his heavenly palace is vibrating slightly. The movement is very small, but there is no doubt that it is vibrating, and the particles that suddenly appear are replenishing it. This is undoubtedly amazing. At least Lee Su himself is shocked. The heavenly palace is formed by Lee Su's Tao foundation, which is related to his own Tao path, and external forces cannot act on it. This is his own foundation. But the particles that suddenly appeared are actually filling his heavenly palace, making it more and more filled and more substantial. This feeling is very strange. These particles themselves seem to be the material that constitutes the heavenly palace, the crystallization of the Tao, and the pure essence. They seemed to have no attributes, and were easily absorbed and digested by Lee Su's heavenly palace. It was not to fill, but to nourish Lee Su's heavenly palace like food. Feeling his own situation, Lee Su couldn't help showing a look of realization on his face. The reason why those immortals could break through so constantly and reach an incredible realm was found. Looking up, Lee Su couldn't help but look at the void of the isolated island, the countless fragments of the avenue, the materials left over from the crazy fight of hundreds of millions of immortals not long ago. Is this the reason why the saints let the immortals fight? Let countless heavenly palaces collide and shatter here, turning into debris all over the sky, and constantly collide with each other through the avenues, washing away the taste of individuals, and becoming ownerless things? There was a golden glow in his pupils, and Lee Su kept capturing the Dao rhyme on this huge isolated island. It's not just the collision of the heavenly palaces and the entanglement of the avenues. Here, there is also a formation, a huge and extremely terrifying formation. It is smelting, transforming the properties of these ownerless things, returning them to the original substances, and forming substances that are easy for the heavenly palace to absorb. Terrible. Because it was completely incomprehensible, there were too many chaotic parts involving the supreme truth, which he could not analyze at all with his current realm. There is no doubt that the means of the saints were too far beyond his realm. Shaking his head, Lee Su did not look at it again, because the impact was too great, and the principles contained in the array pattern were extremely terrifying. Every second, the soul would be under tremendous pressure. Even if he looked at it for a long time, he would not be able to bear it, and his soul would be hurt. He stood quietly in place, just constantly absorbing the special particles that drifted towards him. This should be a reward. His victory in the gambling battle not only preserved the benefits he had obtained from the Shangming sect, but also seized more from the Dayan Palace. Gambling with resources naturally must be equal. How much Dayan Palace intends to seize, then how much it has to spit out at this moment. Matter. Very good. He could feel the improvement of his foundation, and the heavenly palace was constantly being strengthened. A quarter of an hour, 2/4 of an hour, 3/4 of an hour. For a whole hour, his heavenly palace became almost a circle thicker, and the Zhuanhuang Tower had to increase its suppression force again, and the strange particles stopped, and did not appear again. The next second, the transmission light appeared, and Lee Su disappeared directly from the isolated island. At this moment, above the isolated island, the saint of Jijiao looked into the dark, sensing the cause and effect remotely, and observing the destiny. After a moment, a strange color appeared on his face, with a slight smile. Interesting. After the words fell, he stretched out his hand and slowly grasped the huge isolated island that was refined from more than dozens of stars. The universe expanded, and the isolated island shrank. The huge other world, which was tens of thousands of miles away, actually began to collapse and shrink rapidly, and finally fell into the palm of the saint. About 80 million, not bad. However, one person actually absorbed a full million portions, and it didn't overflow. It's really a surprising guy. Well, I have to replenish it so that it won't be discovered by the other major sects. TSK, it's a waste of work again. How many times has this happened? After saying that, the saint said with dissatisfaction, his figure flashed, and he disappeared. Asterisk 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 Jishan City, on the Rainbow Bridge, in the Holy City. The light of the teleportation array disappeared, and Lee Su naturally returned to the palace where he left. Your Highness. Gongsun and the others spoke immediately, and several maids' eyes glowed, and their spirits soared. To be able to achieve the realm of Zhuangsun, and the limit of 10 fire Zhuangsun, the 5 people are naturally talented, confident and proud. Although it was arranged by the great sect, in fact, there are still some thoughts in their hearts. In the past few days of getting along, they have a good impression of Daozi. Although his appearance cannot be said to be perfect, his personality undoubtedly makes them relieved. He is not the kind of person who is difficult to serve. Although they had witnessed Lee Su's momentum burst not long ago, especially the last moment, that gave them a huge threat, which made the women understand the extraordinary of the other party. After all, it was not an actual battle, and they could not know the true depth of Lee Su. Now, with the battle with Wei Wujiang, all their thoughts have undoubtedly dissipated. His Highness, the future must be brilliant. Gongsun Liu couldn't help but smile. Compared with the maids, as a Dalo realm, his mentality is naturally different. He had strong feelings for Gigio. The stronger the Daozi was, the more extraordinary he performed, the better it would be for Gigio. Thank you for your hard work, Your Highness. Lee Su smiled and shook his head. He could not say that he had worked hard to kill a guy with one punch, not to mention that he had received a reward. Housekeeper, I plan to go into seclusion for a period of time, about a month, and then there is a subordinate under Jishan City, whose surname is Gao. Please send someone to contact him. After that, I plan to go to the East region. Your Highness is going to the East region. Gongsun frowned slightly when he heard this. Well, is there any problem? No big problem, I will arrange it right away. Soon, Gongsun left, the maid also withdrew, and Lee Su was the only one left in the hall. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su slowly closed his eyes. Well, he had been stuck in the realm of supernatural powers for long enough, and it was time to make a breakthrough and enter the realm of immortals. After becoming a Taoist, the 7-foot sky had reached its limit. The absorption of particles not long ago made his foundation deeper. The 8-foot sky was just around the corner. In about a month, it should not be a problem to enter the 9-foot sky. Prepare to break through. Chapter 495 Court. The upper domain is the heaven beyond the heaven. There are almost infinite stars surrounding here. A saint has calculated that the number of celestial bodies exceeds hundreds of millions, forming a huge star disk where the myth world is the center. From the boundless to the infinite. Even if you are a saint, it will take thousands of years to reach the end of one side. The size of this place is beyond imagination. Even the hugeness of the myth world cannot be compared. The various resources in it are almost endless, and there are countless rare treasures. Moreover, the most important thing is that it is much safer than the myth world. There are no heaven and hell, the two man-eating places, and no terrible scenes in the myth center. If there is anything bad about it, it is that most of the stars are not suitable for living beings to survive. They are composed of special energy and environment. Another thing is that the farther away from the myth center, the lower the concentration of extraordinary particles. Once you reach the edge, it is almost equivalent to the end of the law, where the rhyme of Tao does not exist, the extraordinary is not obvious, and only saints can maintain their own realm. In addition, even Dalo will fade away after a period of time, and fall into the mud. That is a taboo, and even more so a forbidden place. At this moment, Cheyenne Waishan is located on a secluded island outside the myth world. This is an island for refining red gold. Below it, there is a huge and boundless star that is being crushed bit by bit, and the materials inside are being extracted, transformed, and smelted. Every year, the amount of red gold that can be produced here is beyond imagination, exceeding 1 trillion tons. Near it, there are countless such celestial bodies, which contain unimaginable red gold materials. This is a super large red gold star vein, and the amount of red gold that can be produced sustainably is astonishing. As far as the current situation is concerned, it can still last for hundreds of thousands, no, millions of years. Although it is a red gold vein, in fact, it is more than that. There are many precious resources in it. For example, Dallow mother gold, such as Uniontin, such as divine essence, etc. Among them, the divine essence is especially important. The ancient gods seem to have special Taoist methods that can guide the stars from outer space into their bodies and turn themselves into stars. After their death, their bodies will dissipate, but the stars will still exist and be preserved. These celestial bodies receive the impressions of the ancient gods, and the power of the great Dao is written inside, turning into veins throughout the stars. Once this thing is extracted, it is a rare treasure for Dallow. It can be taken directly, integrated into its own Dao veins, forming the ancient gods' heavenly veins, and gaining great power. This place can produce almost 10 directions every year. The tens of thousands of stars here should have been the remains of an ancient god, or multiple ancient gods. Today, in the center of this place, the huge palace is lit up. About the time when Li Su killed Wei Wujiang with one move, and achieved the first place on the Golden Pill mythology list, lights were lit in the depths of this palace. First there were 3 lights, and then they kept increasing, more and more. In the end, there were hundreds of them in the whole palace, lighting up the entire hall. Each of these lights is very different. There are great roads surrounding it, forming a series of wonders, all of which are extraordinary. There are the sun at its zenith, ice crystals tumbling, strong winds, thunder, and stars, all of which are manifestations of various things in the world, and they all involve some kind of supreme road. These flames, like people, form a circle in the hall, which is extremely magical. This is a trace of Dallow's mind and a trace of thought. Since long ago, Dallow has been joining in to carve pictures on the hall, attaching a trace of his own soul. Some are old, some are new. The latest is less than 10,000 years old, and the oldest can even be traced back to the time when the myth world was destroyed. There are a total of 258 murals, and at this moment, there are also 258 lights in the hall. For thousands of years, even if the stars are worn away, the lights here have never been extinguished, but are constantly increasing. This force is terrible. The presence of more than 200 lights at the lowest level of Dallow realm alone explained a lot. Even if it was a major sect in the present world, it would be impossible for a single one to come up with so many. Unlike the detached saints, they could not care about the distribution of benefits, but those below them could not. Therefore, at a certain moment, in order to fight for benefits, some Dallow organized themselves and formed an alliance, which gradually developed to this point. Master of the present world, why did you wake us up? An ancient voice sounded, with an astonishing breath, speaking with divine thoughts, but it was not the language of the current mythological world, but a more ancient one, with the syllables of the Tao itself, which itself breeds rules, and can rewrite the present world. As his words fell, the lights over 10,000 years old all looked at the 3 young lights that were the latest to be lit, and had a breath of less than 10,000 years. Here, 10,000 years is a unit. Each unit will recruit 3 new people to join as contemporary managers to manage the huge resources of the land outside the sky. There are some problems in the myth world, and I need to ask all the managers. What's the matter? The GGO, one of the 8 major sects that has never been involved in the affairs of the outer world, suddenly came to an end, and also cultivated a mythical master. Now he has rewritten the ranking of the Jiandan myth list and directly ranked first. As one of the current masters spoke, more than 200 flames in the hall shook slightly. This is undoubtedly an earthquake, which contains many things. GGO, a major sect that has never been involved. Now there is a mythical master who involves the end of the Jiandan realm. This is not a small matter. If it is not handled properly, it will cause big problems. Perhaps someone will ask, why? It's just a Jiandan period, so what if it is on the myth list? It can't change the overall situation. There is no other reason. 10,000 years of war. The reshuffle of the upper domain's resource allocation every 10,000 years is different from the small scene of the 1,000-year war. When it involves the upper domain, it will involve the interests of the outer world, and when it involves the outer world, it is naturally the interests of Dallow that are touched. This cake has been divided and distributed hundreds of thousands of years ago. You can join, but no one can change. There are too many things involved, and the hidden things are very deep. Even the saints, although they have some sense, cannot penetrate and find the problem. This is no longer the era before the ancient times, when the heavenly saints followed the supreme, and could capture all causes and effects. Moreover, among these interests, the saints themselves have come to participate. This organization, which has existed for more than 800,000 years, is very deep. Therefore, the 10,000-year war involving the upper domain and the interests of the outer world has attracted unimaginable attention, far from the comparison of 1,000 years. GGO has never participated. Except for the destroyed Shangming sect, the interests of the outer world have long been divided up, and the cake has been cut. At this moment, the appearance of Li Su undoubtedly means that the cake that had been cut long ago has been put on the table again. This undoubtedly affects the interests of more than 200 people in this hall at this moment. Not to mention anything else, just the end of GGO's Dalo realm, the original 7 domains will be completely cut and become 8. For those present, it is undoubtedly unacceptable. Their own interests are all over the place, not to mention that the interests themselves are not distributed fairly. If GGO suddenly intervenes, who knows where the knife will be cut? What if it hits you? An ancient immortal said, "Master, what do you want to say?" A younger lamp said, "Should we take action to kill this variable?" In an instant, the sound in the hall disappeared, leaving only the shaking of the fire. The disciples of the Great Sect are undoubtedly connected to the fate of the Great Sect. There is a great cause and effect. They can hide deep in the depths. First of all, there is a way to cover up the cause and effect. Then, they themselves are buried under the glory of the Great Sect, hiding in the shadows, where the flames cannot reach, covering themselves. Directly attacking the disciples of the Great Sect is no less than exposing oneself. It is possible that they will be sensed by the saints, and thus be completely exposed. After a moment of silence, someone spoke up. "What's your plan?" They united together to ensure their own interests. After all, the pursuit of the Dalo realm is completely different from that of the Saint realm. For this reason, they even went out alone to form a new organization, secretly planning and doing a lot of things. Many of them are capital crimes. Once discovered by the Saint, they will definitely not be allowed. Therefore, it is not impossible to kill them, but it depends on the situation. Except for their own end, there are no problems in other aspects. Most of the lights nodded. There have been variables over the years, but most of them were arranged in advance. After all, the organization is huge, and has many people, so the problems are directly smoothed out. This time it was obviously a bit unexpected. The end of the 8th major sect, GGO. And this sect is different from the other 7 sects. There are huge problems with the doctrine. It pays great attention to personal interests. Many behaviors that are tantamount to rebellion in the eyes of other major sects are at most found in GGO. It is impossible to form an effective constraint, so they dare not let them join. Although it was said that the main force was not going to leave, the 3 living masters were not surprised. After all, they themselves did not want to leave, fearing that they would be targeted by the cause and effect of the saints. But even if they did not leave, it was conceivable how powerful the more than 200 Dalo were. The plan has been made. In fact, we have been paying attention to him since he appeared. This boy has many secrets, and has provoked the disaster. Even if we check it afterwards, the cause and effect will not be locked on us. The only thing we need is, very good, we will find a way to deal with this matter. You just need to ask someone to arrange it. Remember to kill the mouth after use. Try to make it look like the disaster is doing it. Cut off all the cause and effect, and we will use the treasure to cover up your aura. Understood? The lights in the palace began to go out, one by one, and soon the whole palace fell into silence. The murals on the palace disappeared, as if no one had ever appeared, and no one talked again. The only thing left was a picture in the center of the hall. Someone was chasing the light, running continuously, thirsting for immortality, and pursuing eternity. Asterisk 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 ha. Jishan City Daozi Palace, a retreat place for Daozi. After Li Su, who chose to retreat, exhaled deeply, he stopped practicing. Not long after the gambling war ended, He broke through the 8-foot sky and was just a stone's throw away from the last stage of the Dao realm, the 9-foot extreme. Dao Guo, who had stepped into the tributaries of the Long River, could already see the Grand Long River from afar and see the fate flowing in it, one in the past and one in the future. There are countless tributaries on the river. That symbolizes the number of cultivations in the world's Long River. However, with continuous practice, the results did not break through directly as expected. He walked for a full month to the last foot, but there was always a line away from the end. It seemed that something was missing, and he could not push it up. But strangely, this lack was not in the aspect of the Great Dao, but something else. After all, Li Su was a rare double Dao base, and each of them had reached the point of extreme perfection. Stopping, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. He couldn't help but scratch his head. This feeling was undoubtedly the first time. Obviously, the foundation of the Great Dao was already sufficient, but just before the final step, he couldn't take a step forward. I don't know what went wrong, and couldn't meet the requirements of entering the last stage. Li Su didn't force it. After several attempts, he couldn't break through the last foot. He stopped practicing. After spending a few days to stabilize his mind and foundation, he ended this retreat. A month and a half has passed, and there are only 40 days left before the appointment with Shen Shen. It's time to prepare. On the old Gao side, he made a lot of money through gambling. No, it should be said that it was extremely terrible. The assets tripled and the merit points directly exceeded 100 million. For this reason, he asked the housekeeper Gongsun to help him collect a lot of materials needed for practicing the Heavenly Palace after the Immortal Realm. The number is not small, more than 80 million merit points, which is an extremely large number. A lot of materials needed for practicing the Heavenly Palace were collected, mainly materials containing the Dao rhyme, including red gold. He got nearly 30 million merit points. Because of the Dao Z discount, he bought more than 150 million. To be honest, the cultivation in the Heavenly Palace was somewhat beyond Li Su's expectations, mainly because he had not yet become an immortal, and the Xia Kingdom had few descriptions of the realm after becoming an immortal. During these days of seclusion, following the explanation of Gongsun, the housekeeper of the Dalo realm, he discovered that red gold, as a universal currency, was not just used for weapon forging, but could also be used for cultivation in the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace is essentially virtual. No matter how it descends into reality, it is composed of the Great Dao, formed by will, and has no entity. Red gold, as the gold that carries a Dao, can be refined and integrated into the Heavenly Palace. It is an excellent material for cultivation and a carrier. Of course, red gold alone is not enough. It is only the foundation of the foundation. The cultivation of the immortal realm is to cultivate crystals in the world. There are 3 ways and methods. The first is to practice stars into the body. That is, go to the outer sky, find a star, carry it with the Heavenly Palace, and then melt it. This is the simplest. As long as it is completed, it can be considered the ultimate celestial being. It is like a celestial body, which is extremely terrifying. Of course, there are also problems. As we all know, celestial bodies are big and small, and they are boundless. People are no match for them, and even the small ones can be as big as mountains and land. The most important thing is that there are impurities in the celestial bodies. Simply refining and absorbing them will cause problems, and the power of the world is not pure enough. The ancient gods practiced in this way. The second method is not to cultivate stars, but to collect various treasures and crystals, and simply refine them, and integrate them with the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace is the world, and the world is the Heavenly Palace. This method is now popular, and a large number of celestial beings will choose this. Finally, the third method is not to cultivate stars or the Heavenly Palace, but to turn the Heavenly Palace into a furnace, devour everything, forge your own stars inside, and open up the world. This method is undoubtedly the most difficult of the 3 methods. First of all, it has extremely high requirements for itself, and the practitioner must be 10 fires, or even above. If you want to smelt all things, your own flame must be high, so that you can melt all things, form one, turn them into the origin of the world, and finally bear fruit. This method is not much different from the second method, but the upper and lower limits are extremely high. Once there is a problem, it is easy to be abandoned. Because of Li Su's realm, Gongsun specifically told him a lot. Let's not talk about the first method. It is an ancient method. The content of the practice has been lost. Therefore, compared with the second and third methods, there is a huge gap, and it is not recommended. Then there are the second and third methods. There are related practice methods for both methods in GGO. The former can make the upper limit of the Heavenly Palace extremely high, and the combat power of the Great Success stage can be comparable to that of the Zhuangzi. Li Su's foundation is very advanced, and the golden elixir is already comparable to that of an immortal. Once he breaks through and manifests the Heavenly Palace, the size of the Heavenly Palace must be far beyond common sense and extremely amazing. With the practice method of the immortal realm of GGO, the upper limit will undoubtedly be beyond imagination. With the realm of the heavenly immortal, he can touch the Daluo and kill the Zhuangzi. The latter is mainly involved by cultivators above the myth. It is a limit-breaking existence, so naturally there are higher requirements. The third way, because of its extremely high upper limit, can be said to be the direction chosen by most of the golden elixir myths. But the only problem is that GGO itself has few myths, so there are not many methods of Xiangang who are KO, only one set, which can only be regarded as general methods. If you want to take this third path, you may have to borrow the method, which is very expensive. Not only that, the practice of this method itself is very expensive. Even if it is just the practice of the celestial realm, it is difficult to raise Daluo. If you choose this path, as a GGO Taoist, even if there are great discounts, you will be heavily in debt, and you may not be able to pay it off in the next 10,000 years. And after the celestial immortal, there are Taiji and Daluo. Gongsun stopped after he finished speaking, and did not make any special recommendations. The choice depends on Li Su himself. There is no doubt that if he chooses, Li Su will naturally choose the third one. He has an unparalleled foundation, and has laid an invincible foundation for the future. There is no reason to take an ordinary path at this time and pinch himself. As for the debt problem, it is not like he has never been a worker. Although this time is a bit shocking, with his ability, Li Su believes that he has the ability to pay off his debts. Having made a choice in his heart, Li Su did not immediately ask Gongsun to find a saint to help him borrow the method. Anyway, there is still a lot of time, so there is no rush. In addition, he was also very curious about what Gongsun said about the popularization of the GGO. How to turn the Heavenly Palace into a furnace. He has the 7 Supreme Saints, which is directly related to the Holy Dao. Maybe with the help of the popularization of the law, he can comprehend the method of the Supreme Heavenly Palace Furnace. In this regard, Li Su is very confident, and has never been disappointed with his understanding. Are you kidding? Not to mention the 200% weighting, there is also the Dao interpretation, and the understanding of more than 300. Under the condition of the normal understanding of 100, how can he not comprehend the method of the Supreme Furnace? The skills have been replaced, but it is just the popularization of the law, which is quite cheap. Li Su hasn't looked at it yet. After all, it's still early. He exhaled and got up to leave the retreat. Since it's impossible to break through for a while, just accumulate it first, and then go to the east region, find Shen Shen, and see the phantom of the ancient GGO immortal, and then make plans. If it doesn't work, then enter the world fragment again, to seek the broken mirror. Li Su walked out of the retreat place for Daozi directly, and his steps paused. He couldn't help showing a look of astonishment on his face, and looked not far away. In the central garden of Daozi Palace, there was a little guy lying dozing. Is it him? The son of the ancient god of justice, the current little god of justice, the first on the mythology Zhuangzi list, the Daozi of the Chan sect, the prince of the East Dragon Palace, the world's pride, Yang Zhuangkang. Why is he here? Li Su was stunned. He retreated directly, in a sense, to avoid this kid. After all, his name was a bit problematic, and he took advantage of others. Under the condition that his identity could not be exposed, it was naturally inconvenient to contact him, otherwise he would be beaten. As if sensing something, the child opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Li Su. As soon as his eyes met, the child smiled, slyly. However, at this moment, when Li Su's mind was attracted by the child, a rope suddenly appeared, and almost before Li Su could react, it pierced his heart and his soul. There was a terrible power flowing on the rope, involving the supreme, not immortal magic weapon, but an ancient immortal weapon, at least belonging to the category of spiritual treasure. In an instant, everything about Lee Su was sealed, his soul was locked, and his sea of consciousness was completely sealed. Puff. His face suddenly changed, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The incredible pain almost made him faint on the spot. This hook not only pierced his body and soul, but also his tower foundation. It was too unexpected and too sudden, and he almost couldn't react. Even the Tau suit he was wearing couldn't react. The moment Lee Su was trapped, the rope began to dissipate, and Lee Su himself faded from the Tau palace and disappeared. Arsehole. The child ran away immediately. The first time he saw Lee Su was during the gambling war. For some reason, although the other party took advantage of him and named himself exactly like his father, he had a very strange feeling when he saw the other party. This person was related to him. Therefore, even though the other party went into seclusion after coming out, the child did not leave or disturb him. Instead, he waited for the other party to come out in Jishan City. The feeling that grew in his heart made him miss him very much. The person in front of him was very important to him. The third eye opened on the spot, and the natural supernatural power inherited from the ancient justice god and the god of war in heaven exploded at this moment. Not only that, because he was born with dragon blood, and was the young son of a real dragon, his third eye was even more different. The dragon eye itself has divine power, and can break evil, delusion, and law. In addition, the three eyes themselves have the power to see through everything, and reflect the world. The child instantly saw through reality, and looked at the other world. There is someone there. His pupils were bloodshot, and a terrifying phantom appeared in his hands. That was an immortal weapon, a treasure, a weapon that his father had held for centuries, and it was refined from the fragments of the innate treasure held by the ancient god Pandu. A huge heavenly palace appeared, surrounded by 9 huge and boundless stars, each of which was as blazing as the sun. As a mythical Tei, the child undoubtedly had the power to kill Daluo. He stabbed out with a gun, directly towards the land of the other world. The pupils of the person opposite shrank, and his face couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect that the little justice god of the heavenly court would be here, and he was furious. This was greatly unexpected, and had not been thought of before. He moved his feet and retreated backwards. One step, one world. In an instant, he pulled dozens of worlds away from the present world. However, it was useless. Yang Zuankhan was not an ordinary Taoist, and the spear in his hand was not an ordinary thing. The so-called world distance was meaningless in his eyes. The spear stabbed directly, and one after another, the other world collapsed on the spot, and was pierced by him. He couldn't even delay. The person hiding in the shadow was pierced by Yang Zuankhan's gun. This shot has the power of 9 lifetimes, and each lifetime is like the sky, the sun and the stars. The opponent's body clearly has a terrible power bursting out, and there are also immortal artifacts and magic weapons. The light color is at least of the best quality. At this moment, it is like porcelain, which was directly broken by Yang Zuankhan's shot. Puff. A large mouthful of blood spit out. It was obviously just pierced by a shot, but it seemed to be hit by a giant. The body was split on the spot, and became 2 sections. The huge heavenly palace behind him was broken, and the stars inside were also cut open. Ah. The wailing was extremely tragic. This shot almost killed him. Yang Zuankhan spun the gun and directly pulled the opponent's 3 souls and 7 spirits, the original spirit and true spirit, to pull the person out of the other world. However, before he could complete the action, in the other world, in the heavenly palace of that person, a terrible big hand suddenly appeared, grabbed the head of the pierced person, and squeezed it suddenly. With a bang, the man who was shot through by Yang Zuankhan, but was only seriously injured but not dead, his 3 souls and 7 spirits were annihilated at the same time, and his original spirit turned into ashes. Arsehole. With a roar, Yang Zuankhan's small body roared like a real dragon. Extreme Daluo, who is it? Who are you? That Daluo dared to ignore the oath of the saint and attack the golden elixir myth. There was no answer. After killing the man shot by Yang Zuankhan, the big hand disappeared silently. At this moment, the GGO also felt the movement. The first to arrive was undoubtedly Gangsun. As a Dalwo, he realized what happened in an instant through the cause and effect. His face changed drastically on the spot, and he spoke without hesitation. "Please Saint, go back to time." As soon as the words fell, the saint felt it, and in an instant, a terrible force descended, directly landing on the place where Lee Su disappeared. Time began to flow backwards, and time began to turn around. But when time flowed to before Lee Su disappeared, the space shook and shattered directly. The immortal rope? Or the one from the ancient conferred gods? And the breath of the treasure, disrupting the cause and effect? The saint frowned, his eyes piercing through the void, looking in all directions, observing the universe. Every second, there is a terrible saint thought bursting out. The world and the other world are all under the saint's gaze. The scope is so large, it is extremely terrifying. The entire myth world, the heaven and the world, everything in the 100 years directly falls under the saint's eyes, observing the abnormal movement, looking for the target. Obviously, this move is not a spur of the moment action. It is prepared, disrupting the cause and effect, and cannot be captured. After a moment, the saint frowned slightly. He slowly stretched out his hand, pinched the void, and spoke lightly. "Cause and effect dragon, lock." In an instant, a terrible cause and effect force gathered, and turned into a huge dragon at the saint's fingertips. It hovered above the sky, and turned into an indestructible mark. After a moment, the saint's voice sounded, "Check, Daozi is protected by GGO's luck. How did the other party lock him by cause and effect? Master." At this moment, someone appeared, kneeling on one knee, with a very ugly face. It was the Dalwo who came after Lee Su reported the evil statue. At this moment, he had no cold breath, only anger. Damn it, careless. There is no doubt that things have exceeded his expectations by too much. The saint's eyes moved, and he realized everything in an instant. After this, go to Siguro Cliff to receive 1,000 years of punishment. Using GGO Daozi as bait. You were not there when something happened? If you were not Dalwo, I could really slap you to death. Daozi has been locked by the dragon of cause and effect, and his life is temporarily safe. Check everything related, all personnel. Even if it is said that there is a cause and effect thing left, it is not easy to lock it. It is necessary to determine the specific location, and the smaller the range, the more accurate it is. It can be taken away instantly. It can almost be said that Lee Su will definitely appear in this position. Yes. Gongsun spoke in a deep voice, then turned to look at the Dalwo who left the causal object on Lee Su. At this moment, his eyes were a little cold. "Why didn't you tell me?" He was the person responsible for Daozi's safety, to prevent Daozi from being targeted by people in the higher realms. If he knew about that kind of causal object, he would never leave it in Daozi's hands. Not long after the gambling war started, we found traces of the HUO sect and tracked them down. The man's face was very ugly. Now that he thought about it, it was probably a trap, deliberately revealing his flaws, to let him go and chase. Gongsun looked at the other person tightly. If he didn't know that the other party was irreconcilable with the disaster, and his beloved died tragically at the hands of the disaster, and he would do anything to eliminate the disaster, he would have asked the saint to suppress the other party directly on the spot and break his soul for interrogation. "Thank you, little justice god, for your help." Turning his head, Gongsun clasped his fists. There is no doubt that this time he could discover it in advance and let the saint go quickly, thanks to Yang Zuonkang's action. If he hadn't taken action, exposing a trace and arousing their vigilance, I'm afraid they wouldn't know that Daozi was taken away. Yang Zuonkang didn't say anything. His face was tense, and he was very angry. Lee Su gave him a unique feeling that made him care a lot. The closer he was, the clearer the feeling became. He missed her so much, as if his relatives were right in front of him, but were taken away. He couldn't help but feel a surge of rage in his heart. He ignored Gongsun and turned around. He jumped up and said loudly, "Grandpa, take me to the underworld. My dear grandson, where are you going, and what are you doing? Looking for dating? You dared to take away the person he cared about in front of him. Did you really think that he, the god of justice, was made of mud? No matter who you are, I tell you, you are dead." Chapter 496, Torture. The pain penetrated deep into his bones. His soul seemed to be torn apart. He could not concentrate, his sea of consciousness was in chaos, and he fell into the water, suffocating the whole time. It seemed as if all the muscles in his body were not his own. Under the terrible force, they twisted and deformed. His bones seemed to be hit by a chisel. He fainted the moment he woke up, and woke up the next second. There was a big hole in his heart, and his soul was pierced through. If it weren't for the Supreme Deo written on his bones, soul, and flesh, his soul would probably have been shattered. Why was it exposed in advance? An angry voice sounded. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, and killed the person who exposed himself, severing all the causes and effects, this action would have been completely exposed and discovered by the saint, directly threatening the entire organization. It was Yang Zuankang. He didn't know who was in the Taoist palace, but he took action the moment he saw Yang Jian being captured. Damn it, why is the god of justice in heaven there? Why didn't they take precautions in advance and keep a close eye on him? Are you kidding me? The Dragon King of the East China Sea has been protecting him. He has several ancient spiritual treasures in his hands, which are 100 times more powerful than the immortal rope, and he is also a mythical Tai. What should we do now? The saint has locked onto the boy with the dragon of karma. If he kills this boy, he will inevitably be sensed by the mysterious karma, and be contaminated by his aura. The dragon of karma cannot lock on forever. It will dissipate in a year at most. You're not going to take him with you for years. If you leave clues behind, the saints will keep tracing, and eventually lock us in. Okay, it's already like this. To attack a Taoist from a big sectors. Stop talking, the people from the trouble side are coming. Where's the thing? Found it. Give it to them, and let them go. Next, you have 10 days. Remember, only 10 days. Damn it. This is a Taoist from GGO. How can 10 days be enough? Whether it's enough or not, you've already caught him. Whether you can get him is your own business. Remember, only 10 days. Soon, someone left. Only the person with a very feminine voice was left. He leaned over, grabbed Li Su's hair, and lifted him up. In order to catch you, I spent a lot of effort. Otherwise, we should be more careful. Open your soul, let me know what I want to know, and I will let you be free, and no longer suffer from such pain. Without words, Li Su was extremely silent. You won't give up until you reach Chang? That's right. After all, you are a disciple of a great sect, so you are naturally determined. I just hope that your determination can last. Clank, clank. It was the sound of chains. His hands, feet, and neck were all chained, and he was dropped in the air. The man took out a mirror, looked at Li Su. He said lightly, I know what you rely on. You are wearing the magic weapon of the GGO Taoist, which can protect your body and soul. You think I can't do anything to you, right? After all, ancient spiritual treasures like the immortal binding rope are too rare. It's a blessing to be able to take out one. It's impossible to see it many times, right? That's where you get it wrong. Magic weapons actually have big loopholes, especially the one you have on. It has a strong defense against frontal attacks. Even Balor can't do anything to you, and dare not attack you easily. But facing some magic weapons with special abilities, its effect will be greatly reduced, and become extremely passive. For example, this thing. It's called the Soul Reflecting Mirror. It doesn't have much lethality and its grade is not high. It is mostly used in some banquets. It can reflect people's souls. If there is any abnormality, it can be discovered immediately. As he spoke, he pointed the mirror towards Li Su. In an instant, light fell from the mirror and shone on Li Su's body, revealing a shadow on the ground. If there is something wrong with your body, the shadow you cast will also change and reveal its true appearance. Of course, this kind of irradiation will not cause any harm to you, but it will be different with these things. He took out 2 objects, an empty skeleton and dozens of nails. They were all black and had strange runes on them. This is a cursed object. It is not of high quality, but it is very special. Legend has it that its prototype is the ancient myth, the 7 Arrows book with a male head and the conferred god chronicle, which can seal a person's soul into it and curse it. It's ridiculous, right? If the soul has fallen into your hands, do you still need to use objects? There is no need at all. So as a cursed object, it is undoubtedly a failure, but as a torture instrument, it is very successful. The skeleton was placed in the shadow cast by Lee Su. In an instant, the skeleton shook slightly and actually absorbed Lee Su's shadow directly into its body. The next second, the skeleton grew flesh and directly grew into the appearance of Lee Su. The man raised his hand and flicked it, and a black nail instantly hit the skeleton's toes. His body trembled, and Lee Su's face suddenly twisted. Huge pain broke out from his toes, and his body couldn't help shaking. Look, it hurts, right? But the magic weapon you are wearing has no reaction, and it can't have any effect, because this kind of damage is indirect, not direct. And this is undoubtedly the biggest difference between magic weapons and immortal weapons. The man smiled and said softly, "So, now are you willing to open your soul and let me see it?" Slowly opening his eyes, Lee Su's eyes were bloodshot, staring at the other party. He didn't say a word, only the murderer Sora lingered. "Well, okay, in that case, I will come back in a day, hoping that you can change your mind. Oh, by the way, the day I mentioned refers to the outside, but almost a year will pass here. Please hold on, don't let me down. Come, let me introduce you, Executioner number 1 and number 2. They will accompany you in the coming years, and take care of you at all times." He raised his hand and 2 skeletons appeared from the shadows under him. Their structure was very unique. Their bones were human bones, but the Deo veins were carved with red gold on them. The skull was inlaid with the stellar mother gold, which had consciousness. This is a refining creation. Lee Su's eyes flashed. Today's mythology world has long lost the method of forging immortal weapons, only divine weapons. And it is obvious that, although the divine weapons are powerful, they lack spiritual light, that is, they cannot form logical thinking. But the 2 skeletons in front of him are obviously different. They are obviously divine weapons, but they are full of spirituality. The Deo patterns on their bodies seemed alive. No, they were alive. Even though their powers were sealed, he could still tell that these 2 things were being refined while alive. The patterns formed by red gold should be their original Deo veins, and the part composed of Dalo mother gold belonged to their sea of consciousness, carrying their souls. The technique was very crude. No, it was despised. He was at least a celestial being before him, otherwise it would be impossible to form such Deo patterns. Now his aura was not obvious, and he was not at the foundation building stage, which meant that the person who refined them had spirituality but no strength. Soon, the other party left. 2 executioners walked up to Lee Su, picked up the black long nails, and started to torture Lee Su's body directly. Ding, ding, ding. One by one, the long nails kept driving into the body of the puppet, and also into Lee Su's soul. Soon, Lee Su fainted. But, he was awakened by the pain again. His body began to bleed, and was pierced again and again. Not to mention the severe pain, his body was affected and split open. It seemed to have no end, again and again. I don't know how long it took. There was a sound of a door opening, and familiar footsteps appeared. "How do you feel? Do you feel like opening your soul?" It was that feminine voice. He smiled gently, his tone full of teasing. Sorry, I have work to do. I can't talk about it now. I'll talk about it tomorrow." Without waiting for Lee Su to speak, he turned around and left directly after walking in. Soon, the door closed again, and the 2 puppets began to torture Lee Su again. Again, and again. It was like hell, without light. The dripping blood formed a pool, and the vitality of the body declined. The puppets stopped. They took a wooden barrel, in which was something like blood, and put Lee Su, who was in the air, down and sank into the blood. After a long time, someone pulled him up, removed the barrel, checked Lee Su's condition, and after confirming that his body had recovered, he executed him again. During this period, the man came twice, but left quickly. It seemed that he had plenty of time. Moreover, he came later each time, and the execution time kept getting longer. Finally, after 10 days outside, and a year of torture inside, he came in, took out a bench and sat down, looked at Lee Su, held the teacup, drank tea, and chuckled. "How about it? Are you willing to open your soul?" Lee Su raised his head slightly, and looked at the other party's relaxed look. At this moment, a smile flowed in his cold eyes. The corners of his mouth opened slightly, and he couldn't help but smile. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. The man paused, and his contemptuous eyes froze slightly. I didn't expect you to be such a determined person. After 10 years, you can still laugh. It seems that I underestimated you. The man stood up and said indifferently, 10 years is still too short for you. In this case, let's change it to 100 years. By the way, nails alone are probably a bit boring. Let them change you to something else. After saying that, the man turned around and left. The execution began again. This time, it was no longer just nails that pierced the body. The two puppets brought many torture instruments, such as burning, water torture, slow slicing, and beheading. They would be rotated one by one every 100 days. This time, it was undoubtedly a long time. The physical sensation was 100 times, or 1,000 times that of the last time. The spirit seemed to be exhausted. Time seemed to have become a concept. Lee Soo could no longer remember how many times he had been tortured. The door finally opened slowly, and the man appeared again. He did not come in, but just stood at the door and said indifferently, "How?" It seemed that, as long as Lee Soo denied it, he would leave immediately and let this punishment continue indefinitely, forever, without end. "You are a weapon refiner? And a weapon refiner from Jishan City?" Lee Soo suddenly spoke for the first time. The man's body stiffened, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Although the torture instruments here are different, they are obviously made by the same person. The appearance and function are different, but the core has not changed at all. Although the grade of the torture instruments is not high, the techniques inside are not simple. Ordinary weapon refiners can't do it. Only masters or even grandmasters can do it. You have always wanted me to open my soul. The fundamental purpose should be my weapon refining skills, right? Except for the sky cutting hand, the skills I practice can be exchanged for money, and the sky cutting hand is blessed by the oath, which you can't get. As for my past, you are going to kill me, and you can't care. So after thinking about it, only the weapon refining technique, although the torture instruments here are incomplete and there is a gap with the real thing, you can feel their limits. Your road has come to an end, and you are eager to find a new direction. At this point, Lee Soo smiled, with an extremely grim look in his eyes. Don't think about it, you will never be able to get my weapon refining techniques. Pain? Torture? Joke. Once, in order to learn the shanking chapter, Lee Soo's bones were ground by the Kingping sword, and his mind almost melted. It lasted for an unknown amount of time. This kind of indirect damage that can only be done through the soul may be very painful, but to wear down Lee Soo's will? There is not even a slight possibility. After taking a long breath, the man walked in, waved away the puppet, and for the first time, his eyes spit out a cold look. You are worthy of being a disciple of Jigyo. You are imprisoned, and you still have time to observe other things. Indeed, I underestimated you. However, it seems that Jigyo has not taught you that as a prisoner, whose life and death are in the hands of others, you should never ever tell your discovery and use it to provoke the people who are guarding you. He took out a long whip, and the scene was covered with thorns. Each thorn was engraved with strange runes, and in each rune there was a wisp of dead soul wailing in it. With a snap, the long whip directly hit the bones under his feet. The body split open on the spot, and the thorns pierced the flesh and blood, leaving a terrible scar. The scar was black, and it was filled with terrible resentment, as if a mouth was opening and closing, biting Lee Soo madly. He couldn't help but tremble all over. The pain of this whip almost suffocated him, and his whole body couldn't help but twitch. It was not only painful, but it was also erasing his Dao pattern and biting his Dao. The soul was trembling and almost cracked. In an instant, Lee Soo fainted. The man took a deep breath, looking at the tyranny and cruelty in Lee Soo's pupils. He didn't stop, and whipped Lee Soo crazily with one whip after another, waking Lee Soo up alive every time, and sometimes fainting from the pain. He didn't stop for more than 10 times in a row, and the tyranny in his pupils was extremely obvious. Enough. With a roar, a figure appeared and grabbed the other's hand. The next second, the enlarged skeleton continued to vibrate, and it began to retreat its flesh, revealing its original appearance. Terrible cracks appeared on the skeleton, and in an instant, it was shattered. As a cursed tool that indirectly affected Lee Soo, it was destroyed. At this moment, Lee Soo's shadow flowed out of it, but even under the effect of the soul mirror, it became extremely faint, and could not take shape. The shadow reflects the soul. At this moment, Lee Su's breath has decayed to the extreme, and the soul light is turbid, and there is a possibility of death. Do you want to beat him to death, and then be locked by the saint's cause and effect? If so, just say it directly, I will kill you in advance. The man's face froze, and he woke up from his rage and stopped. Monk, come here. Not now, his spirit is too weak. I will set up a formation later, to dissolve his mind bit by bit, and make him disappear from this world. Another person appeared. He looked at Lee Su, and said after a moment, also, take back the rope that pierced his heart and trap him. If you don't take it back, he will die. TSK. With a wave of magic power, the rope that pierced Lee Su's soul and body trembled, broke free, and tied him up tightly. Let him recover first. I'll go and make arrangements. Recover more? In his situation, if he doesn't recover to a certain degree, it won't be dissolved, but destroyed. What do you think? Okay. By the way, can we detect by melting the mind? Do you think it's possible? Artifact refiner, there's no other way. I've given you time. In order to facilitate you, I've specially arranged a large formation, consuming so many treasures, and making the time nearly 100 years pass. This is much more than what was originally promised. To be honest, even we ourselves might not be able to bear so many tortures, but this boy has survived. I have to admit that the will of the GGO Taoist is beyond imagination. The artifact refiner didn't speak. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly. He paid so much, but got nothing in the end. This ending was undoubtedly unacceptable to him. He stared at Lee Su for a long time, then turned around and left. Damn it, damn it. Listening to the voice coming from outside the door, in the room. Get ready, the sooner the better. Well, soon, the two also left to make arrangements. After everyone left, the two puppets also stopped silently. Lee Su, who was seriously injured and in a coma, suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils exhaled an incomparable chill. Very good, the immortal rope was finally pulled out of his heart. Although it was just a spiritual treasure, the realm of the people who could use it was too much higher than his. Under the body and soul, the Dao fruit lost contact. The only treasure that could be connected was the Xinhuo flag, but Lee Su couldn't use it. There were too many Dao realms. Not only that weapon refiner, but outside this damn room, there were 5 Daoists staring at him. In fact, from the moment he was captured, he was surrounded by more than 10 Dao realms. Even if he said he had a treasure, he didn't dare to make a move. Once he made a move, it would undoubtedly reveal a lot of things. They were afraid of being locked by the saints. No matter how they killed Lee Su directly, Lee Su was not afraid that he would use the Xinhuo flag and be noticed by the saints. That's right, Lee Su didn't forget that he was not a person from the myth world, but an alien blood food. Even though GGO had a great causal connection with him, he still didn't dare to gamble. With his celestial foundation in the most precious treasure, Lee Su didn't want to gamble that the person was sinister. Therefore, he had been forbearing since he was caught, and even when he was tortured, he didn't do anything. Not only that, after 100 years of observation, he took the initiative to spit out some of the information he had noticed, deliberately provoking the other party. The result was as expected. The other party was enraged by him and exploded. Because he couldn't get anything, he went crazy and severely damaged his soul. After all, his body and soul were pierced, and the avenue was suppressed, and he couldn't move at all. And the result was undoubtedly good and beyond expectations. Not only did he get time to ease, but more importantly, the rope that bound the immortal in his heart was pulled out. This was the most difficult part for him. With it, Lee Su could only use the Xinhuo flag, Zuanhuang Tower, Pangu banner, and other treasures. The connection was completely cut off, and he couldn't contact them. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su's eyes glowed red, with terrible emotions in them. Isn't he angry after more than 100 years of torture? Of course, he was furious. In fact, he was about to explode. His body and mind were covered by extremely violent emotions, and were completely ignited. Unexpectedly, along with Lee Su's extremely violent emotions, the Dao fruits of the 8-foot sky exploded one after another, directly breaking through the last wall and entering the 9-foot realm. The 9-foot high Dao Perfection. Just need to move forward, reach the limit, jump out of the tributary, and jump into the long river of the world. Achieve the realm of immortals. The peerless immortal realm of double foundations. Pupils emitting amazing light, Lee Su slowly closed his eyes. Now the only thing missing is one. The furnace method of the immortal realm. After the breakthrough, condense the stars. Chapter 497, Becoming an Immortal. Falling into the void, Lee Su did not actively recover himself. He had to keep this weakness for the time being. After all, the whip was still a bit famous, especially when his soul was suppressed by the immortal rope. It caused a lot of damage to his soul. The main reason was that the 7 saints were suppressed and could not show signs. Now that he has lost the direct suppression of the immortal rope, his soul has revived, and the Taoist scriptures began to flow on the bones deep in his body to heal his own injuries. Fortunately, the Taoist suit was worn on his body. The other party could not search him directly or touch his depths, otherwise he would definitely find his abnormality and would most likely dissect him to find out his situation. Even so, the days after these long years were still not easy. Being able to endure pain does not mean that he will really not feel pain. To be honest, the torture of that guy was very vicious, and he kept testing Lee Su's psychology. If it were not for the existence of the Xinhuo flag to help him perceive the outside world, Lee Su would still be more or less uncomfortable with the torture of not seeing the sun for 100 years. Thinking of this, Lee Su was a little angry. The reason why he was exposed was found with the help of the Xinhuo flag. It turned out to be the evil god elephant. Because of it, the other party was able to locate Lee Su, find him easily, and capture him. Is it reliable? Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but complain wildly. The guy who used him to fish was also in the Dalo realm. How could you be so ashamed? My brother was captured by someone. Are you really a GGO person, not a helper of the disaster? GGO gave you such a great privilege that even DOZ can be used as bait. You must complain when you go back and complain hard. Taking a breath, Lee Su's mind moved slightly and sensed the life card. Sure enough, it was blocked. Although it was thrown aside, it was obvious that the other party was not careless. The reason why he didn't take it out was probably because this thing was related to his life and it had his cause and effect covered on it. Fortunately, although the life card was sealed and could not open the local area network, he directly asked someone to come to him, and there were still some internal functions. Lee Su directly found the method of turning the furnace fire into the heavenly palace and reflected the content into his consciousness. There is not much content, no wonder it is called a general law. It is really simple. Rather than saying that the heavenly palace is the furnace fire, it is better to say that the great Dao is the fire and the heavenly palace is the furnace. What it can burn depends on the strength of Lee Su's own great Dao. However, although it looks very simple, Lee Su found that this method is very suitable for him. The strength of this method lies in the great Dao of the practitioner himself. The stronger the great Dao, the stronger the furnace fire. If you have a strong enough great Dao, then it can be regarded as the top level heavenly palace furnace fire cultivation method. Of course, under normal circumstances, this kind of thing is impossible, unattainable, and impossible. After all, the great Dao of a normal practitioner will fit in with his own realm, let alone exceed it. It is difficult to reach the limit of the great Dao realm. But Lee Su is different. He holds the 7 saints supreme, the highest Dao, pointing directly to the saint realm, and the fundamental Dao of the heavenly Dao saints. Although his Dao pattern is only the golden elixir realm, he has the Dao of the immortal realm. As long as he becomes an immortal, he can form the supreme texture of the heavenly immortal realm through the supreme chapter, thereby forming the strongest Dao fire, and forging the heavenly palace into the strongest baking furnace. With his eyes slightly closed, Lee Su's mind dived deep into his body, connected to the inner river, and sensed the Dao fruit that broke through the 8-foot sky, and was located at 9 feet. After another breakthrough, it was not only the magic power that was transformed this time, but the Dao fruit itself, which seemed to be baptized. Their bodies began to change, and patterns were taking shape. Looking at the Dao patterns that were nurtured little by little on the Dao fruits, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. That was his path, the complete presentation of his supernatural realm, and the mark of the immortal. Although the Golden Elixir Avenue and the Deo Fruit Avenue will be unified in the immortal realm and will be transformed into the Heavenly Palace, there are still differences. The Golden Elixir Heavenly Palace is for practicing furnace fire. The Deo Fruit Heavenly Palace is for practicing Deo patterns. The two are not on the same path. For the Xayah Kingdom, the immortal realm is the limit. Ta'i has not been able to break through. They are only at the stage of the celestial immortal and have not yet formed a specific concept of practice. However, there is still some exploration. Among them, the most talked about is undoubtedly the Deo pattern aspect. It is very important and has a great relationship. For those who practice Deo Go, the function of the Heavenly Palace is to carry their own Deo patterns. Although it is different from the Golden Elixir, the principle is the same. They are all continuing to follow the original path. The former transforms the stars into the Golden Elixir, and the latter transforms the Deo fruit into Deo patterns. His eyes kept flashing, and the Deo solution in his mind has become a brilliant ball of light. Now, it can be fully utilized by Lisu to perform tens of millions of calculations per second. Not only that, Lisu's own talent waiting is also ringing, and there is a constant spiritual light falling, helping him to think faster and understand more. With the blessing of 300% of his understanding, through the method of turning the Heavenly Palace into furnace fire, under the reflection of the Seven Saints Supreme chapter, a road is taking shape and being figured out by Lisu bit by bit. His talent is too terrible. Under the waiting, it can be said that it is shocking and unprecedented. No one in the world can surpass him. This kind of comprehension is really too terrible. Even if he relies solely on thinking, there are countless roads that he has figured out. Although they are all at the level of celestial beings, they are undoubtedly buried in the highest and touch the root. This is unimaginable, even more incredible. No one could imagine that Lisu, while being captured, had constructed a method of the Heavenly Palace fire in the Heavenly Palace in his mind in less than an hour through his own thinking. Although it was only at the surface level of the Heavenly Immortal, it was undoubtedly the supreme method. Moreover, it was established based on his peerless Taoist foundation, and it was created based on himself, the most suitable and strongest fundamental method for him. Lisu let out a long breath, feeling a little tired. After all, the time was too short. Even with the guidance of the Supreme Chapter, the weighting of terrible talents, and the help of the Taoist interpretation, he still couldn't avoid mental exhaustion. But fortunately, his foundation was too strong, and his path was unparalleled. Even if his mind was consumed violently, he recovered in a short while as the Seven Saints Deo patterns shone, and the extraordinary particles of the netherworld under his feet kept surging. After a moment of silence, Lisu began to act. The Deo fruit became more and more perfect, and the Deo patterns on his body became more and more full. 9 feet in the sky, just a hair's breadth away from the Long River, the magical energy in the Long River reached this point, which was equivalent to being directly absorbed by him. Even if the Deo fruit has not yet entered the Long River, Lisu has already entered the realm of immortals. As a proof, his magic power is truly transcendent, his voice has changed, and his nature is transforming. However, this process is very slow, not fast at all. The main reason is that his Deo base is too high, not below the immortal, and his magic power has transformed too many times, comparable to golden stone, extremely heavy. With this vibration, Lisu's sea of consciousness began to surge. The Heavenly Palace was impatient and wanted to fly out of the sea, to manifest the world and complete the most fundamental transformation. Taking a deep breath, Lisu's eyes kept shaking. It's almost there. It's almost there. He mobilized the Xinhuo flag and directly wrapped up his soul. The sneak attack of the immortal rope was enough once, and twice was courting death. This time, he will not give those guys outside a chance. Waiting, still waiting. There is still a little bit left. There is still a little bit left. As long as the Deo fruit completely completes the transformation, the Deo pattern takes shape, falls off, returns to his body from the Chang through the cave, and enters the Heavenly Palace, he will have completely completed the creation of the peerless Deo foundation. At this time, the golden elixir can also leave the Tanzhang acupoint and merge into the Heavenly Palace. Deo fruit Deo pattern, 15 fire golden elixir. The already huge and boundless Heavenly Palace, because of the integration of these two, what will it reach? For a moment, Lee Su couldn't help but look forward to it. The door opened. Two people. The weapon refiner was not there. It was the holder of the immortal rope and the person who was going to use some magic to dissolve him. There is no doubt that they are all at the Dalo level, and Lee Su cannot resist the current existence. Is it ready? Well, it's almost done. After a simple conversation, the person who was going to dissolve him took action. He raised his palm and kept waving it, and golden liquid fell from his palm. Feeling the golden liquid, Lee Su was a little shocked. What is this? Question mark? But, how is it possible? Buddha power. To be precise, the golden liquid that fell was the golden body of the Buddha. The flowing things of the relic were the power of the fruit position. Is this person from the Buddhist sect? Lee Su was very shocked, and a little shocked. Let's not talk about the weapon refiner. Although lurking in Jishan City is a guess, according to the other party's final performance, he is undoubtedly right. The power of the immortal rope is obviously different. The practice method has nothing to do with the big sect in the West, but it is a little similar to someone. The little justice god of the heaven is very similar to Yang Zhuangkang. I just don't know if it is the law of the heaven or the art of the Eastern Chan sect. The Taoist magic power, no matter how it changes, it will not deviate from the essence. Even if Lee Su masters the highest level of Chan sect, he can't taste it. But to be able to practice this kind of orthodox Taoist magic power, the other party must be born in a decent family and is a disciple of a big sect. What organization is attacking him? Whether it is Jigyo or Chanjiao, they all belong to the orthodox sect of Taoism. At first, Lee Su thought it was Danchinjiao, or the Heavenly Palace sect that attacked him. But now that the people from the Buddhist sect have appeared, he is a little bit unbelievable. The person in front of him is not Xiangxin or Tai, but Daluo, the core of the great sect and the top combat force. In the absence of the saints, they are undoubtedly the strongest, the core and the main force in the great sect. Such people are difficult to betray under normal circumstances. After all, even if you betray the past, the treatment will not be much improved. The power of Daluo realm has reached its end. And it is obvious that the betrayer will not only be hunted down by the betrayed forces, but even if he goes to the other side, he will also be looked down upon and feared. The aura of the injured traitor will never be washed away, no matter what you do afterwards, and will always accompany you until the place of death. Therefore, it is not surprising that Xiangxin and Tai betrayed, but Daluo? What is the purpose? Not only that, if it is really the great sect that did it, what about the saints? Why didn't they leave? If a saint had left, it wouldn't have been that troublesome to deal with Lee Su. There was something wrong with this strength, a huge problem. Moreover, they seemed to be connected with disaster. He had learned about the disaster cult. In the mythology world, it was notorious, unforgivable, and contrary to the path of living beings. They worshipped evil gods, and believed that this world would sooner or later become the property of the evil gods. They constantly destroyed and slaughtered people. The 8 major sects in the mythology world showed no mercy to them, and issued a wanted order. Even the demon court did the same. Lee Su didn't say anything. At this moment, he understood how the other party was going to dissolve him. Through Buddhism. Although Buddhism is one of the positive energies between heaven and earth, it has the power of compassion and the heart of great light. But it is different from the Taoism of the fusion of yin and yang. This power is too much. Negative negatives equal positive, and positive positives naturally equal negatives. Buddhist monks are more likely to go astray, more extreme, and more likely to escape into the devil's way than Taoist masters. That's it. The nature of the power is too strong. The other party's dissolution was not to digest his body, but to purify his consciousness. Soon, the so-called formation arrangement was completed. In an instant, a great light fell in the room, emitting a vast brilliance, shining into Lee Su's body and heart. The sound of Sanskrit was mysterious, constantly washing him. It illuminated the darkness in his heart and dissolved it. This was not an attack, but a salvation, to make him indulge in the ocean of Buddhism, accept the universal salvation of the Buddha, purify his mind, and change his mood. There is no doubt that compared to torture, this method is much milder. But there is no doubt that it is also more than 100 times more vicious. Once it is completed, will he still be himself? No, that's not right. As the purification began, Lee Su's pupils trembled slightly as he lowered his head. There was something wrong with this person. His Buddha power was different. This was not only dissolving the darkness in his heart, but also eliminating his memories and removing many pictures. Angry, joyful, happy, and crying in pain. Everything that could make him emotionally fluctuate was considered abnormal and threatening by this purification, and was being melted away bit by bit. This was not purification, but a killing in the name of purification. Although he would not die in the end, but nothing would be left, like a blank sheet of paper. This monk was using emotions to cleanse his memory and clear the cause and effect on him. No wonder it was handed over to this guy. I'm afraid this is not the first time they have done it. Once it is completed, he will become a blank sheet of paper. There may still be remnants of cause and effect, but they will become extremely faint, and with the passage of time, the years will continue to fade, and finally everything will be completely cut off and completely washed clean. Can it still be like this? Lee Su was undoubtedly a little surprised. This person's methods were undoubtedly much more terrifying than that of the weapon refiner. Of course, this was also because it was obvious that there was something wrong with this person. The Buddhist method, because of its fierceness, requires a very high state of mind. Now, he looks like a great Buddhist, but in fact, most of his body has fallen into the devil's way, but it is covered by his great Buddhist power. Sure enough, the Buddhist method cannot be said to be bad, but compared with the Taoist method, the tolerance rate is too low. If you are not careful, you will become a demon. Although it is often said that the demon and the Buddha are one, please understand that the Buddha can be a demon, but the demon must be a demon. This difference is very big. The Buddha's fruit position seeks great transcendence and reaching the other shore. The demon is different. The demon will only sink continuously, and sink all the time, and eventually become no longer himself. Oh, this is the demon of Buddhism. The Taoist demon is better. It is just casual and liberates the inner desires. There is also a chance to go ashore and bleach. After all, do nothing and do everything. The other party took out a crystal, blended Lee Su's dripping blood into it, and then handed it to the person using the immortal rope and said, "Okay, wait until this crystal turns completely golden. It will be considered a success. I should go back. I've been away for too long." After that, the Buddhist cultivator said goodbye directly, obviously not intending to stay here for too long. As a result, the other person also nodded. "Well, you'd better not stay here for too long. This time the incident is very serious, and it's not just GGO that is taking action." Not long ago, the god of justice in the heavenly court went to the inner ghost gate and entered the underworld. I heard that he was going to find Deeting, the ancient underworld's divine beast, the Mount of Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva, who has the ability to listen to the heaven and earth and see through all the truth. Although Deeting was left with only a corner of his soul due to the destruction of the ancient times and could not see through everything at all times, it was still terrible and no less dangerous than a saint. The man couldn't help shrinking his eyes. Yang Zuan Khan? Why? Isn't the Chan sect at odds with the G sect? I don't know. Okay, I know. I'll have someone defend this side. Well, soon, the two walked out. Opening his eyes, Lee Su took a deep breath. That kid. Remember the moment he was caught, the other party also attacked in anger. The eldest nephew is good. Unlike his father, I feel that we can get along well. Looking back, it seems that apart from his brother-in-law, Lee Su feels that he gets along well with his brother-in-law's other relatives, even his dog. Sure enough, character determines everything. Guys who come from the Changio are not welcome, no matter where they are. However, it is time to speed up. Although the other party's cleansing has little effect on Lee Su. No, it should be said that it has no effect at all. Are you kidding? He has mastered the supreme knowledge of the two saints in the West. The deep part of the Dao fruit reflects the phantom of the Buddhist treasure. How could it be transformed by the Dharma? However, he obviously doesn't have much time left. The Dao fruit is still transforming. Soon, even though his foundation is incomparable, and his back is almost close to the world river, the amount of magical substances is very large, and it is absorbed very quickly. The Dao pattern has been fully formed, and it only needs to be completely solidified. The slowest is a week, and the fastest is about 3 days. Time passed little by little, and finally, Lee Su's Dao fruit was completely transformed, and the Dao pattern was no longer illusory, but became real. In an instant, Lee Su's body shook slightly, and the 7 Dao fruits jumped up at the same time, breaking the last barrier between him and the long river, and jumped into the long river that runs through ancient and modern times. Boom. Dao fruit, shaking. The cave heaven, resonating. As the Dao fruit reached the other side, it sank into the long river. In an instant, the Dao patterns on the Dao fruit vibrated. They opened the cave heaven, moved directly out of the long river, entered Lee Su's body, rushed towards his sea of consciousness, sank into the deep sea, and entered his heavenly palace. Boom. 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 They not only came by themselves. Together, there was also the river of the long river. The river seemed to be connected and flowed directly into Lee Su's body and heart. 7 extremely huge cave heavens were gushing, and the endless long river water roared and splashed down. In an instant, Lee Su was hit by an extremely strong impact. The golden elixir could no longer sit still. It burst out with amazing light, leaped up from the Tanzhang acupoint, rose to the center of his eyebrows like the sun, rushed to his sea of consciousness through the yin tang, and like a Dao pattern, drilled down and entered the palace of heaven. It was constantly trembling, and began to merge with the palace of heaven. Qualitative change, qualitative change, qualitative change. Even Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath at this moment. The Xinhuo flag appeared in an instant, above his head, suppressing everything in the room. At the same time, the Zhuanhuang tower also jumped out from his eyebrows, opened up a big world, and covered him in it. Boom. The sound of thunder continued to resound. Lee Su's mana, body, and even soul were all transforming and constantly transforming. This was not a breakthrough, nor was it a simple transcendence, but a thorough transformation, from a human to an immortal. Vortex. 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 The heaven and earth felt and discovered something. The terrible clouds began to gather. 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, and 1,000,000 miles. A dark cloud that could almost cover the galaxy appeared, and a terrible aura of destruction was being nurtured. In the dark cloud, there were figures, beasts, and people, forming a strange sight. The outer world, the red star region. The stars here are mostly red, and the huge galaxies form a red spiral, hence the name. On this day, countless people in the red star region raised their heads and looked at the huge star located quite close to the center of the red star region with horror. That is the big red star. It is the place where the Kankiang sect in the upper domain of the east domain operates, and it is their base camp. There are tens of billions of people living in it, all of whom are the people of the Kankiang sect. Who is it? Who is going through the tribulation? And what kind of tribulation is this? A diameter of 1,000,000 miles. I have never heard of it. In the big red star, Tai jumped out. His face was blue and extremely ugly. Damn, who is it? That Tai. If you want a breakthrough, then break through. Why are you going to a remote planet? Why are you here? On the big red star? Is this kind of thunder tribulation trying to destroy the big red star? Also, this tribulation cloud, the 7th and 9th heavenly tribulation is not so scary. 89. Or 99. In an instant, countless eyes were attracted and shocked by this terrifying and terrible tribulation. The next second countless people on the big red star began to flee, fleeing madly. The heavenly tribulation does not recognize people. Dare to be in its range. No matter who you are a target. Moreover, the strength of the heavenly tribulation is not based on the strength of the person who breaks through, but on the strength of the person who is hit by the tribulation. Once contaminated, Dalo can't bear it, and will be split into ashes. The big red star flashed with light, breaking through the speed of sound and fleeing rapidly. That was the Dalo realm of the Kankiang sect, the leader of the sect. At this moment, he was fleeing frantically, sweating profusely, with several immortal tools on his head to suppress his own aura, and to ensure that he would not be sensed by the terrible heavenly tribulation above his head. He did not even check which bastard broke the mirror here, nor did he care that this big red star was his lifeblood in the hinterland of the Kankiang sect. He fled faster than a rabbit, and fled at a rapid speed. Behind him, there were dozens of Tai and tens of thousands of celestial beings, all of whom were the core of the Kankiang sect. At this moment, they all fled frantically, not daring to stay, and wanted to leave the range covered by the thunder tribulation. The heavenly tribulation above the 7th and 9th level is not a tribulation at all, it is the end of the road. Chapter 498 Itsu. The huge palace of heaven slowly rose from the sea of consciousness. It was an extremely huge palace, magnificent, majestic, and possessed an immortal aura. Other people's palaces of heaven were usually just a huge and separate palace. It was different when it appeared from Lisu's sea of consciousness. It was a huge palace complex. In addition to the core central palace, there were 8 main palaces. They were independent of each other, occupying 8 directions: southeast, northwest, southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest. Among them, there were 3 directions: east, southeast, and northeast. In the southeast palace, there were huge flags flying, emitting millions of rays of light, with the power of creation and the image of destruction. The eastern palace was dominated by black and white, which alternated and coexisted, and the cycle of life and death, the combination of yin and yang, and the transformation of the Tao. In the northeast palace, there was a peerless sword. Its sword intent soared into the sky. The sword god was supreme. The sword light was sharp. It could cut through the years and time, and could cut off the great way of heaven and earth. The south was a shadow of flesh and blood, with life fire steaming, and the ultimate vitality was multiplying there. There were billions of lives bred in it, gathering all the lives, interweaving into a world painting. That was the supreme flesh and blood. In the north is a huge and boundless sun, where Lisu's 15 fire golden pearl is located. It is brilliant, and burning with blazing fire. There is a huge abyss under the western hall, which is full of ghosts and consciousness. There is a huge wheel standing and turning non-stop. That is the highest soul. Then in the southwest and northwest directions, there are poso trees planted in one place, with huge Buddha bells, arhats and nuns, infinite light, and 8 meritorious waters interweaving and shining. There is a tree above the palace, which emits 7-color light, and is extremely magical. In one place, the color of glass is silent, without light and color, without form and appearance, only the sound of Sanskrit keeps ringing. There is a shadow projection in the sky, a golden lotus platform rises and falls in it, and there is an incomparable fragrance overflowing. This is incredible and even more unimaginable. With the reflection of the 8 main halls, an unparalleled wonder is formed on the central palace. There is a huge corona hovering in the sky, and the supreme penetrates the central palace, interweaving 7 colors of brilliance, forming a piece of an 8-Dao pattern, dazzling. Boom. 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 It was shaking continuously. When the heavenly palace appeared from between Lisu's eyebrows, and reflected in the present world, an extremely amazing change suddenly occurred. The palace expanded in an instant, covering Lisu himself, and it flashed away. He disappeared, and not only that, the palace that came out also disappeared. Completely disappeared from the real world. The space was shaking continuously. On the other side of the present world, in the cracks of the world, it was oscillating, happening, and crying. There was a world that was taking shape. The so-called immortals are above humans, not entering the mortal world, standing on the other side. In an instant, the heaven and earth felt it, and the terrible thunderclouds that almost covered the huge and boundless red star, and were as big as 1,000,000 miles moved. A human face appeared, and his eyes shone down, and instantly locked onto Lisu, who left the present world, and entered the other world. I don't know if it was an illusion, but when the heavenly tribulation locked onto, and confirmed Lisu, the heavenly tribulation shook, and the lightning paused for a moment. Then, inexplicably, a trace of emotion appeared in the eyes of the human face, an emotion of rage. It's you. Damn, you're addicted to rubbing wool, right? The eyes were shaken, and with terrible anger, they looked at Lisu fiercely. It was a sight, but also a lightning. A white light flashed down, and in an instant, the entire red star field was reflected in white. That power was really terrible. The entire big red star was trembling. Billions of cubic voids couldn't help but tremble. Who is it? Who is it? Who is going through the tribulation? Even if they escaped from the distance of dozens of stars, the Dalo realm of the Kankiang sect couldn't help showing a look of horror on their faces, and couldn't help but screaming. This thunder tribulation is undoubtedly destructive and catastrophic. for the big red star. Although the people on the big red star began to run frantically and teleport away from the moment the heavenly tribulation appeared. But this is a huge world with tens of billions of lives after all. How can they make it in time? How can they retreat? There are countless lives that were stranded and unable to retreat. When the thunder appeared, all life stopped at this moment and would not move. They looked at the lightning falling from the sky in horror, and all thoughts were still. God, is it going to be destroyed? Myself? In front of this extremely terrifying power, emotions such as anger and resentment had long disappeared. They understood clearly from consciousness to cells that this was destruction, this was the end, and the end of their lives. However, when countless people were extremely shocked, the lightning suddenly disappeared from the real world. It went straight to Lee Soo, directly struck the other side, and fell into the other world. Boom. There was a loud noise. Even if the world was different, the thunder still came out, breaking through the barrier between the present world and the other world, and reaching everyone's ears. Is this going through the tribulation in the other world? Sensing the situation on the big red star, many people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's still. Before he had finished exhaling, the terrifying white light flashed 8 times in a row. Including the first time, the 19th heavenly tribulation was over in almost an instant. So fast. Countless people opened their eyes wide. The speed of this thunder tribulation was too unusual and too terrifying. Normally, it would take at least half a day for the 19th heavenly tribulation to be completed. However, the heavenly tribulation did not stop. The thundercloud was shaking, and even more terrifying lightning was gathering. The 29th heavenly tribulation was coming. The face of the person in the thundercloud became clearer and clearer, and there was fire brewing. Not only thunder tribulation, but also fire tribulation. Is it a thunder and fire heavenly tribulation? Before everyone could finish thinking, the red lightning whistled down and struck the other world along with the face in the thundercloud. In an instant, the 29th number was completed. Then, the 39th duck shape. In the lightning and fire, another color was added. That was the wind. Boom. 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 The 49th gathered, and the shape of the thunder tribulation changed, turning into a wonder, turning into flowers, falling from the sky. Boom. 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 At 59, the wonders became clearer, and there were sparks in the thunder flower, and the wind flower became huge. At 69, the 3 terrible forces of thunder, fire, and wind gathered together, and directly blossomed a white, thunder, petals, cyan, wind, green leaves, and red, fire, stamens, extremely beautiful and extremely deadly flower of the great calamity. Crack, crack. The other world was shaking, wailing, and was about to be broken. But it was obvious that the heavenly calamity had no intention of stopping, and the thundercloud became even bigger. The human face was moving, and a giant appeared inside, a giant made of lightning. He slowly stood up and slowly raised his palm. The lightning in his palm was intertwined, the fire flashed, and the wind light was entangled, forming a huge spear that was beyond the giant of 10,000 miles. Then, he threw it directly towards the big red star. Boom. With a loud bang, a big tree made of lightning, wind and fire grew directly on the huge big red star. It was very big. From the ground, it grew out of the sky and into the universe. However, the lightning giant did not listen. It dropped huge lightning spears again and again, as if planting trees, forming a total of 9-10,000 foot lightning trees on the big red star. Is this a tribulation? Looking at this terrible scene, at this moment, countless people couldn't help but open their mouths one after another, and many Daluo who looked over had green faces. Is this killing people? Not only that, is it an illusion? The heavenly tribulation should not have spiritual intelligence. It will only appear passively when life crosses the border and breaks its own restrictions. But at this moment, whether it is Daluo, Tei, or even the celestial being, they all felt its killing intent from the movements of the terrible giant in the thunder tribulation. It seemed to be saying, little guy, I can't kill you. What did the person who crossed the tribulation do? Did he steal the home of the heavenly tribulation? Hiss. At this moment, in the other world, Lee Soo's body was charred black, and there was a hint of green in the black. He naturally felt it too. The resentment in his own immortal tribulation seemed to want to kill him. Why? Could it be because of the world fragments before? He was allowed to pass through Sanjiu in advance, and because of the relationship with Liu Jiu, because he failed to kill him twice, so this time, he planned to be ruthless, and kill him completely? Damn, what does this have to do with him? His realm was not enough at that time, and it was the world fragments that attracted him. If he had resentment, why did you go find the world fragments? Why did you chop him like this? Just when Li Su couldn't help muttering, the heavenly tribulation seemed to sense something, and found that the target was not dead yet. Suddenly, the giant was angry, completely furious. The little bug provoked it once and twice, and used it as a tool for transformation and improvement. It was a heavenly tribulation, so shameless. The giant waved his hand directly. In an instant, thunder shook in the thundercloud. Dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, black turtles, dapping, biffing, and other giant beasts that only existed in ancient mythology appeared one by one, full of 9 heads, filled with the will to destroy everything. They jumped down and rushed out of the terrible thunderclouds. They disappeared from the present world in an instant and headed straight for the other world, the gap where Li Su was, and the world transformed by his heavenly palace. Boom. Even Li Su couldn't help but scream and wail. Not only because the heavenly tribulation was powerful, but more importantly, it was not struck 9 times, but 9 times in a row. Li Su, who already had great patience for thunder tribulation, couldn't stand it. His flesh and blood cracked, his soul smoked, and the huge heavenly palace couldn't help but crack. Still not dead. In the sky, the thunder tribulation giant was silent for a moment, then it exploded, and after a huge roar towards the sky, the endless lightning was gathered and condensed by it. The thunder clouds of millions of miles became thin, and then stopped. Then, it jumped down, and appeared in person. It took a step of 10,000 miles and directly reached the big red star. In an instant, it disappeared and entered the other world. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, a huge noise came from the other world, along with a shrill wail and a huge whine. One after another, again and again. After beating for a full 9 minutes, the giant walked out of the other world, jumped up, and returned to the thundercloud. Then, the thundercloud that covered the big red star shook and quickly dissipated. After a while, the sky was clear, and the thunder tribulation seemed to have never appeared. Looking at the dissipated heavenly tribulation, at this moment, countless people on the big red star had pale faces and wooden pupils. For most people present, the appearance of wonders in the thunder tribulation was unheard of. Wonders kept appearing, and in the end, the wonders personally took action. How big a grudge and hatred did this have to happen? And what made everyone nervous was that the heavenly tribulation had emotions. It actually had emotions? I don't know which big guy was going through the tribulation, and I don't know what the big guy did. Soon, someone took action. Daluo of the Kankiang sect immediately ran to the big red star. Although the lightning mainly blasted to the other world, it did not mean that there would be no problem in the present world. The big red star was undoubtedly hit hard, and many places inside were cracked, which was extremely tragic. Of course, he also wanted to see who was going through the tribulation. If the count just now was correct, this time the Great Tribulation was 9, the Extreme Thunder Tribulation. For the people in this world today, it was a super heavenly tribulation that had never appeared before, and was only recorded in books. To be able to trigger such a heavenly tribulation, no matter whether the opponent was at the same level, Daluo, or Tai, there was no doubt that it would be terribly strong and very terrible. You know, the strongest heavenly tribulation in the myth world is only 8 or 9. The number of people who triggered it was less than 1 hand. Among them, 2 were killed by the thunder tribulation, and there was no doubt that they were invincible in their realm before they died, and they were above the myth. In the other world, Li Su was very miserable, very miserable. His body was cracked, his heart and liver were split in half, and the huge palace was rotten, as if it had become a ruin, with almost no intact place. The only thing to be thankful for is that he managed to hold on. The 2 previous tribulations gave him great resistance, and this time he was transformed, becoming a real immortal, not just resisting with his golden elixir. This time he not only used the Xinhuo banner, but also the Zhuanhuang Tower, and even summoned the Pangu banner. Of course, he didn't let them resist, but just delayed it. The main reason was that there was a huge resentment in the heavenly tribulation, and it struck too fast. Otherwise, before the 7th level, he shouldn't have been injured and could have directly resisted. After all, he was also transforming from mana to immortal power, and the change was huge. He might be injured from the 7th level, but even if he faced the 9th level, he would have a chance. After all, his foundation was too strong, and every time his mana approached immortal power, his strength would be improved by more than one level. Now, with the retreat of the thunder tribulation, the liquid formed by the lightning was quickly absorbed by the heavenly palace, and a large number of extraordinary particles and magical particles escaped from the cave in the underworld. The palace began to recover rapidly, and the body and soul were also completed. His aura was changing. There was a sense of immortality taking shape. Of course, the most important thing was the immortal power that only immortals could possess. It was different, completely different. This thickness, this concentration. With a slight thought, the shadow of Pangu Banner fell, and Lee Su stretched out his hand and held it. In an instant, the void shook, and the myriad worlds rang. It can be used. The treasure, through the immortal power, he can truly exert its amazing power and make it manifest. Feeling his own expression, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. Obviously, he hadn't started to practice the unique star transformation of the heavenly fairyland, but his strength had increased by more than 10 times, far exceeding the 10 fire heavenly immortals, and he could fight even against Taie. If, use the treasure. Dalo realm, it is not impossible to collide with Iki. Lee Su kept inhaling. He didn't act impulsively, but directly took the heavenly palace back to the sea of consciousness, went out of the other world, and returned to the room where he was imprisoned. At this moment, he took a deep breath, opened the Buddha kingdom directly, and poured out the red gold stored in it. The materials of the celestial realm were not taken away by the other party. They were hidden in his own magical powers, ready for a breakthrough. The method of turning the celestial palace into a furnace that he had created not long ago was directly put into operation. The central palace began to glow, and the 8 main halls responded one after another. With the golden elixir as the sun and the 7 holy Dao patterns as materials, Lee Su directly ignited a raging fire in his own celestial palace, devouring countless materials that were tilted out from the Buddha kingdom. The red gold was refined by him and directly integrated into the palace to form the basis of reality. The remaining countless materials were directly thrown into the furnace, calcined, burned into liquid, burned into ash, and continuously smelted, turning them into the most basic particles and integrating them into the 7 saints' supreme Dao rhyme, reforming them into a round sphere. That was the original star, or the star core, the core of the celestial immortal. Quickly devouring the materials exchanged for hundreds of millions of merits, a small star was cultivated under Lee Su's celestial palace. Has this been affected? At the moment, when Lee Su formed his first star, a voice sounded outside the room. This voice is familiar. It's that weapon refiner. He came here at the first time. Unlike the other two, his identity was guessed by Lee Su and there was a possibility of exposure. Someone on the red star suddenly passed the tribulation, causing a shocking commotion. Naturally, he couldn't sit still. No. Someone answered. It should be the person sent by the owner of the immortal rope to guard. The thunder tribulation occurred in the depths of the other world and did not affect this place. Open the door. In an instant, Lee Su opened his eyes, and the terrible killing intent was jumping in his pupils. In an instant, he activated the Xinhuo flag, which fell with a little flame, and merged into the hall of the 8 main halls, where the phantom of Pangu Banner was flying. Immediately, Pangu Banner vibrated, and the main body woke up, and was summoned by him. He stretched out his palm and gently grasped it. The strongest treasure of Yukong Yuan Shishianzan came into the world, and was held in Lee Su's palm. Slowly lifting the Pangu Banner, the vast immortal power burst out, flowing directly up, and merging into the ancient banner. It is immortal power, not magic power. Pangu Banner immediately began to move. Worlds appeared on the banner, one after another. They were shaking, oscillating, and breaking apart bit by bit, forming billions of cubic fragments, which directly covered and wrapped the entire Pangu Banner. This was Pangu's world transformation slash, which could cut through the void, destroy the world, and create the power of fire, wind, and water from the earth, and destroy the other world. Squeak. The door of the prison cell opened. In an instant, the four eyes met. The weapon refiner's face suddenly changed, and a look of shock appeared on his face, extremely horrified. "You die." What greeted him was Lee Su's murderous eyes. Pangu Banner did not hesitate, and slashed directly at the other party. Hundreds and thousands of worlds shattered into billions of cubic fragments, like a ripple, slashed directly at the opposite side. Clang. With a sound. The world was split by Lee Su slash. Chapter 499 Pangu shatters the world, the Saints End. A simple wave of the hand slashed out billions of space fragments. They were the matter formed after hundreds and thousands of worlds were shattered, so small that they were comparable to atoms. The moment they swept out, they really destroyed everything. Everything could not be preserved, and was shattered by Pangu Banner. This is the power of the treasure. This is the power of Pangu Banner. However, it is just a celestial being. Holding it, it can only crush atoms. This kind of collision is very terrible. Billions of particles are not only shattering everything, but also colliding with each other. There is a terrible force gathering inside, generating unprecedented high heat, which is tens of millions of times of movement and friction per second. At the distance of Lee Su's wave of his hand, hundreds of millions of particles collided tens of millions of times in a short distance of 2 or 3 meters. The movement distance generated exceeded trillions of meters. Time was completely stagnant the moment Lee Su waved the ancient banner. The void was filled with too much information. Even a supercomputer with a speed of 1 billion times per second would take hundreds of years to digest it. But in the blink of an eye, it was released by Pangu Banner. Although it is hard to believe, it is true that the moment Lee Su struck out, all the matter in Wanli Square was frozen. Attack, defense, suppression, seal. As the most powerful treasure of the Saint Pangu Banner is undoubtedly an integrated attack and defense. Its attack is defense, its defense is suppression, and its suppression is destruction. Even if he is beyond the world, and not in the 5 element, his life has reached the other side of Yanghan, and has entered the immortal Dalo realm. At this moment, at this second, he also paused, locked by Pangu Banner and suppressed. Thinking was infinitely stretched at this moment, although the whole process took less than a second. But, it is still beyond imagination and understanding. That is Dalo, and the only one who holds the treasure is a celestial being. The gap between the two is that one is like a towering mountain and the other is like a tiny ant, but the latter suppressed the other. This itself is a miracle, a myth, and an unimaginable miracle. Light. At this moment, it twisted. A huge crack suddenly appeared on the huge and boundless red star. The crack was so big that it was unimaginable. Even outside the big red star, the cultivators of the sky sect who rushed over could see it clearly. The cracked void was filled with extremely terrifying particles, forming an unimaginable storm. It was exploding and glowing. There was light flying out from it, and in an instant, everything it touched was annihilated. The atmosphere of nearly 100,000 miles evaporated directly. It was not destruction, not collapse, but evaporation. The diameter evaporated, and it became nothingness from the present world, and was dissolved by weapons, as if it had never existed. Reason, rules, everything, disappeared. In an instant, the leader of the Sky Sect, the top Dalo realm, couldn't help but feel horrified. This power was really too terrifying. Even he couldn't take it without injury. The surface layer involved was too high, too high. Even the Dao Rhyme was destroyed and shattered. Ah! With a huge scream, a broken figure rushed out of the crack, twisting, wailing, and in pain. As a Dalo realm, at the last moment, a 10,000th of a millisecond, he still reacted and activated his own treasures. Dozens of defensive magic weapons directly blocked in front of him, and there were 5 immortal weapons among them. There is no doubt that facing the attack of the treasure, these so-called magic weapons and immortal weapons are not worth mentioning at all. That is the heaven and earth treasure that can replay the earth, fire, wind, and water, and can reopen the world, the supreme offensive weapon. In an instant, those magic weapons and immortal weapons were broken. From the atomic surface layer, they were twisted into ash, and cut into nothingness by Pangu Banner. However, although it was only a moment, it undoubtedly bought him time and opportunity. Chiangson cultivates stars. Zhuangzi cultivates galaxies. What does Dalao cultivate? Zhao, the so-called up and down, left and right, all directions. The immortal in the world is only Zhao, and the eternal time is only Zhao. In an instant, he activated his own avenue, reflecting a world, and thousands of other shores appeared, separating himself and Li Su from a distance of just a few feet away, and the distance between the ends of the earth and the ends of the earth. Piece by piece, fan by fan. It seems to be just a few feet away, but the actual distance is even farther than that of a star. The Dalao realm's astonishing power was instantly revealed by the weapon refiner. However, it was a pity. He was facing the Pangu banner. It was a treasure of the ancient sage of the heavenly way, and it was also a treasure of space attribute. The light on the Pangu banner slashed directly over. Facing the millions of other shores, the endless space particles shattered in an instant, destroying one other shore after another, locking the weapon refiner's body. Before the opponent escaped, the light hit the opponent's body first. In an instant, the universe of the Dalao realm was torn apart, and the absolute defense accumulated by the infinite galaxies was directly penetrated. The boundless space fragments penetrated into it, and hit the opponent's body. Boom. With a shocking sound, the body of the weapon refiner exploded. The universe was stirred, and the avenue that crossed the body was pierced, creating a crack. Even though his life had already reached the extreme, the weapon refiner who had stepped into the pinnacle, he still couldn't help but let out an extreme wail. His flesh, bones, and soul were all pierced, and countless space fragments hit him, causing more painful injuries than slow slicing. However, the Dalao realm is the Dalao realm after all. At this point, his life and his soul are close to immortality and permanent scars. Even if the space particles formed by the destruction of hundreds of worlds still cannot completely eliminate him and destroy him. The moment he was severely injured, his body began to repair. Countless stars glowed, and the meaning of permanent scars fell, preventing the spread of injuries, repairing the wounds on his body, and squeezing out the broken space particles. Although he repaired quickly, he still couldn't help spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Any injury is easy to deal with, but the one on the avenue that was pierced, even if it is just a small one compared to the avenue itself, like a wound less than 1 centimeter on a person's body, it still really caused a wound that could not be healed in a short time and hurt the root. This is a Dao injury. Even for a Dalao, it will take a long time to recover. The pupils were filled with fear. At this moment, the weapon refiner was terrified. Although he could not see the whole picture, the shadow of that corner was deeply imprinted on his soul, forming an almost indestructible impression. What is that? What on earth is that? Is it an immortal weapon? But, is there such an immortal weapon in the mythological world? If a celestial being can hurt Dalao, wouldn't a Zhuangzi be able to be severely injured? Is that a treasure of Jijiao? Is it a weapon given to him by the saint? Just when the weapon refiner was shocked, Li Su also appeared, jumped out of the other world, appeared in reality, towered outside the big red star, and stood in the universe. Achieving the realm of celestial immortals gave him the ability to survive directly in the universe. He was a little out of breath, and he was exhausted. Are you kidding? This is a saint's treasure. Although the immortals can use it, it is still too much of a stretch. After all, the saint of heaven is no longer in this matter. Li Su can't use it as conveniently as those immortals did when they were conferred gods. The saints have poured energy into it early, which can make the treasure itself show infinite power. Sure enough, the idea is still a bit naive. Just relying on oneself, even if you have a treasure, it is difficult to kill Dalao. After all, the existence of two great realms, the opponent is more than 10,000 times larger than him. Today's Li Su has just entered the immortal realm, and the stars have just been condensed. The realm is too shallow and too low. It is a sneak attack, caught off guard, that hurt the opponent. Otherwise, facing the Dalao realm, there is no capital for a fight. Fortunately, the Pangu banner was used. In terms of killing power alone, the Kingping sword is undoubtedly stronger, but as the ultimate sword of killing, it does not have the power of the Pangu banner to suppress everything. Once the opponent reacts and pulls away, it is difficult to produce substantial killing. It's not that the Kingping sword is inferior to the Pangu banner, but the nature is different. Standing in place, the Pangu banner has been put away, looking at the Dalo realm weapon refiner not far away with a grim look. Lee Su knows that it is difficult for him to kill the other party with his own hands. That's it. It's not very realistic. Even if it is above the myth, it is still unreliable for the immortal to kill the Dalo. Too unreliable. Not ready to drag it out with the other party, Lee Su directly raised his hand, and the life card that was discarded aside in the room appeared. The seal on it had been cut off by Lee Su and restored to its original function. The weapon refiner's pupils shrank, and there was almost no hesitation, but he took out something and cut it off without hesitation. It was a talisman. As he cut it off, the diameter of his body began to become transparent, and all traces of it disappeared. But in the blink of an eye, there was no trace of him in the entire world, as if he had never appeared. And almost at the same time as the weapon refiner disappeared, the void shook. The space on the big red star was rotating, forming a terrible star road. A huge palace flew out from inside, with chapters of saints written on it, running through the terrible avenue. Not only that, there are stars above the palace, or 1,000 independent stars, 5 galaxies, and a universe. It flew out, carrying an extremely terrifying aura, and landed directly on the big red star, behind Lee Su. Not only that, when the palace appeared, a terrifying aura appeared along the star road. 1, 2, 3, 4. A full 9 figures surrounded by huge universes arrived with the palace, and immediately the terrifying aura of the Dalo realm directly covered the entire red star field. Hiss. In the distance, the master of the big red star, who was also the master of the Kankiang sect, was in the Dalo realm. He couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling, and his heart jumped to his throat. Although Lee Su couldn't recognize it immediately, the huge cloud palace and the Dalo realm that appeared with the cloud palace were different. He recognized it instantly. GGO Daozi Palace, and GGO 9 Elders. GGO, as one of the 8 major sects in the mythological world, naturally has corresponding background. Among them, the 3 saints and 9 elders are undoubtedly the face of the card. The one who is now standing in the world is one of the 3 saints. It is said that he is a disciple of the ancient GGO Xiandao saint, and a descendant of Zhao Gangming, the god of wealth in the heaven. He holds the money road, and is undoubtedly extremely powerful, even among the saints. Then there are the 9 elders. It refers to the 9 Dalo realms of GGO. Any of them alone is undoubtedly the ultimate Dalo. When the 9 people are together, they can use one of the 3 ultimate formations inherited from the ancient GGO, the 10 absolute formation. Even if the saint enters the field, they will be trapped by them for a while. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that about half a month ago, the GGO Daozi disappeared, and was rumored to be captured. The saint took action to launch the cause and effect dragon, and countless GGO great powers went out to investigate everywhere. As a result, more than half a month later, the GGO Daozi appeared on the big red star, the territory of the Kankiang sect. In an instant, the face of the Dalo realm of the Kankiang sect turned green. Fuck. 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 Why did the missing GGO Daozi appear on the big red star? Isn't this just yellow mud falling off the crotch, and it can't be washed away by jumping into the long river of the universe? Damn it. Damn it. Just as he was cursing inwardly, a trembling breath appeared, and a gaze fell. In an instant, all living beings got goosebumps. Saint size? Oh my god, the saints have looked over. Damn, it's not that the big sect doesn't have Daozi, but this pomp is too scary, isn't it? Interesting. You really don't take GGO seriously. A finger bigger than the big red star, appeared directly from the dark, crossed countless galaxies, and arrived at the red star field. Money, falling treasures. With a calm word, the red star field, at this moment, began to rain money, endless money, filling the entire red star field with its diameter. That is the saint's way, and it is also the way of heaven and earth. Money shines, and golden light shines on the world. In the money, there is a long river of luck. A disappeared figure, is being reflected. It has clearly concealed all the secrets of heaven, and shielded all the causes and effects. Facing the ocean of money, it is still reflected and revealed. At this moment, a hand suddenly appeared and stretched out to the figure, trying to strangle him. Haha, you stinky rat in the gutter, you are looking for death. An angry voice fell, turning into endless thunder, and billions of money waves rolled up. Boom. With a loud bang, above the red star field, in the vast space of tens of thousands of light years, there was a collision of light. Just one blow. In an instant, thousands of stars evaporated directly, and the terrifying and boundless power penetrated tens of thousands of star fields. The universe was cracked and formed a terrible storm. All the rules could not be revealed, and were penetrated by the two forces that collided. At this moment, whether it was the creatures on Earth or the top Dallo of life, they couldn't help but lose their minds, and were the lord of lawlessness. This is a holy war! Exclamation mark. The saint of GGO is fighting another saint. Who are you? With a roar, the universe vibrated, and the endless void trembled at the same time. A figure appeared inside, and was about to be forcibly pulled out, because of the words of the saint. The next second, the figure shook, broke free from the restraints of the saint of GGO, and went away directly. Where are you going? Boom. 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 At a glance, tens of millions of light years away, two figures rushed directly to the other world, and disappeared at the end of the universe. In the endless deep space, only the aftermath continued to pass, and the stars could not help but collapse. However, even though the saint had left, the impact of the illumination still did not stop. The entire red starfield was still shaking, and all the rules were shaking, and could not be restored. Obviously, such turmoil would not stop for years, decades, and hundreds of years. The rules of reality have been completely modified, and completely distorted under the eternal power of the saint. I'm afraid that it will not take long before the vibration will spread here. The huge red starfield, tens of thousands of stars here, will be completely destroyed because of the saint's move this time. Gongsun, take Daozi back. On the Daozi Palace, one of the 9 flying GGO Dallos suddenly spoke. He was an old man with a long and ancient aura. From the moment he appeared, his eyes were always on Lee Su. The vast universe wrapped, covered, and protected Lee Su. Not only him, but the other 8 people were the same. They had experienced endless water and moon, and their emotions had disappeared under the grinding of the years. At this moment, they smiled inexplicably. No wonder the saint would make this child the Daozi of GGO, and also give him a palace. Interesting, really interesting. Yes. Gongsun appeared and flew directly to Lee Su's side. He had a look of self-blame on his face. There was no doubt that he had a huge responsibility for Daozi being robbed. Your Highness. Butler, wait, let me slow down. Lee Su raised his hand, not blaming the other party, but covering his heart, a little out of breath. The pump was too big. To be honest, he estimated that once he got his information, GGO should send someone immediately. He was not surprised by the appearance of Daozi Palace. He was the one who summoned it. After all, it was free. What was the result? Not only did the Daozi Palace come, but also 9 extremely powerful Dallo and saints came in person and took action, which was a bit beyond Lee Su's expectations. The scene was really a bit big, especially the collision between the saints, which made Lee Su, who had finally achieved the status of a celestial being, and whose emotions were a little inflated, calm down immediately and almost lost his words. I fucked it. With one slap, a whole galaxy was directly slapped away. What the hell? Lee Su was very shocked, and was shocked by the power of the saints. It took a long time for Lee Su to calm down. He covered his heart with his hands and said, speaking of it, how much do I owe, Grandpa Gongsun? Oh. 9 Dallo, and a saint, and the saint took action. Disappearance fee. Lee Su's face was a bit green. According to the fees in the fate card, he might owe hundreds of billions. No, more than hundreds of billions. Haha. Listening to Lee Su's words, Gongsun hadn't spoken yet, but the old man couldn't help laughing. This kid is interesting, really interesting. Although it was only a moment, there is no doubt that they saw the saint take action with their own eyes. That scene was hard for them to remain calm. Although the 9 of them set up the 10 absolutes formation to trap the saint for a while, it was a formation that required preparation, and it had to be arranged in advance, with the help of the right time and place, and countless resources. Without preparation, they had no capital to fight against the saint. As a result, after watching the saint take action, they were able to calm down in a short time. thinking about how much appearance fee they would have to pay. With this mentality, it was not in vain that the saint valued the other party. The other party was a calf. Gongsun was also a little speechless at this moment. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Your Highness, don't be afraid. This time, I will not charge for the face of Jijiro." Li Su heard this, and his face became more stiff. "That means you owe more, right? Owing money is undoubtedly terrible, but owing favors is undoubtedly terrible. Forget it, it's just a bloody battle at most. As long as they are at the same level. No, even if they are super advanced, who is afraid of who? Beyond imagination." Li Su gave up fortunately, and didn't think about it anymore. He jumped up and said, "Let's go, old man. You have been tortured for more than 100 years. You must have a good sleep when you go back this time." Gongsun was stunned, a smile appeared on his face, and he liked Li Su more and more. However, when he heard that he had been tortured for 100 years, his eyes couldn't help but be gloomy. The Taoist of Jijiro was tortured by others. This is really bold. One or two, sooner or later, they will all be caught, and none of them will survive. The saint on the opposite side took action, just to cut off the cause and effect, but it is obvious that their saint will not give the other side that opportunity. This time, if the other side doesn't bleed a lot, and more than a dozen Dalo die, this matter will not be settled. Well, seeing the disappearance of the Taoist palace, the 9 elders also moved. The Red Star region is undoubtedly a livable place. Although the Red Star belongs to the eastern region, they cannot just sit and watch it being destroyed by the aftermath of the saint. They have to go and finish it. As for whether Li Su will get into trouble on his way back, haha, you can try. Chapter 500 Eastern Region. You mean, there are Buddhist practitioners among that group of people? People from the Buddhist sect? Gongsun was a little shocked. This was undoubtedly unexpected. The old bull donkeys in the Buddhist sect were very different from ordinary practitioners. They were usually several times more determined than normal practitioners in terms of mind. This had a lot to do with the way they practiced. It's true that they are Buddhist practitioners, but I'm not sure if they are from the Buddhist sect. Li Su shook his head. It's true that they are Buddhist practitioners, but they are not Buddhist practitioners from the Buddhist sect. He didn't see the other person's face. Well, the old servant understands, and will notify you of this. Butler Gongsun didn't ask more questions. After getting the information from Li Su, he took his leave and let him rest. Although the outside world is only more than 10 days, controlling the speed of time is not difficult for the Dalo realm. Before, in the outer world, in the Red Star field, he also checked that Li Su was not trapped in the big Red Star. There was no trace of him in the present world. He should have been locked up in the other world. According to Li Su, one of the people who arrested him wanted to obtain his weapon refining skills. Gongsun could imagine that the other party had used many means in the past half month. Watching the old housekeeper leave, Li Su stretched and lay directly in the bath. It was a medicinal bath, made from various precious rare herbs, which could soothe the mind and effectively restore the fatigue of the soul. It was a privilege for Daozi, and could only be used once a month, which was considered a benefit. The effect was very good. Lying in it, the medicinal effect penetrated from the body little by little to the depths of the soul. Although he practiced the 7 Saints Supreme, his soul was harder than most people, especially when he mastered the Supreme Soul. His recovery ability was amazing. But after 100 years of execution, he still left a lot of fatigue. This involved deep, normal cannot be seen, but Li Su knew that his soul still left a lot of injuries. Even if the realm was improved, it could not be fully recovered. Need to recuperate. Exhaling deeply, sitting in the pool, Li Su fell asleep directly. From the moment he was captured to the moment he escaped, he did not dare to relax for even a second, and he was always on high alert. Now that he was safe, he really needed to relax. Otherwise, even if his realm was very high, he would not be able to bear it. He slept for a whole week. He woke up only after all the medicine in the bath was absorbed. His body and mind were greatly relaxed, and he felt that his realm was more complete. After Li Su finished resting, housekeeper Gongsun came to inform him of the result of the incident. The weapon refiner who attacked you is really from Jishan City. He is a casual cultivator and has not joined any major power. Although he has advanced to the Dalo realm, he still has some problems. Of course, because of his identity as a weapon refiner, many major sects have sent people to recruit him, but in the end he did not join. He went to Jishin City and sold the weapons he refined. I know the owner of the key refining workshop in Jishin City and have had exchanges with him. It is rumored that something went wrong when he advanced to the Dalo realm, so he entered the Dao through weapon refinement. He would target His Highness. I'm afraid it should be related to the first batch of weapons sold by His Highness, that is, the Sword of Daozi. Really? Listening to the answer brought by the housekeeper, Lee Su was not surprised, since he suspected that the other party was targeting his weapon refining skills. It was not surprising that the reason was the Sword of Daozi. He had restrictions on the refining of magic weapons later, and there was no special exception. Only the Sword of Daozi used some other techniques involving the spiritual level. Those who don't know the goods just think that this sword is magical and extraordinary. But in the eyes of the weapon refiner, the sword intent attached to Lee Su was very different, and the technique was different from the orthodox refining method. That weapon refiner is dead, and the user of the immortal rope you brought back was also found, but unfortunately he was silenced by the other party, and the cause and effect were destroyed. Only that Buddhist cultivator. The Buddhist people we found here went to the scene to check, and there's something fishy about that Buddhist cultivator. Oh. Thousands of years ago, there was a theft in Buddhism. A batch of relics were stolen, and their whereabouts are unknown. The residual Buddhist power found at the scene this time was the power of one of the stolen relics. The person was an ascetic monk in Buddhism. He was only at the Zhuangzi level. He suffered severe damage in the hell, and passed away not long after returning. At this point, Gongsun's eyes were a little solemn. After the news reached Buddhism, there was a big commotion. There were about 28 relics lost in the same batch. It caused a big fuss back then. Even the Buddhist saints personally went out to investigate, but in the end, it came to nothing. Lee Su was a little surprised. He thought it was someone from Buddhism, but he didn't expect that the source of the Buddha's power came from a batch of stolen relics. This is a big deal. The relics have great practical and symbolic significance for Buddhism. However, all the clues are completely cut off here. Gongsun's expression was a little solemn. The other party was well prepared and cleaned up very thoroughly. The saints could not trace them. The people who showed up before also quickly disappeared after hiding in the other world. The only thing found was a very special piece of bone, which came from ancient times and could not be traced. There was some power of the saints left on it, which was injected into it long ago and was specially used to cut off the cause and effect. The people who attacked your highness this time are very unusual. Gongsun said in a deep voice, I'm afraid it is related to an ancient organization. Ancient organization? Well, the exact time of its establishment is unknown, but it was first discovered about 500,000 years ago. At that time, something happened that caught the saint's attention and he began to investigate. It was originally just an accident, but when he traced it, he found a very scary situation. There was a force lurking under the major sects, secretly manipulating the direction of the 10,000-year war, intending to plant the ownership of the interests of the heavens. In the end, a lot of people were caught, and they were deeply implicated, involving many Daluo. In the end, several major sects took action together and destroyed it. However, in the end, the saint inferred through cause and effect that this organization was not completely eradicated. Only those on the surface were killed, and there are still deep inside. Unfortunately, since then, this organization seems to have disappeared and rarely appears. Although many clues have been found in the past 500,000 years, they are all very clean and cannot be traced. There should be a saint behind it to cut off the cause and effect, so it can only be left unresolved. There is such an organization? Lee Su was a little surprised. Although it was just a short speech, the meaning contained in it was very extraordinary. Not only did the great sect fail to destroy the other party, but there was also a saint behind it. The most terrifying thing was that he himself was targeted by the other party. This was no small problem. Your Highness, please rest assured, they won't dare to attack again in the short term. Although concealing the secrets of heaven is a good way to prevent saints from tracing back to cause and effect, this method usually works best the first time and can exert its greatest effectiveness. It will be different if it is used again. Not only will the previous cause and effect be connected again, but the second cause and effect will become even greater and more difficult to completely conceal. They probably won't attack your highness again. Gongsun said slowly. Also, the reason why the other party succeeded this time is mainly because your highness is holding a large cause and effect object, the evil god statue of the disaster religion, so it was locked by the other party. As long as you don't wear that kind of thing, even if the other saint wants to attack, he can't lock you. Li Su nodded and felt relieved. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask curiously, what about the disaster religion? No news. This religion is very evil. Those who join are like dead. There is no cause and effect on their bodies. Unless they expose themselves, it is difficult to find them. The statue that your highness got has nothing to do with the Huang family. It is held by the person who framed your highness. The Huang family itself is not aware of this. Although they summoned the soul, there was a problem with the soul that was called out. The true spirit disappeared, and the three souls appeared strangely empty. All the information related to the evil religion disappeared. This can only be said to be a coincidence. Hearing this, Li Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He felt that his luck was not ordinary. He didn't do anything, but he was inexplicably found by two organizations in the myth world that even the big sects had a headache and were difficult to deal with. Did he go out without checking the almanac? Feeling Li Su's emotions, Gongsun couldn't help but sigh. Your highness's luck is really not worth mentioning. By the way, the immortal rope that your highness brought back has been washed by Daluo here to remove all the aura on it, and it will be sent to you later. Thinking of something, Gongsun spoke. Well, Li Su still has some gains. In addition to breaking through the realm of celestial immortals, it is undoubtedly the immortal rope. After being tortured for so long, how could he be willing to not bring something back? The immortal binding rope is undoubtedly a postnatal spiritual treasure level, very magical. In the hands of Daluo, it can even suppress him in an instant, and even the treasure can't call. It was not until the other party freed his heart and no longer bound his soul that Li Su got the opportunity to fight back. Naturally, he didn't want to let it go. The spirituality that was directly suppressed by the Zhuanghuang Tower came back, which was considered to make up for his loss. Sell it. Li Su thought about it and said very directly, this is an immortal weapon, an acquired spiritual treasure. In today's world, where immortal weapons are scarce, it is a rare treasure for Daluo, and its value is amazing. Sell it? Your highness doesn't plan to keep it for yourself? No. He has no shortage of repressive treasures, and he has several treasures in his hands. And a treasure like the immortal binding rope is undoubtedly a hot potato. Who knows if the organization that lost this weapon will try every means to get it back. The best way is undoubtedly to sell it. Sell it to another Daluo realm. Not only is it safe, but the most important thing is that he is really short of resources now. As expected, after becoming an immortal, the demand has become more and more amazing. The resources exchanged for hundreds of millions of merit points are barely enough to form a star core. I don't know how much more materials are needed to complete the great success. No money, just inherit the resources of the immortals. Gongsun's face was suddenly enlightened. Thinking of the arrival of the immortal rope, he didn't say much. Although the treasure is good, it depends on the situation. Selling it is undoubtedly the best. I'll deal with it now. Well, it's troublesome. After watching Gongsun leave, Li Su thought for a while, took out a lot of refining materials, and spent 3 whole days and a lot of operations to make more than 304 patent level magic weapons. After calling Liu Gao to help deal with it, he began to retreat. After a whole month, he was ready to leave. After the gambling war, he retreated for a month, was captured for more than 10 days, came back to rest for a week, refined the weapon for 3 days, and retreated for another month. The time agreed with Shen Shen was undoubtedly getting closer and closer, less than a week. Gongsun had no objection to hearing that Li Su was going to the east region. Li Su now had no causal objects that could be locked. With the luck of GGO and the protection of the saints, even if someone wanted to do something to him, they had to find someone first. In the mythology world, unless you are too high profile and afraid that others don't know, it is very difficult to find someone. Soon, Li Su was on the road. Through the teleportation array of Daozi Palace, he left the upper domain directly, crossed the barrier between the east and west, and went directly to the east region. The east region. It is the territory of the heavenly court, the human religion, and the Dungeon religion. This land originally belonged to one of the four ancient states, the fragment of Dongsheng Shenzhou. It is very huge and full of spiritual energy. Here, the growth of flowers, plants, and trees is extremely amazing and huge. A weed is as tall as a person. Looking around, the world seems to have become bigger all of a sudden. The scenery here is beautiful and the environment is pleasant. Unlike the West, the world is filled with gloomy atmosphere and is affected by the underworld. The wild is not safe and there are few people. On the contrary, here, it is bright and magnificent, and the fairy air is floating. If you look up to the east, you will find a huge palace floating at the end of the world, buried in the clouds and mist, as if it is a place outside the world. That is the heaven, the ancient fairy palace, the residence of the gods. Not only that, if you look closely, you will find that there are fairies in the heaven. They travel between the heavenly palaces, riding the clouds and mist, free and leisurely. Of course, this is just an appearance. In fact, the danger of the heavenly palace is not worse than that of the hell in the underworld. No, it should be said that the danger is far more than that of the hell in the underworld by 100 or 1,000 times. Countless celestial beings, Tei, and even Daluo have died there. As for the reason, it is like water and fire. The appearance of hell is ominous and gloomy. The more dangerous the place is, the more ominous the aura is, like flames, visible. The exterior of the heavenly palace is extremely beautiful. Even though you have just arrived in the central region, you can see not only the celestial palace, but also the large orchard behind it. There are bursts of strange fragrance, which constantly float out from the deepest place hundreds of millions of miles away, making people tremble. That is the smell of peaches. Eating one bite can make people immortal. When he was in GGOO, Li Su ate it for 10 consecutive days, 3 pieces each time, almost 2 pieces. Not to mention that his lifespan has been greatly improved. Peaches are not just about this. They can help people realize and improve their strength. The effect is amazing. Now in the deep east large peach orchards are just naked. You can imagine how attractive it is. Just like water. Every year, the number of people drowned by water is definitely several times more than those burned by fire. But people still come in an endless stream. Because its appearance is so bright that people ignore the danger. If you knew that the real fairy palace was actually full of dirty blood, and the walls were full of pictures of people being killed, that was not fake, but the truth, that happened in ancient times. They were made into pictures, and branded on the fairy palace. Once someone approached, and saw the pictures, they would be pulled in. As a replacement, you would become the dead inside, and the dead would come out alive. And those floating fairies, they were just pieces of skin. Their insides had long been hollowed out, with nothing inside. Once someone approached, they would peel off your skin and hang it on them, and then put your flesh and blood inside them. As for the huge peach orchard behind that made people salivate. In fact, all the trees inside were dead and bleeding continuously, and what was hanging on the branches was not peaches, but human heads. The dangers of the east region were all buried under the brilliance. The more gorgeous and dazzling the scenery is, the more terrifying the truth hidden underneath is. Flying in the air, Li Su lowered his head and slowly looked at the remaining huge lawn. Under the amazingly growing green weeds, there were skeletons. Under the towering tree not far away, there were piles of terrifying skulls. Not only the information from Xiaguo, but also the information from GGO only had one record of this place. This is definitely not a paradise on earth. But it is no less than the hell, a place where people are eaten without spitting out bones. Hee hee, ha ha. There was a sound, and Li Su, who was flying fast, couldn't help but stop. He took a deep breath, and looked at the place not far away from him. His face changed slightly, and he turned around without thinking, and rushed to a big tree not far away from him in an instant, jumped up, and hid himself in the dense leaves. He held his breath, completely gathered his immortal power, and blocked his innate 5 senses. He only had a faint look at the group of children who were jumping and playing happily towards the place where he was just now. There were boys and girls, about 3 years old, red bellybuttons, bare bottoms. Their little red faces were filled with joy. They jumped and danced, patted the hydrangeas, sang Tong Yeo, and walked briskly. Please pay attention. Below those children, there was a shadow following them. Following the footsteps of the children, it quickly went away and soon disappeared on the other side of a huge grassland. Cold sweat ran down his forehead, and Lee Su's eyes were solemn. This unique wonder in the East region is called play. If you encounter it, you will be surrounded by children, who will let you play with them, and then your body will change, and become like a child. That is your soul. Your flesh and blood will melt, and be swallowed by the shadow below, and your bones will be left behind, together with the skeletons under the weeds. By the way, this is not some monster. This is a phenomenon. What is a phenomenon, you ask? It's very simple. Once it happens to you, even if you are TIE, you will be infected, affected, your flesh and blood will be stripped off, and you will be turned into bones. Your soul will turn into a child and you will become one of them, playing together on this huge grassland forever. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.